Hi friends, this video is the English version of Alexey Yarovoy's video course of how to get over a breakup, made with his permission, and further narration will be done on his behalf. For my part, I had a very painful breakup, the pain of which did not decrease over time, and this course really helped me. Even the first trainings I did gave me relief I hadn't felt for a long time. That's why I would like to share it with everyone who feels the same. The length of this video may seem too long to you, but believe me, this is the fastest way to get to the main cause of pain and to relieve it. The video consists of theoretical and practical parts. The theoretical part will help you to better understand the processes that are now happening in your mind. The practical part will help you to get to the very cause of the pain and to remove it. Qualitative and deep practical exercises takes a lot of efforts, but believe me, even after the first thoroughly done exercise, you will feel much better. This course is free from start to finish. It's done exactly the way Alexey works with people. All the information is completely at your disposal. Thank you. Hi friends, this is the first video from the Breakup Recovery course. So that you understand who I am, whether I have the right, knowledge, and most importantly experience in recommending my method to get out of your painful experiences. As a psychologist, I devote a lot of time to the problem of heartache and strong feelings after breakup. I've been working closely with breakups for about 6 years, and having gained experience, I've prepared a whole series of videos devoted to such an unpleasant event as a breakup. I want you to experience this breakup of your relationship with the benefits for yourself, with the greatest benefit. Not materially, no, but emotionally. What's happening to you right now means that there is something very weak in you, and it's showing up right now. And in this series of videos, I will show you why it's happening to you and how to get rid of it, getting peace of mind and confidence. And a little bit about myself. My name is Alexey Yarovoy and I have a university degree in psychology, and I've been practicing psychology for about 15 years. And as I said earlier, for the last 6 years I've been dealing with crisis states of people. These are those situations that each person faces for the first time or repeatedly and doesn't know how to get out of them correctly, painlessly, and profitably. This is the situations of breakup, divorce, separation of fathers from children, sexual abuse, death, adultery. In general, those situations where a person falls into an abyss and doesn't know how to get out of it. I have a lot of experience in working with breakups. This is about 600 people over the last 6 years. Even if I just listen to the life stories, you'll agree that I know quite a bit about breakups. But I was trying to look into each story. I looked for an individualized way out for each person with the greatest benefit to them. And naturally, I identified something that people have in common in their breakup experience. So I'm sharing it with you. 9 out of 10 people get a state of self-confidence and calmness after using this method. And that's within 2 or 3 weeks. I'm not asking you to take my word for it, just check it for yourself. I give all the methods as they are. It depends only on you personally how long you will work through all the causes of your worries. You can do it in 3 days, you can do it in 3 weeks, you can do it in 3 months. It's up to you. But you will feel the first results of relief as soon as we get into the practice. It might be even today. 4 years ago, I already had the method. It was aimed at erasing emotional memories of the partner, both pleasant and unpleasant. That method I would call emergency psychosurgery. In my new method, we will also erase memories, if by the time it will be necessary at all. But that will be at the last stage. This breakup should be used to your advantage. These situations show you your weaknesses that need to be developed. Some of them just need to be strengthened. And it's easier than it looks. That's why I've improved my method. Now we don't just erase the memories, we use the breakup to its fullest. When else are you gonna get the chance? You don't break up every 6 months. And even if you do, then now it's time to capitalize on that breakup. I made this course for those people who constantly think about ex-partner, who do not see their life without him, who could not recover for a long time after breakup, from several weeks to several years, who recently broke up and acutely experiencing it. It's for someone who has become depressed after breakup, who feels constant anxiety and discomfort in the body. If your personal case is easier than those, then you should decide for yourself whether or not you need to watch all the videos from the course. The plan of work we will have with you is as follows. You will have a theoretical part, where I tell you what causes leads to such a state as you have now, where they came from, how to remove them. I will tell you everything. It's about 3 hours of video, but believe me, it will not be boring. A lot of information you will have for the first time, so I recommend that you watch it once and revisit or listen to it again. There is a practical part in the course. where you will really work through all the causes of your worries to quickly find eventual calm, confidence, and freedom. But without the theoretical part, it will be hard to understand how and why does this happen to you. Also, in the practical part, I will tell you what difficulties there are in working through your state so that you will succeed. Some reasons for your experience are difficult for a person to through on his own, and in this case, I will also tell you how to solve it. I just want to encourage you that this is not just another advice about sports, clothes, replacing your ex partner with another, advice about the need to love yourself, and so on, but a step by step guide with techniques. I believe that it's possible to quickly move out of worries into calmness, confidence, and for some people, even into a good mood. And this is not an advertisement of me or my method, but my experience. The method itself, techniques, tips, everything is given without pitfalls and hidden corners. For working on your own state, I give you the same algorithm that I use for working with people. What do you need now? First, you need to stop relying on time to heal everything. Accept that your conditions comes from you, from your head, from your heart, from someone else, wherever is comfortable, but your condition comes from your body, and it's you who create it, and it's you in control. But while this state does not obey you, you will learn from the theoretical part of the course. Why do people suffer for a long time after a breakup? To answer quickly and shortly, it is because they don't know how to accept what happens in their lives. I realize you might have thought that this relationship would be for life or for a long time, that it would never end, but relationships often end. And if you look at divorce statistics in the US, Europe, in the world, you will know that divorce occurs in more than 55% of marriages enter it into. There are even more breakups without a formal marriage. So to assume that the relationship is once and for all means to lay a landmine that is now ripping through you. It's better to accept, not deny it, but accept it. Yes, it happened. But life, your personal life, it doesn't end here. What's over is just the relationship between your life and other person's life. And in this series of videos, I will help you experience the value, power, and independence of your life. You have to remember that this life is yours. Not this person you broke up with, not your children, not anyone else, not even your parents. This is your life and it's made just for you. You have one heart, lungs, stomach, the rest of your organs and body parts. And when you were in a relationship, you still had one heart, lungs, stomach, the rest of your organs and body parts. Each person in a relationship exists separately from the other. You must understand and realize that it's only the relationship between people that connects them. You are a unit and your partner is a unit. And there is a plus or minus or a plus minus between you. In this case, there's no sign of equal. If you have children in common, then personally between you and each child is also plus or plus minus. You are separate individuals. You were raised independently of each other, separately. You weren't brought up by your parents to live together with this particular person. You didn't even think about this person before this relationship, and you lived somehow, and your life somehow flowed, and in many cases you were full of life. You didn't think about what will be in the future with this exact person. You were thinking about something else, perhaps even about someone else. Now you need to accept that you have had this experience in your life. You can accept it as a lesson, as a stage, accept it, and that's it. If you don't accept it now, it's okay, I understand that. You will definitely be able to accept it later. That's what the rest of the videos in the course are aimed at. In this video, I want to talk to you about the very fact of a breakup. I want you to decide whether this is the end of your relationship or just another fight. Why does it need to be done? Because sometimes in my practice, I deal with situations where partners have broken up, and for example, with one of them, I work as a psychologist. A week or two pass and people restore the relationship and go on with their lives. And it's like we should be happy, everything is normal. Yes, but we work not only with pain, but also with feelings for this partner. And for some people, the work done with me is reflected in decrease of dependence on the partner, in the cooling of feelings for him. And do you think that partner, the other partner, is ready to be less loved? That's why I recommend you, if you have finally broken up, then let's get to work. And if it's just an ordinary quarrel with a sudden impulse to break up, or just an offense, then probably it's better to go for reconciliation. Sometimes it happens that people take a fight, a conflict, an offense as the end of a relationship, but it's just an emotional peak. I would even say it's just an emotional impasse. Emotional impasse is when what you want blocks what your partner wants, and vice versa. What he wants is blocking what you want. An example of this is different positions on vacations, cars, number of kids, cooking, work, quantity and quality of sex, and so on. You can dig into your relationship and you are sure to find a dozen disagreements. Relationships have a lot of forced choices to make. You can't compromise, negotiate, and sometimes even communicate at all when you get in such an impasse. And for this reason, your disagreement seems unresolvable to you, and one of you goes to break up the relationship. Emotional impasse is a normal and natural stage in the evolution of relationships and the people in them. Going through emotional impasse causing anxiety, anger, despair, and emotional pressure. It is hard, sure, but it's not a disadvantage. It improves personal resistance, makes them stronger. Impasse is nature's training camp for those who are about to become adults. Not biologically adult, but emotionally adult. And if you don't understand and know how to handle it, an impasse leads to divorce. And given that impasses are really usually not understood and not handled skillfully, it is most likely most significant of all causes of breakups around the world. And these impasses can be resolved, but it requires other strategies. And those are far from your strategies, or you wouldn't be in this position right now. And I'm not going to talk about those strategies in this video, we have a different topic now. If you are interested, you can subscribe to the channel to see new videos in which I will tell you and show you strategies for couple communication. A little more about emotional impasse so you understand whether or not you're finally broken up. The signs of emotional impasse are constant and monotonous arguments and conflicts. Constant as the theme of the conflict, as the scenario of the conflict, where it begins, where it ends, how it continues, and how reconciliation occurs. The second is the inability to agree and the continuation of disagree about certain issues. The next is when you try to improve communication, when you say, let's talk, and it doesn't provide any resolution and often even makes things worse. For instance, then the husband says, hey, we've already been communicating, there's no point to it. Next is the feeling that there is no room for any compromise or negotiation because your personal integrity is at stake. Next is the situation when attempts to apologize or make amends have stopped or are unsuccessful. Second to last is when both partners often feel angry and have hard feelings. And last is alienation and detachment from each other. If you have found these signs in your breakup, then think and weigh the pros and cons. Sometimes it's easier to restore and correct the relationship, applying the right strategies, than to create new ones or to decide to be without any relationship at all, since this one did not work. Well, if you have decided firmly that this is the end, or your ex-partner decided for you, then watch all my videos from this course, they will definitely help you. In any case, by working on yourself using this method, you can fix a lot of things, so that you do not repeat such emotions in your life. Very often, people are interested in question of why it hurts so much after a breakup. I thought about it, and the answer to this question will be the answer to the question why people are attached to each other. And in general, what is an attachment? Attachment, love, attraction. Such feelings are always directed to one person. Well, some people have two at once or maybe more. And you can imagine it as a threads going from you to your ex-partner. And maybe you've already seen a similar comparison on the internet. There is even a popular technique where you can cut all the threads going from you to your partner, and that's how you get rid of addiction. As it turns out, it is simple as that. It is really curious why people suffer for months then. They could just cut all the threads and that's it. But unfortunately, this method does not work for most people. And even if it works, then within the next days or weeks, the threads reappear and the procedure must be carried out again. And so on for the same long months or even years. What is wrong with that? The threads are there and you can see for yourself. Just close your eyes and visualize the connection with your ex-partner. Something coming from you to him. If your imagination is right, you'll see those threads. The thing is that these very threads are attached not just to the body, but to some kind of hooks, which when the partner are distant, make themselves known by pain. And you are feeling them right now. It's about the question why it hurts so much. Okay, imagery is good, but what's the logic? The hooks are imaginary, just like the threads, but it's just for ease of understanding. Each hook is a need, a fear, and a habit. Let's start with habits. If you have been living or dating for some time with your partner, and 3 weeks is more than enough for getting a habit, and I'm sure that you have much longer period. Therefore, habits have grown into a way of life. So you have a clear script of the day and night, day to day, month to month, what will happen and how it will happen. Sometimes events go out of the usual scenario, but it's not essential. Habit to eat together, cook for him, sex, financial spendings, habits to complain, argue, cry, tell the innermost, bring up children, rest, plan, decide who will pick up the child from daycare, who will pick up from school, go to bed together, the habit of cooking breakfast, say goodbye, meet after work, and so on. You have many habits formed, you know it, but the brain likes consistency. Every habit is a hook in your body. And even if you don't want to, but after the breakup, when it's time to realize one of the habits, for example, to cook a breakfast for him, the brain automatically triggers an impulse on the nerve cells that now it's time, let's get up. At the same time, the brain realizes that there is no one to cook for, and the new habit of what to do at this time is not yet in place. And so in all habits, there are no new ones yet. What should the brain do? After all, it likes habits, it likes consistency. That is why you need time to form new habits where you're either temporarily by yourself or with someone else. I hope everything is clear about habits, but they are basically not the most important thing about your pain. The second thing that has happened is your needs have stopped being met. Choose from the list your needs that were fully or partially met by your partner or with your partner. And it will be even more effective if you write them out separately on a sheet of paper or in your phone. Looking ahead, I will tell you that these are your weaknesses and vulnerabilities that need to be corrected in order to not get attached and, most importantly, to stop suffering now and not to suffer in the future if a same breakup occurs. Here is not a complete list of needs, but they are the most basic. The need for protection and survival, the need for pleasure, enjoyment, reproduction, the need for comfort, respect, recognition, love, kindness, care, friendship, acceptance, the need for self-expression, the need for communication, for creativity, for harmony, for order, for beauty, the need for knowledge that perhaps we could learn with or from a partner, understanding the world and research, the need for the realization of one's goals, for the realization of one's abilities, the need for development of one's personality, for the meaning of life. As you understand, all the above needs relate to you personally, and the partner is just a means to satisfy your needs. If you now say that what about caring for a partner, then this is also your need. Caring for a partner, that's what you lack. If some needs were met at the expense or with the help of your former partner, then these needs are these very hooks in your body. And the threads of these hooks to your ex-partner are the memory and the habit of your brain that these needs were satisfied by this very partner. You can cut the threads, but the needs will remain actual, not satisfied. Needs are born not from the partner, but from you personally. And the last person who satisfied them was your former partner, so the attachment is to him. That is why the threads are restored. And the third thing that affects attachment and pain is fears. Some, even most of your needs, were formed from them. They are also the hooks. For example, the fear of being alone creates the need for companionship, for caring, for acceptance, and so on. Fear of being abandoned can create a need for security, a need for survival, a need for communication, for acceptance. Fear of being unwanted can create a need for respect, for recognition, for intimacy, and so on. My point is that many needs have a specific fear underlying them that you have already faced in your life. Once you get rid of that fear, those needs fall away on their own, and I will tell you how to get rid of them in the following videos. In this video, I want to convey to you the cause of attachment and pain, because without knowledge about yourself, practical work on yourself is meaningless. Only practicing with the knowledge you are getting now will help. What else has happened to you? It's the collapse of your beliefs. For example, I will be with this person for life. People get married once in their lifetime. There will be never a second family. No one will love me like this person. I should only have a complete family in my life, and other such things. These are beliefs that collapsed after the breakup. Of course, you have your own beliefs, and maybe they are true for you and false for some. That is, there are no beliefs that are equal for everyone. Some people will find your beliefs alien to them altogether. For example, some people support the fact that 7 marriages are quite acceptable, that love lasts for 3 years and it's normal. And if you are against such a life, it is also normal. Everyone chooses how to live, by what laws, by what rules. I only want to convey to you that you are suffering from those beliefs that do not allow you to go through the separation in a flexible and favorable way. Most of the beliefs a person has are false and not true. I would even say all of the beliefs that you have are false. But that's another topic. I'm not going to expand on that in this video. You created your beliefs because once you thought that they were most appropriate for your life, for your purposes, for your plans, for your expectations. Do all of your expectations come true? Has everything you expected come true in your life, in your relationships? To answer honestly, not everything. To put it mildly, not everything. Most don't come true. From small, when you, for example, sit there in the front of the food, assuming that it has certain taste, and putting a piece in your mouth, you realize that expectation did not coincide. Either it tasted better, or something disgusting was eaten. The same situation with your global expectations that I listed earlier about your partner and your life with him. Because under each expectation, there are beliefs. For example, you will understand everything by finishing my sentence. Every woman or man in a relationship should finish the sentence. Should what? If a person loves, then finish the sentence. Love is, family is, all men are, all women are, a loving man never, and many other beliefs, of which are hundreds or even thousands. If in the comments you write your continuation of each sentence, then counting the others, you will see that they are similar, but they are also different. My point is that we are all different, including your partner, who had his beliefs, and they were a little or significantly different from yours. Don't even assume how he or she would respond. Partners are sometimes shocked by the difference on views on these and other issues. If you're interested, you can ask your ex-partner about at least some of the ones listed. You'll see the mismatch. People fight, break up, break in half because of their inflexibility in their beliefs. Psychologists call it rigidity. Try to recall all the conflicts with your former partner, if there were any. They are almost all about the same thing. Is it your partner so hard-headed? Or you? Or both? Flexibility in your beliefs, in your reactions, is the key to a good relationship and well-being for you in case of breakup. And you will have more flexibility after this method. A little more about your condition. The fact that you might not be sleeping well or not sleeping at all, that your appetite is disturbed, you are distracted, these are the effects of the hormone cortisol, the stress hormone. Your body, your brain is under a lot of stress, as if something very scary is happening, almost biological death. And in response to this, some amount of cortisol hormone is released, which allows you to be always on alert, in readiness, and as a consequence, you are in tension. But this state is far-fetched, literally far-fetched. It is you who have made it up. It is your thoughts that trigger the state you are in now. I will prove it to you a little later. You don't even realize the flexibility of your emotional brain. What is happening to you now, insomnia, loss of appetite, absent-mindedness, it will pass. It will go away with this method, or it will go away on its own. It's your choice. There is an explanation for your condition, and for every explanation there is an algorithm, how and why it happens. And there is an algorithm of how to get rid of it. It is desirable for you to understand that a breakup may be a breakdown, but a breakdown is a breakthrough. A breakthrough into something new, not always scary, perhaps just unexplored for you. It's a breakthrough of weakness that came out of the breakup. It is the same weakness you've always had. And it was even in the relationship. It's about your addiction. Now the weakness appeared, so there is an opportunity to make it stronger. This is an opportunity to make yourself stronger, better, to make yourself not as before in this relationship or in the past relationships, but to make yourself much stronger, better. I will try to help you with that, and all I ask from you is your full participation. This video is for those who have been broken up recently, from a few hours to 2 months. To be more precise, it is for you if you are still acutely experiencing the breakup. If you don't want to live without this person, If you every hour or even constantly think about this person, and all of this is accompanied by pain, longing, hopelessness, then this video is for you. The idea to make this video came to me in December 2017, when I was already working on this video for you. A man called me, and at the moment he was driving his car. He told me that he accelerated with the aim of crashing into a pole to end the pain. But he remembered that yesterday he wanted to text me about his condition after his wife left him, but it was already deep night in which he didn't sleep. So he pulled over to the side of a road, called me, and it was good that I was free at the moment. And then he briefly told me his story about his pain, about not seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, about not knowing how to live. And in general, if you're familiar with this condition, then my answer to him will be an answer to you too. Psychiatrists call this state tunnel thinking. In this state, you look at life seeing only one scenario, and all the rest you simply reject. Imagine that you are standing in a corridor in front of a door that has been closed from the inside. And before that, you have been kicked out into this corridor from a quite comfortable room in which you have been living for some time. Maybe for 10, 20 years, maybe for a couple months, a couple years. It should be noted that there are 24 other doors in the corridor that you have never been behind before. They lead to areas unknown to you with unknown rooms and amenities that are there. Or maybe you've been in some of them, but you may not have liked them, or liked them but you were forced to leave. So what do? You stand under that door. Some people, of course, knock on it, try to open it, try to negotiate with the owner to get back in. Some succeed in negotiation, those continue to live in a familiar room, and some lower their standards only not to go back to the corridor, where again we will have choice of several dozen doors. Why is this so? Why do people get to the point where they don't want to leave if they don't walk through these doors? Because in the process of life, the brain gets used to a mechanism. Then, in case of facing with something that ruins expectation, a person entirely and completely concentrates on solving this problem, forgetting even about the instinct of self-preservation. To put it simply, a person from childhood was taught to call a situation a problem, then the situation does not turn out the way he wants and expects. And after the event is elevated to the rank of a problem, he solves this problem, but not in any way, which can be a very many, but in concrete, familiar ways. And usually it is offense, anxiety, apathy, anger. This is what you have now. I will talk about this state separately in detail in the following videos. So what to do? If things are not working out the way you expected, then the situation should not be perceived as a problem, but only as a scenario what you didn't expect. The second thing is to allow for multiple lines of development of your life. Third, if you cannot solve a difficult life situation in the usual ways, then look for other options. Try, but not get upset if you suddenly fail. And learn to accept mistakes. Life teaches us something all the time, constantly. It is normal to make mistakes, just like when you were a kid in a school. You made mistakes when you were learning something new. Did you? Of course you did. Did you learn specifically how to handle relationships? No. Did you learn how to deal with the conflicts in the relationships? I'm sure you didn't either. Then maybe you learned how to get out of relationships easily and painlessly. Also no. You are learning now. Even if this is a second, third or fifth breakup of your life, you are still learning. No one prepared you for this. And it's pity, otherwise everything will be much easier now, but that's another topic. Fifth, take into account that there is a life of another person, your former partner. He has his own desires, goals, plans, values, and a lot of it may not coincide with yours. And it's normal, we are all different. You need to take it into account, and what is important, to accept it. And most importantly, you should take into account that your life is not given to your ex-partner, but to you, personally, so to speak, in your hands. Therefore you should dispose of a life entrusted to you worthy. You were fed, eaten, invested, then you yourself did it all until this age. And why? So you can kill yourself for another man? That's a questionable sacrifice, all the more unlikely to be appreciated. The core value is in you, not in the relationship. You are the value. And you've probably heard or read the phrase that everything passes and this too shall pass. It was written on King Solomon's ring. True, no one has seen this ring, but the meaning of the phrase really works. You are not the first person on earth who is going through a relationship breakup, no matter what kind of relationship it is. There is a huge collective experience in this that already have been accumulated. Also accumulated experience of psychological methods. There are immeasurable number of it. For slow, for quick exit from this state, your choice. Your task is simply to repeat. You don't need to invent anything. Everything has already been done for you. You don't have to wait your time. Watch my videos, do the exercises that will be discussed, and after the first steps, you will stop thinking that this is the end of your life and complete failure. If of course you have such thoughts now. In this video, I want to help you figure out what your feelings are. Maybe it's love, habit, attachment, or maybe it's some kind of fear that pulls you towards your ex-partner. You need to divide your feelings and experiences into feeling of pain and feelings of love caused by feeling of pain. It sounds a little confusing, but soon you will understand everything. For example, there is a fear of being alone, and this intensifies the feelings of love and sharpens it. Remember any moments in your life when you parted with a person and he suddenly, out of blue, became very important to you, which escalated the feelings of love for him. And most likely that here, in this case, is the fear of loss, or there is some other fear before the feeling of love. That is, you need to understand what causes the feeling of love and affection in you. For example, many men who break up with their mistresses, and I think someone is listening to me now in this status, so they are faced with a choice between love for their wife and love for their mistress. To help you understand this question, the question of love, I will tell you about the stages of love. There are only two of them. The first stage of love is romantic love, and it lasts up to a year and a half or 2 years. And the younger the partners are, the longer the stage of romantic love. And the older, for example, you are in your 30s or 40s, the shorter the stage is, up to 1.5 years maximum. Within a year, it usually passes. The romantic stage is longer if there are various obstacles between the partners. For example, distance, if they are in different cities or countries. And there also can be the presence of another partner, husband or wife, in the case of lovers. And various other factors can intensify the falling in love or prolong the romantic love stage. What is special about this particular romantic stage? This is the self-presentation stage, where you present yourself and your partner does the same. This is important to consider if you broke up in the romantic stage, because you have to realize that your partner wasn't completely honest in front of you. Well, naturally you are too. Most people reject this information. It is understandable, because it's a pink glasses perception of a relationship with your partner. But the glasses must be removed. A man at the stage of self-presentation, like a peacock with a loose tail, show all his best sides, even those what he doesn't have. Because a person adjusts to the desire of the other partner. That's all. But underneath those feathers, in case of man, there is an ordinary person. And in the case of peacock, it's just a large chicken. And naturally, at this stage of relationship, the negative qualities are silenced, or they may accidentally slip in but be accepted by you. Pink glasses brighten everything for you. That is, at the stage of self-presentation, you cannot believe in what you see in the other person, in what he shows you. If you have not yet lived together and your relationship is less than 1 year, then this is the stage of self-presentation, the stage of romantic love. That is roughly put, at this stage everyone lies and romanticizes everything. The next stage that comes after romantic love is partner love. Anyone who broke up at the partner love stage can confirm my words that people change. At the beginning of relationship, the loved one was more attentive, patient, tender, and so on. All in comparison with what he became now, became in a few months or rather even years. At the stage of partner love, the hormone oxytocin, the hormone of calmness, is produced. If at the stage of romantic relations there is a romance, there is a passion, at the stage of partner relations, such passion and romance is no longer there, and more often this stage is accompanied by quarrels, misunderstandings, fights, and so on. There is certainly passion, but less, and it's less frequent. And of course, all the negative qualities of your partner are manifested in all their glory. All relationships move to the partner stage sooner or later, whether you want it or not. As many bloggers or psychologists say, love always dies after a year or two. It is not love that dies, it's affection. And love blossoms just the opposite. Many people confuse partner love with romantic love, affection, and only in the partner stage can love be called love. Actually, you can call it love, but maybe it's not it anymore. An attachment of some kind, a habitual way of life, for example. Here is a good book for those who is interested in the study of love. It's well described there. It's Helen Fisher, Why We Love. Read it, it's very interesting. By the way, you can figure out right now if you loved this person. Ask yourself how well you knew this person. All positive and negative qualities. His goals, plans, desires, including secrets from others, interests, life traumas, achievements. What did you know about your partner? How much from 0 to 100, for example? To what extent did you accept him as he was, your partner? At all what you knew about him? Was it 100% or less? Were there any conflicts when you didn't accept something? And third, did you show caring actions towards your partner? Exactly what he needed? 100% or less? No answer is needed here by and large. You look at your life and your relationship individually. The closer to 100% and you are honest with yourself, then it can be called love or similar feeling. Another point you need to realize is that love is a selfish feeling. That is, what you feel now, you feel for yourself, and love is experienced only for the sake of your beloved self. I'll prove it to you. For example, if you want to return the relationship at the moment, you might think that by returning, you will fix everything and you will give everything to the person, which he lacked so much, and everything will be different. But ask yourself, why do you want this person back? Because I love him, you might say. My version, of course, will be different from yours, and I believe that you want to return that now to make it not so much hurt to you personally. By returning, even for a while, even less, but you get away from the pain, right? Exactly. That is, if you want to get back into the relationship now. Someone may have a different case when they don't want to return to the relationship and want to go on, but they are drawn to the former partner, and that's it. But attraction doesn't mean love. And what are you drawn to? To experience a pleasant feeling again, in person. So we are drawn to the people for our own pleasure, for our own satisfaction, even if that satisfaction comes from taking care of the partner. If you take the classic stages of experience after the breakup, which you can read on the internet, you will see that these feelings correspond to the stage of the deal. That is, I'm ready to make a deal, to make concessions, as long as I'm not hurt. It shows that we are selfish, and that's okay. You have to realize that selfishness is the norm. And the fact that you might have been taught in your family, at school, that selfishness is terrible and abnormal, that it's bad to be selfish, that you will be forever alone, and so on. All this is exactly abnormal. If you, for example, shift your attention now to other people, you will see that everybody thinks only about themselves. And no one wants to think about you and will not think about you. Even the partner you broke up with. He or she is not thinking about the fact that there is something wrong with you right now. And in theory, if it was that altruistic love, your partner would come and say, let me support you, let me help you, let me find you a specialist who can help you. And you wouldn't suffer if it was altruistic love, you wouldn't be in so much pain. Selfishness is a norm in our society. So you should remove the blinders from your consciousness and learn to recognize reality, not illusion. Love, alas, is a selfish feeling. We love when it pleases us. Let's say you had a good relationship, but try to imagine that your ex-partner would beat you, cheat on you, drink, smoke, steal from you, insult you, treat you with disregard, make you hurt and unpleasant, and only once a day before going to bed would kiss you on the forehead wishing that you would not wake up in the morning. Would you love such a person? Answer yourself honestly. Most likely your answer would be no. Some people may say yes, and you have to look individually to see why, but that's not love. Something else is causing an attachment. Often love is provoked by the fear of loss, And as I said before, this love is sharpness by the loss of satisfaction of needs and the fear of losing the object that satisfies these needs. Right now, most likely you have a fear of losing forever. And many people after a breakup think that it's temporary, it's justified. Or sometimes they are already sure that the separation seems to be forever, but underneath, somewhere in the subconscious, they think that maybe this relationship will continue, it will be better, and so on. If you have this, then this is the fear of losing forever, exactly forever. That fear excites the brain to love this person even more than you loved him during the relationship. If you love this person less before the breakup, and after the breakup you suddenly realize that you love this person very much and can live without him, it's caused by the fear of loss. This fear can be caused by the fear of being left alone, the fear of losing everything that was in your relationship. And this is a separate mechanism, fear of loss, which has nothing to do with feeling of love. People make the mistake of thinking that if you love, you must be afraid of losing it. That's absolutely not the case. If you love, you can easily let go, and if you fear losing it, then you fear being left without having any of your needs met, or being left with your fear of the future. So it's specifically a selfish feeling. Again, selfishness is normal. You should not feel guilty about it. Learn to accept your life honestly. You have to live it. To summarize, there are stages of love, and you need to figure out at what stage you are in your love. If you are at the stage of romantic relationships, then you can safely remove 30–40% of positive qualities of your former loved one, as it was most likely a self-presentation. Perhaps only this thought would make you feel better, well, a little easier. This person was showing you his outer side, the one you needed to see, trying to please you, and you don't know what's inside this person. Most likely, you can only assume what's in there. If you broke up at the partner stage, then most likely the issue here is the habits of your brain, that is, your habitual lifestyle. And try to work out what feelings are for this person: love, affection, attachment, habit, sexual attraction. Maybe it's all of these things together. We love when it feels good and dislike when it feels bad. And fear of loss sharpens the feelings of love. And those are two different feelings, love and fear of loss. They are not together, they have to be separate. That's what you need to know about love. In this video, we will explore a breakup not as the end of your life, but as a dramatic change to something. Whether it's good or bad, we will understand in this video. At this point, it is advisable for you to realize that a breakdown, a breakup, is a breakthrough. After breaking up with your former loved one, your weaknesses are exposed, and for this reason you feel pain. Next, you must realize that any addiction is a crutch for something weak, and I'll put it crudely, but underdeveloped in you. For example, someone cannot be calm by himself. That means that there is a fear of being alone. So you find a person so that you can be in a state in which you are comfortable, in which there is a calmness and there is no fear of being alone. If you are feeling hopelessness, despair, loneliness, inferiority, it shows that you need a close person to change these feelings so that they do not exist. I call this the crutch that you leaned on during the relationship without noticing your weaknesses. And now that crutch is gone, you feel that weakness more strongly. You need to figure out of what you don't have in you, or rather, what your former loved one gave you, what exactly you depended on in him or her. Another example. Someone is moody and the partner is cheerful. Someone closed and the partner is open, sociable. Someone is over-emotional or anxious and the partner is calm. And it complements you. In a relationship, we find and choose that person who complements us in some way. It would seem in principle that what is wrong with that, right? But it's not. It's actually bad. Why? Because it is unfair to a partner that you find just such a person with help of whom you close the gaps in your personality and your character. And many people, relying on such crutches, live a long and comfortable life in the couples, if they were able to agree. But still, this dependence on crutches can be love, but something in such relationship is clearly wrong. Also, that it's still desirable for you to accept that all life is a game, and what happened to you now, it's prescribed in the script of your game. If you believe in reincarnation, you can imagine that before coming to Earth you agreed with your former loved one that it would be such a scenario where there would be a breakup of the relationship. If you are Christian or a Muslim, you may not accept this concept that our life is a game, but look closely. Everything what is happening to you now is one of the stages of a game called life, where there are roles and we play different scenarios. Someone will oppose it, will say that the game should be pleasant, like sports or board games. But this is how we perceive it now, through your filters of painful life experience, according to which you conclude that game is unpleasant for you now. But for your own development, this situation can be useful. For example, you have an opportunity to become stronger, more independent, more autonomous. You get rid of crutches you rely on. And you are not looking for another support, but now you are looking for a person for a whole love. Not a relationship where there is someone necessarily weaker and someone necessarily stronger, and each with their own compliance requirements. Yes, it's a game. A game is not always lie. Do not confuse it with theater. Remember any moments when you interact with relatives with the same former loved one, or with friends, colleagues, customers, students, just people on the street, in the store, at any moment. We all play some roles. The role of daughter, the role of mom, the role of dad, the role of a director, the role of a subordinate, the role of husband, a kind or angry husband, a wife, a kind or angry one, a good friend. And all these roles, they are not confused with each other. And play is about interaction and changing roles. You never confuse your behavior in the role of husband or wife with the role when you are a father or a mother. I mean, you behave differently when you're in contact with your ex or, for example, with your children or parents. I realize that maybe this concept is new to you and you've never divided your life into roles and things like that. Psychologists have done that for you. I think it's a very convenient concept. And now it's even favorable for you, where your weak roles have made themselves known in the form of anxiety, sadness, and generally mental pain. There are also roles for these sufferings, and we will certainly consider them in the future. Returning to the breakup, I will note that there is your merit in it. Maybe direct, maybe indirect. Example, someone wasn't meeting their partner needs, and he or she decided to go somewhere where those needs were being met. Or just went nowhere, it doesn't matter. The very fact is that something didn't satisfy him or her. Who was creating the scenario for the breakup? Both partners. In your case, you will consider yourself. You have everything individualized. The car, before crashing into a pole, picked up speed gradually, or perhaps rapidly. One of you hit the gas, one of you hit the brake. In short, you were both writing the script of the relationship that led to the breakup. You just need to understand that in your life script, you are the writer and sometimes co-writer with the other person. Learn to accept your script. What do most people do? As soon as they face with some pain, they immediately try to get rid of it without paying attention to the reasons, and these are human weaknesses. In fact, you have an opportunity, and I will give you all the techniques, all the information, so that you can change your weakness into strength by facing with this pain after a breakup. By and large, I am also a crutch for you, but rehabilitating one, not only temporary. I will try to get you back on your feet as soon as possible, and I will not be a burdensome crutch for you. I will not be your psychologist for months. I am personally in favor of quick and effective methods. I just want you to realize that if you are relying on someone, counting on something, without relying on your own resources, on yourself personally, then you are looking for crutches for your missing resources. Looking ahead, I will tell you that it only seems to you that you have no resources and strength, but you just don't know much about yourself. You underestimate yourself. In the following videos, you will learn a lot how to get out of a pain after the breakup. That's why a breakup is a breakthrough to something new. Agree that every person, perhaps you yourself, feels after a breakup a little bit lost. Well, maybe even a total loser. A loser in this life, a loser to this person, a loser in the relationship because you couldn't save them, a loser in front of your family and friends who relied on you and now they look at you and think something about it. so you have your own situation. This video is for you if you think that you've lost. And there are 3 losses. The first loss is the fact that your relationship ended in a breakup. I think you would agree that you could have continued the relationship if you had changed something in your partner, something in yourself, something in the relationship, and then the relationship would have been good, in your opinion, or in your partner's opinion. But there was a breakup that happened, that you didn't plan for when you started this relationship. Maybe you didn't plan it, or maybe it was an intentional breakup. The very fact of the breakup is the first loss, the very fact of the situation. The second loss is when you are upset about the breakup, because of the first loss. If you are experiencing hopelessness, despair, anxiety, fears, sadness, that's your second loss. The third loss is if you are replaying the thoughts of a breakup hourly. If you scourge yourself, if you replay dialogues with this person, do not sleep at night, and you are in such a state for more than 1 week, or even months, or even years, and I have met this many times, this is the third loss. As in any sports games, whether a winner and a loser, in a relationship after a breakup, there are 3 of these losses, and briefly again about them. First, you just broke up, which you didn't plan when you started the relationship. Second, you are experiencing a surge of negative emotions, such as sadness, fear, unneededness, lowered self-esteem. And the third is when you replay the relationship you had, replay the interaction you had with that person. Basically, just like an athlete after losing a game. All these losses, and I hope you realize that, are losses to yourself. They are your experiences, and they come from you. What you experience, it's up to you. Now compare your state of mind with the 3 losses. Which loss have you allowed into your life? My guess is that the third one you are either already experiencing to the fullest, or you already know what it's like to think about breakup all the time, around the clock. The path to victory begins with the third loss. That is, you have to stop scrolling through your thoughts and self-defeating yourself. How? Have a little patience, and in the practical part of my video, you will do it all by yourself. Now you just need to understand the theory, understand the causes of experience, the mechanisms of experience, understand what exactly experiences are. You might be wondering, why I need this theory? I will simply remind you that you should learn to benefit from any crisis. It's there anyway. Your benefit is to become the master of your emotions and your thoughts. You are in principle the master of all your feelings, thoughts and emotions. But I mean calm and confident control over all processes of your emotional life when you have such a life crisis. Not to suppress yourself with all kinds of methods, not to distract yourself, but just calm and confident control. And this is the second place in your gain after the breakup, to take control of all feelings associated with experience because of this breakup. I will talk about these feelings in quite a bit of detail in the following videos. And when we get to practicing, you will be able to get rid of most of the unpleasant feelings. And the very first place and the main victory is to draw conclusions after the breakup and start to act. Either rebuild the relationship already calmly and consciously, or look for a new relationship, also without a mad rush and panic. Well, or to be alone for now, to reflect, to establish a dialogue with yourself, to taste independence. It is like in any sports game. You lose, you draw conclusions. And either the next game, or another sport, or another opponent, or take a long break. In this video, I'm going to walk you through what we are going to be working on throughout the breakup videos. What is I am me? It's a very, very advantageous position in life. It is successful in relationships with any and all people around you. Parents, friends, new relationships, relationships with a former loved one, in conflict, in love, whatever. The most important thing you desperately need right now is to apply this state, I am me, to your breakup. And more specifically to the unpleasant feeling you are experiencing now because of the breakup. Basically, if you'd like to have a Buddha state, at least roughly, this concept will work for you. I am not a Buddhist, but I like this state. At least I imagine it to be like this. And I took exactly Buddha because most people at least have some idea about him, that he was a very calm sage. And those who have traveled in the Eastern countries might have noticed that most often on statues, Buddha is shown with a slight smile, such a marking calmness. You can basically take any character, any sage, Osho, Jesus Christ, anybody who has a wisdom and perfect calmness. We will leave the wisdom to them, but their state of calmness, perfect calmness, we will take as an example to explain the state of I am me. Try to imagine yourself in this state. No matter what happens in your life, you remain yourself, calm but participating in the events. That is, it's a calm control of your state, when nothing that happens in the outside world takes you out of yourself and out of your life routine. Would you like to have such a state? I'm sure that yes. That is why we will continue. You will be surprised, but the state of Buddha is and has always been in you. Can you imagine? That is, all your life you had this state in you. And now I will prove it to you. The answer is very simple, but it requires clarification. In each of us, here you should listen carefully, there is a central self. What some people call the core, but we will call it the central self. It is basis on which we put on the various roles in our lives. The roles of daughter, son, mother, father, husband, wife, friend, enemy, lover, and so on. Everyone has several thousand roles, according to claims by research psychologists. The central self has a neutral state, that is that Buddha state. It doesn't care about everything. It doesn't care who your partner is with now and will be in the future. It doesn't care about this breakup, as well as about the former loved one. Not only that, the central self doesn't care what's wrong with your family and friends, whether you have the means to live or not. It doesn't care what opinion people have of you, what you look like, what others look like. It's always in a serene state. And this central self is there in every human being on earth. If you say that this is not about you, I basically understand, but we will continue. Imagine how people will perceive you and whether they will accept you at all when you do not care about anything and do not care about anyone. That's right. At the very least, they would think that you are a strange person, and most likely people would think that you are sick in the head. So, in order for us to be accepted and understood by others, the central self has roles that it puts on depending on what person or event you are interacting with. To give you a figurative idea of what central self with a collection of roles looks like, think back when you were picking out the clothes in a store. You saw a rack of clothes with shorts, sweaters, whatever, that hang in a circle and people walk around them and pick out what fits them. So that rack is a central self and the clothes are the roles. And for every person or event in your life, you have a role. For example, you don't behave the same way with your coworkers as you do with your close friends. There's a difference, right? And you don't behave the same way with your ex-lover as you do with your coworkers or your children or your parents or the policeman who pulled you over on the road. You don't confuse how to behave with cashier at the checkout counter as you do with your mom or as you do with your sister, do you? Well, of course not. You have a specific behavior with cashier. You know how to behave with him or her. And what if cashier insults you? You already have another role, defending or, on the contrary, attacking. And what if cashier wishes you all the best? You have another role to play, as with the kind stranger. You need to realize that we have roles for almost all occasions, and it's all due to the abilities of this central self. You can distinguish three abilities that it has. First, the central self can create new roles. For example, the role of mother or father is basically formed in your childhood, when you observe your parents, how they treat you. Also, it's formed by the example of other people throughout your life, how they treat their children. And concrete changes are completed when you have a child and later on when you bring him up. This is the role of mother or father. The same, the role of husband, wife, friend, colleague, customer in the store. By the way, try to send child who has no experience of shopping in a supermarket. How will child behave? He will panic, look somewhere there, screaming, crying perhaps. But progressively, he will watch others do it, and he will do the same thing, repeat it, copy it. And the next time, he will just repeat what he did last time. And the next time, he will add other elements. That is, he will take a basket, walk around the store, look there, check there, take a bite there, and so on. This is all the ability of our central self to create new roles. Realize that this central self is you. You always encounter something for the first time and you create your own style of behavior on it. Your style. The second ability of the central self is to stick with the role. You may be familiar with a phrase like get used to the role. For example, when the husband is the head of work team, the director comes home and similarly putting on airs, commanding, possibly yelling, and even fining. And I have met such case when wife was fined for, I think, not warming up or not cooking dinner. I don't remember. To which his wife, yes, she might ask, have you gotten into the role? Meaning the role of a manager. We like to apply those roles that are beneficial to us, or were beneficial ones, but more on that later. What you need to realize right now is that as adults we are constantly in a role of some kind, all the time. The third ability is that central self can unstick from the role. That's where the philosopher's stone is. That's what you are here for, to deassociate the state and the role that you are in right now. And also to disconnect with that person who is constantly in your thoughts and in your feelings. So the third ability of the central self is to separate from the roles in order to be in the state of I am me, and I will teach you that. What else do you need to know about roles? Each role, the role of husband, wife, lover, the role of son or daughter, colleague or best friend, has a specific set of feelings, thoughts, algorithm of behavior, and even body sensation you have are different in contact with someone or something. I have prepared a table for you where the very first column is the people who surround you, the best friend, the worst enemy, the mom with a good relationship to you, the mom with a bad relationship to you, the ex-partner in your relationship, and the ex-partner after the breakup. And further here you can see the feelings you have now. With your best friend is a feeling of confidence, of calmness, thoughts of some kind, your innermost thoughts, something you can share. The body is relaxed, soft, and you are in the role of best friend. But with your worst enemy, you have either anger, fear, or anxiety. What's your thoughts there? I wish you something bad. Tension in the sensations of your body, tightness, fidgeting, and you are either in the role of enemy or in the role of victim. Next is when your mom treats you well. What do you feel? Calm, confident, caring. Thoughts are pleasant at the moment, the body is relaxed, everything is comfortable, and you are in the role of good daughter or in the role of good son, and so on. Mom with a bad attitude towards you. In this case, you have irritability, anxiety or fear, some thoughts like can't wait for you to, feelings of stiffness, tension in the arms, tension in the back, tension in other parts of the body, and you're in the role of bad daughter or son. Or here's an ex-partner, for example, when you were in a relationship. You felt joy, calmness, confidence, or maybe you felt some maybe tension here, but in general, when you are in a good relationship, I think you felt joy, calmness, confidence. Thoughts like everything is good, how nice everything is, relaxation, comfort, and you are in the role of partner in a good relationship. And when you interact with your ex-partner here after the breakup, you feel anxiety, most likely. Right now you have possibly anger, fear for the future, hopelessness, insecurity, a keen sense of love, and something else there. Your thoughts right now are how to move on, how to be without him, or what to do. The sensation in your body may be different, and you are in the role of person after the breakup. And look how the central self reacts to all the roles. Everywhere it's calm, relaxed, and detached. Or not just the central self, it's the state of being in your central self. Not in any role, but exactly the state of calm, relaxed, and detached. And after a breakup, you can feel calm, relaxed, and detached. The central self is always roleless. It's when you don't have to perform anything of yourself, and you are not threatened by anything, both imaginary and real. Think of yourself if you were in the mountains, lying on the sand, on the beach, in a chaise lounge, floating on a mattress on the waves, looking at waterfall, a river, a campfire. For a man, for example, It is who fished in a good weather, at low nibble, when you do not need to think about anything, when you lie on the ground, on the grass, in the snow, looking up at the sky, when you woke up somewhere on vacation and the first seconds or minutes lying down and not thinking about anything at all. No need to run, cook, hurry. Every person has such situation in their memory. You just need to remember. But don't look for similar moments where your ex-partner was with you. Find your own. Before that relationship, or maybe during that relationship, but the moment itself, without that person. It doesn't matter where, but you have those moments where you weren't thinking about finances, about food, about health, about partners, about children, about parents. You were just in a state of total relaxation and detachment from your whole world. That is that central self. I remembered that men often feel this state of central self when they drive long distances. That is, when you drive like on autopilot. The sun is shining, it is so pleasant, nature, you are somewhere perhaps between cities. This is the state of the central self. I think you understand that in this state, your environment will not accept you. So you still need to participate in life somehow, to work, to study, to communicate with your relatives. Well, everyone have their own case. But even now, in the state you are in, you are not really productive in communicating, working, or studying. You need to learn to dissociate, unstick from the role of depressed, anxious, moody person. In general, to dissociate from your condition and stick to the new role. This is the role of a confident person who has a good mood and productive life, both work and personal. Do you think it's difficult? Well, at first maybe yes. I would say it's probably unusual. And by saying at first, I mean the first times when we will use a special technique that I will give you in the next videos, when we will move into practice. I think we can summarize already that you have a central self that is stick with some role. And you need to unstick with this role and stick with the new one, more favorable for the continuation of your life. It's actually possible. You may not believe me, just check it yourself. Look further and create this new role. This video is for fathers who have separated or just in the process of separating from their children. But it will also be something for mothers who are left with their children after separating from their fathers. Regarding fathers, dear man, no one is or will be depriving you of your paternity rights, even if your ex-wife threatens to do so in a conflict. In all my years of practice on this topic, there has never been a single case where a father was stripped of his paternity rights after a divorce. Unless you are a murderer, of course, or neither a drug addict nor a complete alcoholic, no one will deprive you of your paternity rights. Very many men are worried about this, but don't worry. No matter what the wife says, it's all emotions, even if she believes in these words. In 99% of these words, the judge will not be interested and will not be touched. Next. Man, you need to sort out to whom specifically you have feelings of attachment or love. Call them what you want. But sort out, are these feelings to the child or to the wife? Many make a deal with themselves and their wife to get back into a relationship, often mixing their feelings to the children with their feelings to the wife, but they are all different feelings. I remind you of the role of a father and husband. They are different roles, different feelings, different sensations. There is of course still the role of a family man, but it's in addition to above mentioned roles. If feelings are for children only, then of course you should decide if you need such a partner, as a wife for whom you either have no feelings or they are but only negative. If you have feelings both to children and to the wife, then you should deal with the claims and demands from the wife and to the wife, if she is certainly waiting for you. Because it's always possible to change the background in the relationship, if both partners of course are ready to change, to adjust. In general, there is a suitable word for it, it's to be flexible. If your wife is not waiting, then let's work with your feelings for her, to reduce them as much as possible. Some men wonder if we should limit the contacts with the children or with the child if there is only one child. If it hurts to you to see your child, then limit it, but work through your pain in the meantime. I will talk about and give everything for this in the following videos. I remember a case, and I will give it as an example, that a man who broke up but not divorced yet with his wife met with the child on Wednesdays and Sundays. So on Thursdays, after meeting with the child, which was on Wednesday, he was in a terrible state. Couldn't normally work, sleep, eat, thought only about the child, thought only about these experiences. On Friday he was withdrawing, and on Saturday he was thinking about the Sunday when he would meet the child. And after Sunday he had the same withdrawal as after Wednesday. And it went on like for months. And where did it get him? His nurse couldn't take it. He did something stupid which I don't advise you to do. And the good thing is that he did it unsuccessfully. Anyway, in the end we agreed that just Sunday meetings would be good enough for him for now. And a few weeks later, after we had worked through his pain, he resumed meeting on Wednesday as well. So if the pain is unbearable, then reduce the intensity of meetings to a level that is comfortable for you. But I don't recommend limiting it at all because it will affect your relationship with your child. But it's possible to reduce the number of meetings. You can also change the conditions for meeting with a child. Maybe you shouldn't meet on the territory where you used to live together with your wife and child, because it cuts on the wounds. Maybe at the moment of meeting with the child, you don't need to meet with your wife, so you don't see what she has going on now, how she has become, how she is in her life now. Same thing at the time of baby's return. If the wife resists your innovations, then either ask to go to the meeting or limit the number of meetings, that is, return to the first point. But all this is of course temporary. Work through your experiences, feelings, and you will be able to see your children as much as you can. Next, I will give you everything to reduce this pain. Someone of course can worry about children. They are children, they have nothing to do with it. Of course they have nothing to do with it, but as they say, you had to think before that when you were building a relationship with your ex-wife. And now you should think about the fact that it's your life, not the life of the child. If you end up in a neurosis department, in simple words, in a psychiatric hospital, you will not be able to see the child for a long time. And also your job, your friends, your car, only the closest people who will visit you sometimes. And what kind of example are you setting for your child? And I'd like to point out that the younger the children are, the more they absorb the parent's emotional state. Now here is an appeal to women. Women who limit or plan to limit father-child contact. I would not advise you to do this or to stop if you have already started. Why not? First, if the father is adequate in relation to the children, and I'm not taking into account the relationship with you, we're talking only about relationships with children, and the children want to see him, then any restrictions on your part is manipulation. Unfortunately, such maneuvers are used by 90% of women to show something to the ex-husband, to punish, to prove, to cause guilt, to achieve something, to get something. Don't insert children into your relationship. A relationship with children is not a husband and wife relationship. Secondly, children suffer from limitations too. And don't think that the younger the child, the easier it is to forget the father, if you have young children. Restricting a boy's communication with his father is even worse. I've heard from my female clients that I'll raise my child myself, I don't need any male example. I don't argue about your educational abilities if you think so, but the brain is formed in its majority on the visual example. I mean, a child's brain. As much as you don't like that visual example in the form of your children's father, but the father is the example to the boy, not the mother. A mother can only assume what it's like to be a man, just as a man can only imagine what it's like to give a birth and experience monthly discomfort. So it's about perceptions, not feelings. And woman's perception about the man role are distorted by her own female feelings. The daughter should also not be restricted from seeing her father. She is forming her own set of rules and beliefs which will affect her future close relationships with the opposite sex. Not only that, if your daughter is more than 3 years old, then there is a high probability that she will be looking for a man who is similar to her father in one or more major ways. And as much as you may be disgusted with your ex-husband right now, but he is her father. They have their own relationship, and you can only help them be better. And you can work out your relationship with your ex-husband in other ways, but not through your child. Of course, it's your life and this is your children. You have the right to do whatever you want. I only recommend. And it's up to you to decide and implement it. Some fathers do not want to contact with their children after divorce. This is also common. Here I recommend women to accept everything as it is. Not to suffer and not to be angry for the children, but to accept. And about the fact that he must communicate, that he is obliged to do this, is just a belief in your head, which may not coincide with the real life, and does not coincide. I remind you that children's relationship with their parents is not a relationship between mom and dad. Parents' relationship as an example is important too, of course, but if you couldn't build a good example and give it to your children, then you simply couldn't, which is also something you just have to accept. You can build a new one, you can restore and remake the old one, you can build nothing and live your life. In any case, your life is at the head, but not the relationship between your life and the life of some person. To summarize, man, no one will deprive you of your paternity unless there is a serious problems with the law. Also, sort out to whom you have feelings for, your wife or your children. You can't limit contact with your children if you are in intolerable pain, if it could lead to some kind of trouble, but temporary, while you work through that pain. More on that later. The father is just a role, not you personally. You personally are something more. Your parent didn't create and raise you to be just a father and that's it. I won't repeat myself. If you have forgotten, check out past IMV videos. Your life is yours alone, and with this approach to life, your children will take a useful example from you. And when they see a gloomy, sad, or irritated dad, then you yourself understand what kind of example you are for them. I have a test for you that I personally use to determine the state of client facing a breakup. In it, you can see the depth of your experiences as well as the dynamic of positive changes from session to session. Or sometimes dynamic can be negative. It even happens when the first session is good, the second is good, and on the third session, suddenly some failure occurs in some of the feelings. So that's how I draw conclusions when a person comes to me with a state of complete failure, feeling pain for 10 out of 10. For now, we will generalize this state as a pain. And after 3-4 sessions, the same failure is felt for 2-3, or it's not even felt at all. So prepare a sheet of paper. In it, we will write down specific feelings, and you will give them a score from 0 to 10. And during practically 2 weeks or 3 weeks of work on these feelings, you will put a new assessment on these experiences next to the previous one. Also, this test allows you to figure out exactly what you need to work through and what you need to skip. You will probably have some feelings, and some feelings from this test you will not have. So you will work only on those feelings that you will have. The first and the most important thing we probably need to find out is how much you love this person. Do you? Love, attracted to, drawn to, it's all the same thing. We will average it out by just calling it love. How much do you love this person? Write down the word love and next to it a rating from 0 to 10, where 10 is extremely strong feeling and 0 is not attracted at all and don't love at all. Put a truthful assessment based only on the feeling, not on the reasoning such as when he or she was with me, he or she was a gentle, then I loved him or her madly, and now he or she is rude and I don't love him or her. Anyway, no such thoughts, just feelings. That's how it is, how you feel. Second, how much you are worried about the breakup itself. Here again we take all the feelings, all together, all at once, all the pain. Also put 0 to 10, write worry about the breakup and next to it the number of depth of your feelings. Next, abandonment, needlessness, hopelessness, despair, powerlessness. How much do you feel it on a scale of 0 to 10? The bunch of feelings itself. You may not be able to feel all the above. For example, someone doesn't feel abandoned, but there is a hopelessness and powerlessness. In this case, you write only these two feelings and a total score from 0 to 10. If all at once, then write all at once and you score on all together. Next, self-value. To what extent do you feel your self-worth? This is where you rate in other way around. 10 means I'm a star and 0 means I'm nothing, a complete zero. This is the same item you need to find out how much your self-esteem has suffered. Next, resentment, offense. How much resentment do you feel towards your ex-partner? 0 means no resentment, 10 means extreme resentment. From 0 to 10. Let me remind you that there are also scores of 5, 6 and others. Next is guilt. How guilty do you feel about your ex-partner? In your breakup, in a wrong relationship, because of what you broke up, in general, also from 0 to 10. The next thing is anxiety. How much do you rate your chronic level of anxiety? This is the level that is constantly felt throughout the day and night. It's not those moments when you wake up in the middle of the night in a dreadful anxiety or the morning after waking up. It's the one that is constantly felt. Although you can write down chronic anxiety and give it a score from 0 to 10, and below that write down acute anxiety and also give it a score. Write it down and grade it. Acute anxiety will understandably be rated at 8 to 10 and chronic anxiety will be lower. And most often, in my observation, chronic anxiety ranges from 4 to 8. Rate it as it is, just the truth. We are not stimulating now, not encouraging, not inspiring, but truthfully assess the condition. That is, truthfully assess your swamp, so to speak, in which you are, the emotional swamp. Next, sadness, despondency, apathy. How pronounced are these feelings in you? Give me a score between 0 and 10. This is a state when nothing is wanted, you can't do anything, there is no strength. This is a state of so-called depression, a state that can be described as a swamp. So now you have defined your basic state, from where we start the way to the exit, so that everything is 0 except self-value. From it, we expect growth up to 7 or 9. Everything else should be 0 or at most a 3. Most of my patients came to this level. Of course, it was under my control, under my supervision, but these people felt the same experiences as you do. You can basically achieve the same thing by working on your feelings on your own. I will give everything you need to do that. I will describe each step in detail. Of course, there are such experiences where everything is tense and it's almost impossible to even touch this problem, the problem of separation. And for this I will also tell you how to be. Do not despair, there is always a way out. I had these sessions took up to 2 weeks, your results depends on you. If you want, you can do it all in a week, but do not rush. In this video, I will share with you the results of people who have experienced a breakup and worked with me. For 6 years of work, I have accumulated a lot of interesting stories of people's breakup. Some of them can even be used to make a movie. There are generally just great results in people who, before working with me, experienced a breakup, well, from a minimum of 3 days to a maximum of 20 years. I will tell you some stories. In my practice, there was a woman with 3 children. After leaving her husband, for 4 months she lost weight by about 13 kilograms. You understand the reason. So it was enough to have one session with her to make her feel better. I know that results, I was there myself with the similar experiences, but for you I asked her how she feels now in a year and a half after this session, and she said she feels great. I also remember a young man, he was about 27-30 years old. He had a family relationship for 5 years, his daughter was 3.5 years old. A year had passed after the divorce, but he couldn't come to his senses. What he didn't do, what he didn't try. Well, working with him, he came to his senses in 2 sessions. He thanked his ex-wife for the experience, which shocked her, and the next day he started a relationship with the girl, well, another girl, which he couldn't afford before because of these experiences. There was a man, about 45 years old, 24 years of marriage. The kid was about 9 years old. Separation after his wife cheated on him. For 4 months, he could only fall asleep after a glass of vodka. He lost 12 kilograms. At the fourth session, which is about the 10th day after the beginning of work on his condition, we were already just sitting and just talking about life, because there was really nothing to work through. Zero worries, a smile on his face, and a little shock from his condition, because he didn't expect it himself. I can give many such stories and reviews, for example, enough for several days of video. The point is, why I'm telling you all this, all people are alike. All people experience breakups. Someone on 10 out of 10, someone on 7, someone on 5, and many on 3 or 2. If there are no experiences, then the person is either happy about the breakup and they were expecting it, or they know how to accept whatever is going on in their life. All people have the same set of feelings and experiences after the breakup, so the approach in working through the experiences can be made the same for everyone. So the results are similar for everyone in working through these sets of feelings. I will talk about the feelings in detail in other videos. If you find a match with your feelings, you will have the same results as my clients, quickly and for a long time. In this video, we move into the next phase of theory, specific to your feelings and into your pain. The first thing we are going to look at is the role of the victim, what it is and how it manifests. When you blame or shift responsibility to the world around you, to people, to God, for what is happening to you and for how you feel. That is, I've been abandoned, I'm not needed, I've been hurt, I've been insulted, they piss me off, etc. In other words, when something happens in the outside world and inside you have an unpleasant reaction to it. In doing so, you blame the outside world for your own reaction. This mechanism belongs to the role of the victim, but it's just a role, it's not you. It's a set of automatically behavioral reactions that you stick with. First, to avoid being a victim, create a firm understanding within yourself. Everything that happens within your body, along the boundary of your skin, all belongs to you and comes from you and depends on you. In what case can the inner world depend on the outer world? If a person, for example, is beaten, raped, cut, and other things are done to the body, then there is some reactions of the body, bruises, wounds, and so on. But what about the mind, about the psyche? In what way should the outside world influence the psyche in order to evoke negative emotions in a person? There is no way for this, unless it's some kind of hypnosis. It's impossible to induce an emotional reaction in you without your consent. It's just that we are so used to the fact that someone can easily cause something inside us that it's already accepted as a normal. You should realize that all your feelings, all your emotions come from you. You have to learn to control it. Not suppress it or anything like that, but to be in yourself no matter what is happening outside. Look, everyone will react differently to the same event. For example, let's take an insult. Someone will be very upset, right? In response. Someone will say something aggressively, also in response. Or will do something and punch someone in the nose, for example. Somebody will smile, think that person is a little dumb. Someone will just say, whatever, I don't care. The insult is the same, but how different their reactions are. Same thing with a breakup. It's not that someone loves more or less. Let's assume that the level of love is the same. But someone after a breakup goes into depression, someone into anxiety, and someone into aggression. And some people just say, whatever, it's your life, it's mine, you do what you want to do with yourself, and I do what I want to do with myself. At the same time, they calmly and confidently go their own way. Basically, that's what I want to get from you in the end. Memorize such a phrase for yourself as a postulate. You can write it out. No matter what happens in my life, I still remain myself. This is my life, and it depends only on me. And based on the above, we understand that the role of a victim is when a person blames another person or event, such as a breakup, for what is going on inside of him or her. And it doesn't matter if you are angry or desperate or completely apathic. This role is there for a reason. It has specific reasons. Let's look at where this role comes from. And it comes from childhood. Look at your children if you have any of your own. Or take the children of someone you know as an example. Children depend on the actions of their parents, and their brains memorize that mechanism for life, that someone can take advantage of my feelings. For example, dad yelled at the kid cries. Mom said that because of bad behavior, she will not talk to the child. What does it cause in the child? Guilt. Daddy or mommy discipline a child. What does it feel like? Injustice, anger, or sadness and despondency, and guilt on the top of that. Since childhood, adults reinforce in children the mechanism that outside world can cause me to react in some way. Okay, but we are not children anymore, are we? And the point here is the benefit. Remember, everything a person feels has or used to have a benefit. Again, look at children. What benefit is there when a child comes home from daycare or school and tearfully tells an adult about how unfairly they were treated? What benefit for the child? To make parents to pity, support, and if possible, even get involved them in solving the problem. Go and punish the offender, for example. If you have a similar situation now, then the benefit is now in this role. If there is no one to share it with and you don't even want to share it, and you still have a feeling of injustice, then this reaction just appeared at the wrong time. And it appeared because in its experience the brain doesn't have a more favorable state than this. And there is plenty of experience as a victim in our lives. And the deeper you look into childhood, the more there is and the more profitable it is. And the brain memorizes everything and everyone, and for life. Experience is very important to the brain. For example, have you ever broken up with a person you had feelings of the same as the person you broke up with recently? If so, was it easy for you? Was it like, yeah, it's nothing, and went on with your life? Or was it similar to the state that you have now? And if this is your first breakup, are there any examples of other people's breakups in your memory? Of course there are. Parents, friends, acquaintances, books, movies, various commercials. There are all experiences. And what experiences do you remember? They calmly separated and with a smile stepped into a new life? Or someone was broken-hearted, cried, was depressed, suffered? I think the last one. And these are all experiences. That's where your brain takes information from on how you should react if you encounter such a situation. Don't think that the brain is so creative. It will take the beaten path, especially when it comes to feelings. And what if you had examples from life where people break up for whatever reason? It doesn't matter what reason, but they will do it all easily, calmly, accepting that life is what it is. I, by the way, was recently studying the Mayan Indians for some reason. So earlier Mayan Indians and now their descendants, they parted easily and calmly. But it's not genetic, is it? Of course not. It's their culture, and it's an experience of the brain. I'm sure now you would like to feel like that Mayan Indians after a breakup, but alas, you have a little or no such experience. But don't worry, you can create it, and later I will tell you with help of what law of the brain it can be done. And most importantly, I will help you to create and fix this new reaction in you. And we will just wipe the old reactions, the old experiences from your subconsciousness. This video is dedicated to the very center of your pain. 80 out of 100 people who face deep feelings after a breakup have feelings of abandonment, despair, unwantedness, hopelessness, powerlessness, and such. In the test that you already have to conduct on yourself, this point is necessarily indicated. Why all these feelings are the center of the pain? Why do I emphasize this set of feelings so much? Because from my practice I see that in those who have these feelings and they are pronounced, after working through these feelings, the other points in the test that I have conducted with such people also decrease. Some of them even very, very strongly. For example, feelings of guilt and resentment. And after working through self-esteem, when you normalize it, guilt and resentment often disappear altogether, and confidence and calmness grow. And as a consequence, anxiety, sadness, and general distress from the breakup decreases. But now we are talking about the center of the pain. Where do these feelings come from? Naturally, they are from your past experiences. Up until now, you have either broken up with someone, or you have had experiences when, for example, friends in your teenage years gave you up, left you, and in these moments you felt your needlessness, powerlessness to change anything. Or in childhood, your parents could leave you alone in the house, and you didn't want it very much. They took you late from kindergarten, and the very fact of kindergarten in general, perhaps you hated it. Or they sent you in the children camps, to grandparents, to relatives. For example, I often came across cases when people were left alone in an infection disease hospital when they were children. In general, all situations where you depended on someone, but that someone left you somewhere, and you very keenly wished that it wasn't so. At the same time, experiencing abandonment, hopelessness, despair, needlessness, powerlessness. Both, all of those feelings together, as well as each separately. But they have definitely been in your life. These feelings have been in absolutely all people, even those who say that they have never experienced such feelings in their lives. There were even cases already in mature age when a person had, for example, credits and collection agent came and he turned to his mother for help and received a hard refusal with the words that, "Do I need to abandon you so that you do not bother me with your problems?" And there was no one else to turn to, and the person felt all the above feelings. What to do now if you remember such situations? And if you don't remember, I strongly recommend you to take time to strain your memory and find 5-6 episodes from your life. Write out each of them in a column, one under another. Only the names of these unpleasant moments will suffice. Literally, 1 or 2 words where you experienced either abandonment or hopelessness, despair, unwantedness, powerlessness. It could be all together, or 2 or 3 feelings, or it could be one at all. I suggest writing out the most painful moments, so you can rate them on a scale of 0 to 10, ideally 9-10, at least 7-8. A 5-6 would work too, but the effect will be on severely painful episodes. You may say it was a long time ago and it doesn't matter to me anymore. Yes, that's true. It was a long time ago. You have already displaced it all, forgotten it, maybe forgotten. But the brain still has this experience. Unless you've erased those memories with special techniques, that experience is there forever. The brain is a super trainable organ. It remembers everything that you can't even remember, but it's fixed in it. And when and how this experience will be shot, the brain doesn't care at all at the moment of memorization, because everything will be useful. That's why the experience you had in your life was layered situation by situation. It turns out to be like a multi-layered pie, dominated by these feelings. Naturally, when the brain sees the situations where it's abandoned, left behind, it compares what it sees now with the past experience, because you have to react somehow. And there, the most repetitive reaction consists of a list of experiences already familiar to you: abandonment, hopelessness, despair, irrelevance, powerlessness. So, what do we do with this list? We will remove emotions from each situation using special techniques, after which, remembering these episodes, you will not be able to feel any of the feelings. Neither abandonment, nor hopelessness, nor despair, nor needlessness, nor powerlessness. And this in turn can dramatically change your overall state in the direction of calmness and confidence. Moreover, this result is not for one day or week, it's forever. The obligatory condition when we go to practice is that you must feel those experiences that you had then. Let it be less, but feel it, because we are not working with logic, but with feelings, with your experiences, with pain, which gives a charge to your obsessive thoughts. Even if not for all 10, but at least for 7, you should feel it. If not, if you can't feel it in any episode, then either skip this step, which is not desirable for the result, or you will have to use, if you can, auxiliary means, in the form of imagination, for example, or someone else's experience. The main thing is to release as much as possible in practice, to get rid of this pain forever. But I will tell you about it later, exactly when we will get to practical work. In the fifth or sixth episode, you have to write down the moment or moments when you felt like this, when you felt abandoned after this separation, which is dominating you now. In this video, I will try to cover the topic of self-esteem fully and clearly. I would call it self-value. This is a new term for someone, but I think it will be clear to everyone. It is how much you feel your own value. If your self-value is low right now, it's self-deception. And throughout the rest of this video, I'm going to prove that your value is and has always been normal, but there are reasons that are lowering it. What typically happens to self-esteem after a breakup? More often than not, it declines. In many people, it even drops dramatically. Why does this happen? During the relationship, you relied on the assessment of your partner. You're dependent on this assessment. Someone more, of course, someone less. But if now it's shaken, then the dependence on the evaluation was still there. Therefore, when your partner leaves, you lose your value to him or her. Consequently, your self-value, based on this fact, also decreases. Where does this feeling come from? From where its foundations lie? Childhood, and even more so adolescence. And naturally, the rest of your life, up to now, however old you are. Reduced self-esteem is formed by two mechanisms, two ways. The first is when someone openly and personally humiliates you, in words, actions, whatever. The second is the feeling of your own inferiority, when you, without humiliation from the outside, underestimate yourself by comparing yourself with someone. For example, at school everyone in the class dresses well, and I am the only poor person. Everyone has money for sweets, I don't. My friend have boyfriends, I don't. He or she, it doesn't matter who, treats everyone with respect, but me like a rag. Everybody's skinny, I'm fat. Somebody has clear skin, I don't. And similar situations of your losing comparison to somebody. So now your brain has turned on an automatic reaction to the event, to the breakup itself, or as an addition to the unpleasant, hurtful, and barbed words of your former partner at the time of separation or after the breakup. So your brain, based on past experience, creates a feeling that you are full, or, well, not quite a fool, but still some kind of unsuccessful being. What is fraud with living such self-esteem without working through it? The brain will try to compensate for lowered self-esteem with something. For example, to find a person worse than you, and against this background, you feel better. But it's all hypercompensation for real self-esteem, real lowered self-esteem. A lot of people start exercising. That's good if it's healthy. For example, some men rush to the gym and start actively eating steroids to get quicker results. Women lose weight. It would seem that you are satisfied with yourself, but it's still hypercompensation, the same lowered self-esteem that fell after the breakup. Some men go to work in business to prove to himself that he is not a loser there and that she is regretted what she had lost. This too is hypercompensation for once lowered self-esteem. Why do I think that hypercompensation is a bad thing? Because when you change your appearance, your hair, your body, your wallet, you are coming from an inner dissatisfaction. You are merely acquiring external attributes that boost your self-esteem. But what if you were deprived of those attributes? What would happen to your self-esteem? It will drop to a certain norm that you have. Just so you understand, self-esteem, self-value comes only from within you. And the problem is that we are used to evaluate ourselves from what surrounds us. Praised, self-esteem up. Yelled at, down. Got a lot of money, up. And someone has more and constantly, and it's down. Got husband or kids, self-esteem up. No all of the above, it's down. Everyone is laughing or whispering behind your back, self-esteem is down. You are admired even behind your back, then self-esteem up. Self-esteem is not need to be raised, and saying in front of the mirror that you are really best of the best will not help. It will, but it's temporary. Actually, it's enough to work through the negative experiences that you have had in your life, where your self-esteem decreased. To do this, you need to prepare a list of situations where you felt humiliated, and a second list with situations where you felt inferiority. It is desirable to have 10-15 episodes in each. You will work through the lists in the practice. You don't need to describe the situations in detail, just the name. For example, insulted by a math teacher, bullied by paint in the 3rd grade, lost in a fight, gave a kick, no one came to the birthday party, skirt fell, slipped on a puddle, everyone is laughing, and so on. Write honestly as it was. Here, man may have some difficulties. This is from my experience. It's very difficult to admit to an established, strong man, to the head of a family, that he was once humiliated by someone, what he once felt inferiority. And I heard hundreds of things like so that I am a man. There are so many things I went through in my life. It made me strong. I have achieved a lot thanks to it. Of course, you've made your conclusions. You've changed a lot in your life. You've been stimulated a lot. Now you can't be kicked in the ass. You're respected. But your conclusions from past experience are the conclusions of your consciousness. And your subconscious may have a different opinion of you. A different opinion. Therefore, in order for you to get out of this dive in which you are now, if your self-esteem has decreased, you need to find the most unpleasant and humiliating moments in your life. And in practice, you will work through them. Your honesty in this work is your trump card. If your self-esteem is low now, it means you've had this experience. It's easier for women, of course, so I'm not going to emphasize it. Women are more open with themselves. Restoring your inner self-value will affect a change in many of the items from the test you had to do, the test of your condition. Anxiety will go lower, and sadness and guilt will go somewhere. You will stop being offended, accusing a former loved one of all sins. There will not be a race for external attributes to raise your self-esteem. In short, there are many advantages, so do the work what I ask you to do. In this video, I would like to discuss with you one of the most common experiences that we have after a breakup. It's the feeling of anxiety. If you start sleeping less than you used to, for example, it was 6-8 hours, now it's 4-5 hours. If you wake up in the middle of the night in fear, wake up with chest pain or from a nightmare. If waking up in the morning you feel anxious and all thoughts are only about separation, only about the past, only about what's happening to you now. If you have decreased appetite, and some people have increased appetite on the contrary, then this video is for you. You can call the feeling of anxiety in different ways. For example, worry, trembling, tremors, shaking, and something else. There are all manifestations of the feelings of fear, but I'm personally comfortable calling it anxiety. I see fear as a dramatic emotional experience, a sharp one that declines subsequently, and anxiety can be constant for a very long time. Anxiety differs from apathy by the activity that is generated inside you, like some huge amount of energy, and there is nowhere to release it. When you feel like moving, thrashing around, running somewhere, that's anxiety. Like most of your feelings, anxiety also comes from childhood. Children very often misuse anxiety to get some kind of help from their parents. For example, in learning something very new and strange. When this something does not work out, children often show that they need help using the state of anxiety. And parents, happy to try, help their children. There seems to be nothing wrong with it, a normal situation. But the child's brain memorizes this algorithm and later uses it if something doesn't work out. And in adulthood, the same brain, without paying attention if someone is around to help or there is no such a person, triggers its habitual mechanism, inappropriately and not in time. Anxiety can and should be divided, and we will divide it into biological and social anxiety. These are my terms for ease of understanding, my division. Biological anxiety, it's aimed at protecting yourself from any danger that may bring you some physical damage or death itself. This type of anxiety includes the instinct of self-preservation. For example, there is a huge retrieve-bearing dog or a lion in front of you, or a car, a train is coming at you. In these cases, there is a threat to life, literally. But your anxiety, if it has anything to do with biological anxiety, then obviously not now. Therefore, we are talking about some other kind of anxiety. Let's call it social anxiety. When we are faced with some event in which there is no biological threat, but there is a misunderstanding of what favorable decision you need to choose in order to complete this event with benefit. And your brain either doesn't know or doesn't understand how to be. For example, fear for the future, for the loneliness that will be, fear that you won't love anyone else, that no one will love you, that there is no one else like your ex-partner and you won't meet someone like that, and so on. There is no direct threat to life or health, but the anxiety is there for a reason. And all social anxiety can be attributed to a similar anxiety that you can observe in children when they face an event that is unfamiliar and new to them. And as I've said before, children use that anxiety to get someone knowledgeable, an adult, to help them solve their problem. Your brain is doing the same thing now, but automatically. Even if there is no one around you who can help, it just got used to it over years of repetition. And as a proof, this is your searches on the internet, on forums, on YouTube, looking for the right and quick solution from those who have already either gone through this or know how to solve it. The same psychologists, psychotherapists. So what do you want to get rid of? The confusion that came from the breakup. So you need an outside help, an outside answer, an outside solution. Someone else's, not your own. Now visualize this mechanism schematically. It is one-in-one similar to the mechanism that children use in dealing with challenging and novel situations. When a child encounters something new and uncomfortable, the child may show anxiety, thus showing the parent that he or she cannot solve the problem. For example, in first grade, not being able to draw out letters. Or in high school, teenager doesn't understand geometry, physics, or any other subject that is important to him or her. And most likely the child will show anxiety, not for the purpose of straining to solve it, but to get help. The brain memorizes this beneficial mechanism. In adulthood, it's just an automatic reaction that once was advantageous, and maybe even now has a benefit in your life, in the form of support from parents, friends, colleagues, the same children, or even someone uses their former loved one using anxiety. But the situation itself doesn't change from that help. So your brain continues to emit that annoying anxiety, sliding lower and lower into a negative trend each time. And your brain just doesn't have any other experience, or it's not enough of it, or it's not as beneficial as the anxiety. And my job is to create that experience for you. We're going to do everything in practice and create a new role that is confident, in a good mood, and productive in life. And we will also work through the experience of feeling anxiety itself, reducing it, replacing it with sanity. To do this, prepare a list of situations where you have felt anxiety. 1 to 2 words about the situation. For example, birthday 15 years, math exam, speech at the conference, fight at school, credits, and so on. About 10-15 episodes. Write less, it's not bad. In the process of working through, you will remember them more, depending on what technique you will take for working through, and I will give you a choice. Right now I want to give you a simple technique that distracts you from anxiety. As soon as you are overwhelmed by anxiety, start listing the items around you, naming them using the pronoun it or this. For example, it's a desk, it's a phone, it's a car, it's a rug, it's the color green, it's a flower, and so on. If you wake up in the middle of the night, anxious, take a breath and list it. It's better, of course, to go to the window and list the objects on the street. For example, this is a window, this is a street light, this is a tree, this is a house, this is the moon, This is another window, and so on, until the feeling of anxiety decreases. Maybe the decrease in anxiety will come after 1 minute or 10 minutes, but it works. Usually people wake up thinking about the problem, and you list the items. Once you have reduced the anxiety, you can lay down, you will most likely fall asleep. I will give you other techniques later. In this video, I will talk about a common condition after a breakup, which people often fall into, however unwillingly. And we are going to talk about discouragement, sadness, and apathy. I am specifically talking about 3 feelings, but they are all the same state. And I speak in order that everyone can find themselves in one of them. How does it manifest itself? It is a state when you don't want to do anything, you don't have enough strength for activity, for some favorite thing, for sports, study, work. You don't want to talk to anyone. When it seems that life is ending and strength is gradually leaving the body. There is such a scale of emotional states where the lowest step is a state of complete failure and a little higher is apathy. That is, discouragement, sadness, apathy are not as bad as a complete failure, but everything flows and everything changes. And if you stay in such a negative trend for a long time, you can be a complete failure. That is why these 2 stages can be combined into one. It's a swamp, a quagmire. That's how depressed people I work with describe it. If you have the same associations, this is your starting point upwards. Where does this feeling come from? Let's review. Most often it comes from childhood, less often is formed by adolescence and older, but in any case from experiences where your brain may have already either felt it itself or seen others feel it. And thus, the brain may have learned from that experience. Just think back to your life where sadness and discouragement either occasionally or constantly manifested in you and also in someone around you. And from my video about roles, you can relate any sadness to your role. You've probably heard the phrase, maybe you've said it yourself, "I'm depressed." I'm sure you've heard it many times. If you break down the logic of this expression, you will realize that this is the role of yourself, that is, your central self, which usually doesn't care. You should remember from the past videos, it is whole and independent. But now this self is in a state, in other words, in a role called depression. The I is depressed, that is, there is an I and there is some condition. Or there is I in the swamp, I in the quagmire, I in the dark forest. It's not you who are swamp, quagmire and forest, but I separately and swamp and other things are separate from you. There is only one salvation from this state, to detach your I, yourself, from this role. How? I will tell everything a little later, when we are practicing. If you have found the experience of being in sadness and despondency as an adult, then everything is kind of clear there, isn't it? You built an expectation, it turned out as you didn't want to, as you didn't expect, and after it happened you didn't accept this as it is. And sadness and despondency turned on. Everything is clear here except why exactly sadness and despondency? Not screw this or I don't care. For that you still need to consider childhood. If you have children of your own, and if not the children of acquaintances, or perhaps you remember yourself well as a child, when you consider this, you will notice that sadness and discouragement in children is very common when they are bored and there is an adult around. How often children say, "Mom, I'm bored," while outwardly the children's eyes are downcast like a spaniel's, shoulders down, arms like whips hanging down. Doesn't that remind you of anything? And what does a loving and caring mom or dad do? They organize something for the child. If there is a time, they offer to play together, and if not, they give the child options where they can play on their own. Either way, the child, by using sadness, solves the problem of his boredom. For him, some adult solves his childhood problems when he shows a sad appearance. This is the formation of the mechanism of discouragement and sadness. What is happening to your brain now? It has triggered the same childish mechanism where it expects the solution to come from outside in the form of an all-knowing adult, God, priest, the same parents, psychologist, psychotherapist, some authoritative friends. And naturally, all this happens subconsciously, that is, without realizing this very process. If you really give such a person who will come and cheer you up, distract you, get into exactly what you need, for example, send you on a trip to some places where you have never been, where you are breathtaking from what you have seen, and this person will organize everything himself, will pay for tickets, hotel, up to the collection of your things. And during all this, your discouragement and sadness will be reduced. Now perhaps you see only one person, your ex-partner, close to you, and only he or she can cheer you up. Let's say that your ex-partner comes to you and talks to you, does all the same thing you said above. Would that make you feel better? Of course you would. That's what you wanted. Then why the sadness and despondency? Because it worked once before. And now sadness and despondency is a subconscious manipulation. It's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Because these feelings are actually directed at the ex-partner. Your ex-partner is the one who seems to your brain to have taken away something pleasant, familiar, and comfortable from it, from your brain. That's why sadness and discouragement is used, because it once worked. The brain thinks that joy comes from somewhere, that someone is responsible for it, for joy, that circumstances have to work out that way. But as I've said in previous videos, anything you wait for or take from the outside is a crutch. Joy is inside of you in the form of the same role. It's just that you have a habit of bringing that role to the surface, then circumstances in the outside world unfold in a way that you think would be ideal for you to be joyful. What to do? First, the self-understanding that any depression is used because the brain turns on the childish sadness and discouragement response. Then things don't work out right or don't work out at all and everything has stopped. And the goal is the same, that someone comes and helps to solve the current problems. And all this is started on automatic, from the subconscious. And this is not to say that you are a child, no, just the brain doesn't see a more favorable reaction yet, doesn't know how to be. You have to learn to switch your brain from this role to another state. To hell with it, let it be a sad role, but we will try to practice to erase this role from the automatic reaction. But it's also necessary to consciously train your brain to dissociate with this state and stick to another one, which brings confidence, good mood and productivity. Schematically it looks like this. Right now you have a 9-10 sadness. We use techniques to reduce it to a minimum of 1 to 3. Another technique is that you fall out of the sad role and fall into a new or existing role, which due to the breakup remains confident, in a good mood and productive in its activities, in work, study, whatever, in life in general, even though you have broken up. And if suddenly the sadness will come again, it will not be so strong, it will be 10 times less. And again, you will be able to unstick with it. For this scheme, you need to understand that this sadness was once beneficial. Some people have sadness as a dominant role in their life. These people need to prepare lists with situations where the sad role was manifested. During the working through, emotional charges will be removed from these situations, which will reduce the severity of your depression. And having got rid of this acuteness, you can go whatever you want with it. If you are just hit by this role and usually you are cheerful, then lists may not be necessary. It's enough to work through what was named in the previous videos. It's hopelessness, abandonment, also to restore self-value, perhaps to work through anxiety, and depression itself will roll back again in the subconscious. And everything will be as it was before, cheerful, productive, and life won't seem to you so dull. In this video, I want to share my reflections on resentment. Although it's not just reflection, it's many years of my experience, research in the field of relationships between people. Unfortunately, 90% of people feels this very feeling towards their ex-partner. This is not the feeling an adult should feel after leaving a relationship. No matter how you ended that relationship, resentment is misplaced. And now I'm going to explain you why. What is the purpose of resentment? Choose your option. To thank your partner for everything that was between you, or to show him that his actions towards you are unfair. I am more than sure that the second option is the purpose of your resentment. There is another purpose of resentment, and it's important to consider it too in order to get rid of it. It's the role of a judge. Consider this. If I take offense, it means that the other is guilty of something in my eyes. Hence, as is usual with everyone, in order to stop taking offense, I must forgive him, right? But that's a mistake. Not only that, most of the techniques, and I'm sure you've read about them, maybe even tried them, but they are all built on forgiveness. Forgive your ex-partner and you will be released. Alas, for a while. What's the mistake? Forgive is a consequence of a role of a judge. That is, the primary role, and secondary, this role forgives someone. What does this role give to you? Does this role give the offended person the opportunity to become superior to the offender, even if it's just in their head? Of course it does. Let's check on child's resentment, where this feeling comes from. The offended person counts on the other person to feel guilty so that he or she will not do it again, or will do what the offended person wants. On point? Exactly. You could often see the role of a judge without resentment, such as a strict mother or father, or even the same judge, but we are not interested in these manifestations. We are looking at the role of a judge within the framework of resentment. We can call this role the offended judge. He is offended and will forgive if his conditions are met. In short, there is a judge role in resentment, which gives an increase in self-esteem. And this suggests that the offended person inside has the experience of low self-esteem, that is, slightly or strongly insecure. And resentment helps to keep self-esteem normal while in the role of a judge. Why do forgiveness techniques don't work long-term for most people? Because resentment is unprofitable to get rid of. Self-esteem will drop in this case. I'm talking about subconscious mechanisms. Also, in resentment, besides the manipulation, when I wanted to be so-and-so, and the role of a judge that raises self-esteem, there is the role of victim, when someone influences me by causing me to resent them. You remember from past videos that all feelings come from you, with your consent. To summarize, when you have resentment, it indicates that you have slightly or severely low self-esteem, and there is a slightly or pronounced victim role. Resentment as a means of influencing another comes from childhood. Think of your own children, or again children of your acquaintances. They use resentment only to make things the way we want it to be. Buy me a toy. No. Offense. I want to go for a walk. No. Offense. Punished for something. Offense. Child doesn't want to be punished. The uses of this feeling are many. Think back to your own, both as a child or as an adult. Here is an adulthood. Buy me a dress. No. Resentment. I want sex. No. Resentment. Don't buy a dress, get one. Let's go on vacation to the seaside. No. Resentment. And the goal is the same. Do what I want. If you do it, there will be no resentment. Everything will be fine. Next. This feeling, so to speak, has hands, means. Tears, ignoring, anger. That is, inside there is a feeling and on the outside it somehow manifests itself, depending on what was more profitable in your life. Tears, for example. Look how much I'm hurting. Or ignoring. I don't want to see you and I don't want to talk to you either and I don't want to know you at all. And there is a game of silence for hours or years. And I'm not exaggerating. In my practice, I have encountered situations where a son has not spoken to his mother for more than 12 years. This often happens between relatives or former friends. You understand now that this is childish manipulation, and adults must learn to accept that it doesn't always work out the way you want. Tears are understandable. They are specific manifestations of a victim role, usually accompanied by the words, "you hurt me," and the correct way would be, "you didn't do as I expected," and I reacted with the sense of resentment. About ignores, I think it's clear too. Everyone has used that. There is also anger, aggression with resentment. Remember the moments when you wanted to, and maybe you even did it, to say something sharp to your partner with anger, to push him, to hit him, to break him. The mechanism is the same, inside resentment and outside anger. What is the problem here? The fact that an adult can manifest differently everything when they don't like something. If you have watched all the previous videos, then you should have already found a lot of reactions born in childhood, which should preferably stay there. Because then it turns out that biologically you are grown up, you are already many years old, but the reaction is if you know. You have to learn to accept the world as it is. If someone does something that does not correspond to your goals, intentions, and desires, it doesn't mean that he or she or the whole world is against you. It shows that this person has their own goals, intentions, and desires too. If this person has broken up with you, it's his desire, his life. The world is not built for you personally, it's for everyone. And it doesn't revolve around you. Your world, personally yours, revolves around you and within you. Do not transfer your inner world to other people. It will lead to a backlash from them. It's good to have acceptance in response to their reaction. I accept your feelings. You don't love me? Don't love me, that's your right. Or the person is angry with you, for example. You want to be angry? That's alright, you can do whatever you want to, it's your choice. What's the point of resentment? You need to learn to accept other people's worlds with their reaction, goals, and desires. Not live with it, no. Like with cheating on your husband or wife. Like, my partner cheats, it hurts, but the main thing is that my partner is with me. Or my partner beats me, I don't want it, it hurts me too, but maybe it's true as they say, beating means love. I don't mean that. I mean that when your partner cheats and you hurt, that's mean you are done with him or her. He hit you and you didn't feel sexual satisfaction, you told him and he went on. Let him go to hell. Accept that he or she has that kind of upbringing and outlook on life, not you. If you've discussed it, agreed to it, and your partner goes on, that goes against yours, that's mean that it's just the way he is. That's all. Your partner didn't mean to offend you, and even if he did, that's his goals, not yours. Right now, your resentment is neither appropriate nor timely. There is no benefit in it now, there is no partner around, but there is manipulation. The brain launched the offense automatically as a reaction to injustice, or rather a reaction to the inconsistency with your expectations, and then already anger or tears. How could he or she? This is unfair. Why is this happening in my life? Many people, for example, address this resentment to God. Learn to accept events as they are. Accept and then change it if it's necessary for you. To accept means to calmly and cold-bloodedly evaluate what happened, and when to evaluate if you need all this after everything what happened. If it's necessary, then change the events with your actions and deeds. And non-acceptance is accompanied by resentment, anxiety, sadness, and other emotional flow, which is not as difficult to spin as to stop it. Do you agree? Agreed. When you accept, you calm down and you have much broader idea of how to get yours. Not just through resentment, anxiety, and sadness, but through confidence, calmness, reasoning, sobriety, patience, whatever is more profitable. You will be able to smile and sincerely smile. You will be able to calmly tell a person your position. If you are a woman, you will behave even more feminine, and not as some wary, bristling animal or offended crying little girl. Similarly masculine behavior, without humiliation, without the sacrificial look of a spaniel, or vice versa, without rage or squeamishness, but manly, calm, confident, and relaxed. Let resentment remain only in small children, and you may only need to realize what resentment is, what its benefit, and what is its harm, and what to put instead of this habitual resentment to be more beneficial. If the resentment is not being reduced, working through that feeling will solve that. to reduce its emotional charge to a minimum and then replace it with a beneficial response. In this case, the realization of causes and benefits of resentment will work many times more effectively than without working through. You can do it yourself, it's in your power. For example, I personally cannot take offense at people. And this is not to say that I'm not normal. I am normal, and you are normal. The only difference is the acceptance and the use of other manipulations on people. That's life, it has more possibilities for relationships between people. I rarely work through resentment with my clients. It's usually greatly reduced when abandonment and hopelessness are worked through, and when self-worth is restored. But I don't know you personally, how much resentment you have. So you can work on resentment separately in one of the videos in practical part. In this video, I want to tell you about the guilt that most people feel after relationship breakup. Not all of them, of course, but most of them. Guilt is not a conscience. It's also manipulation, but it's not you manipulating someone, it's someone manipulating you. Your ex-partner could burden you during your relationship that you are wrong or guilty of something, for example, in the very breakup, or that you didn't give something to a partner during the relationship, and now you carry all these feelings in yourself. The feeling that you are really guilty. And even if you are 100% to blame for the relationship breakup or your ex-partner's dissatisfaction during the relationship, feeling guilty about it now is pointless. Why? You are about to figure it out yourself. Let's understand where this feeling comes from. Like the whole set of your feelings, guilt also comes from childhood. Guilt is formed if your parents, teachers, and other educators put in you that you should be so and so. And if you are not, that's bad. It's not accepted by them, which means you will be bad or not quite a good person, which has the consequence that you will not have what is important to you. Didn't take out the trash, didn't wash the dishes, didn't clean up your room, got a bad grade, and similar actions and deeds were accompanied by unflattering comments by someone from adults, inputting you to the feeling of guilt at this moment, so that the next time you would do as it necessary to this adult. Do you understand the mechanism? Imagine a corridor with bad kids on one side and good kids on the other. Which side were you taught to be on as a child? And it doesn't matter if you obeyed or not. Were there demands from adults? And if they were not met, did you receive a negative reaction? Of course all of this was, and it was repeatedly in your life. Did anything change when you had a partner? Maybe for someone dramatically, but mostly not so much. And some in addition became to blame for all their partner's worries. That he freaks out, that he was offended by something, that he is upset because of you, or he is upset not because of you, but you are to blame that you didn't support. Then he really wanted something and you didn't fulfill it. In general, it became a lot of demands, and for someone now it's even more of them than it was in childhood. I think you should agree that, no matter how you look at it, but guilt is manipulation. But there are other feelings that increase guilt. For example, lowered self-esteem. And immediately imagine yourself as a confident person with adequate self-esteem, with good self-value, and then someone tells you that you are guilty of something they don't like. Would you feel guilty? I don't think so. More likely you would have an attitude that since I did it, it means that there was a reason for it. The second thing that can also increase guilt is any fears. For example, fear of being alone or fear of being humiliated, of being left without support, and things like that, where there is a dependence on someone. Do you remember the test where you rate your feelings from 0 to 10? Well, when we work with feeling of abandonment, needlessness, hopelessness, when we restore to an adequate level self-esteem, then the feeling of guilt decreases actually to 0. This I tell you from my practical experience. And from this experience I can tell you that guilt is largely dependent on the other feelings that fuel it: abandonment, hopelessness, and low self-esteem. Guilt is not freedom because you are dependent on the opinions of people in authority to you. In order to get this and that from me, you have to be this and that, or do this and that. Not what you really want, but only what the other person wants. And okay, sometimes you show some flexibility in the relationships there, which is fine in principle. But to constantly be what someone wants for their own convenience, I think that's slavery and that's manipulating you. Many people get into such relationships, and when they get out of them, they suffer and want to come back again. And the reason for that is guilt, that I wasn't good enough or I was a very bad person. There is a conscious work on guilt, realizing where this feeling comes from and who uses it and for what purpose. And there is also subconscious work that you can do when you move into the practice. That's coming up very soon. So that you end up with the thought, what does it matter what I am, good or bad, in someone else's eyes? I behave the way I want to behave. My behavior is within some universal values. But if that's how I behave, that's how I behave. And that's it. Period. And if you don't have that feeling right now, then alas, you are in the guilt corridor, not in your life. Guilt in relationships is like game of who is right, where there is a punishment and reward. If you are wrong, guilty, you don't get sex, you don't get attention, you don't get money, you don't get treated well. I'll resent you and then you'll be back for my forgiveness. And it works, doesn't it? You've seen this behavior and sometimes used it yourself. But who benefits? The slave, so let's call him, who in the end will do everything just to be good, or the other party, who thinks that in this way a strong and trust relationship is created, putting the other person in humiliating position and making him feel guilty. It's all a game, a very bad game with two losers. In relationships, this kind of games must be gotten rid of. Well, and it should be started, of course, with yourself. To do this, it's necessary to remove the feeling of guilt from your head forever, and that's where this feeling is born. Please do not confuse this feeling with conscience, which many just so conscienceless people use as a lever of pressure on the other. Conscience is when you realize that you have done wrong without continuing to beat yourself up. You realize, accept that you have done so, and correct it if you can. If not, you let it go. And to justify your behavior in past relationships that may have caused you to have guilt now, I want to read you a quote. Nothing happens for nothing. If you have ever done something, it means that at that particular moment in your life, at that particular stage of your development, that action made sense. Therefore, if you behaved this way and that way in this relationship, then there was a reason for it. You realized it, concluded, and accept all the consequence. You either move on or rebuild the relationship. In this video, we will look at jealousy and anger at the same time. And I combined them in one video because more often than not, they go together, and usually they escalate after a breakup, with thoughts of, who will my ex-partner be with? There is jealousy without anger, yes, not often, but it happens. What do we know about it? From literature, from articles, from the internet? One of the common definitions sounds like that. Jealousy is highly negative, destructive feeling that arises when there is perceived lack of attention, love, respect, or sympathy from highly valued person, while it is perceived or actually received from them by someone else. Sounds like that? I think so. One can of course speak on the words extremely negative. Is there no such thing as quiet jealousy? Do you always show jealousy as extreme? No, of course not. Sometimes with a whimper and sometimes silently, but inside you are jealous. And destructive. It's not always like that. There are couples, for example, where the partner feels needed when they are jealous. This is destructive on one hand, but should be taken into account, because getting rid of jealousy, one of the partners will suffer and may be looking for another relationship where he will be jealous. So, as a jealous person with a long negative and exactly destructive experience, I assure you, what is written in books and rewritten in articles is not a complete consideration of jealousy. Other articles on the internet contain the similar definitions. Jealousy is insecurity, jealousy is fear, jealousy is arrogance, jealousy is selfishness, jealousy is envy. We can also say, only very carefully, that jealousy is love. And it's also true if you look at someone else's jealousy, and not on your own. I will try to present my concept about jealousy, And I have every right to do it, because I myself was 10 out of 10 jealous. What a 10! I was 20 out of 10 jealous. And I myself was able to get rid of jealousy, according to my own concept, according to the same methodology which you are now following. Well, and because I am psychologist. And also because I have read probably all the books what were published before 2010 about jealousy. So the most common cause of jealousy that psychologists pointed is insecurity, which is valid, but it's not the basis of jealousy. There are adequately self-confident people, both men and women, and I've met such people in my practice and just even in communication with people, who suddenly, out of the blue, felt a rush of jealousy and repeatedly felt it. So we can say that insecurity can be the cause of jealousy, but not always. I think that it's necessary to take into account the feeling of mistrust itself as a separately formed mechanism based on your life experience, the experience of jealousy. This experience is formed when you lied to someone about flirting, about affair, about your feelings to someone, about cheating, when someone lied to someone about the same thing and you either witnessed it or knew the whole truth, and when someone lied to you and later it was all revealed and confirmed. And it makes absolutely no difference when or with whom you had that experience. For the brain it exists, and brain relies on it. The brain absorbs absolutely everything it encounters in life, in your life or in someone else's life. It is super learnable. More often than not, the very manifestation of jealousy is accompanied by anger. Now answer me, does a man become stronger when he is angry? Becomes, of course. And feast on the table can crack louder, and cabinets are broken, dishes fly through the whole apartment, when from the inside is an avalanche of anger just flowing. And another question, why does a man need extra strength at the moment when he is jealous? Not because he sees injustice, but why does he need anger? Because before jealousy, there was a moment when a person felt his weakness, vulnerability, needlessness, something else. It doesn't matter what, but it was weak feeling. It could last from half a second to several hours of reflection. It depends on many factors. But what any person has in common before jealousy is getting into a hurt spot. And this is where we can talk about lowered self-esteem. For example, when do you get jealous? When you see or assume that your ex-partner is better off with someone else than with you. In other words, you are worse than someone. We will not consider cases when someone is trying to hit on your partner. We are interested in jealousy after the breakup. In order to not to confuse you even more, I see such a scheme of jealousy, and it works whether someone likes it or not. First, if there is a jealousy, that means that there is anywhere from slightly to severely lowered self-esteem. It is there. Second, there is the experience of lying. You or to you or someone to someone. It can be fixed, but should it be? Are you familiar with expression trust but verify? I would rephrase it. Trust, accept, and let go. Trust because without it, life will be in constant anxiety and you won't enjoy the relationship much. Accept if lie, flirting, or cheating is actually uncovered. It has to be accepted. And let the person go. It is his life and you have your own life. And the third, there is the experience of jealousy. You were jealous, someone was jealous of you, someone was jealous of someone. And these were specific situations that you remember from movies, books, magazines, acquaintances, parents, and your own relationships. The scheme to get rid of jealousy consists of 2 points, but the second is the hardest to accomplish if you do it on your own. The first is to restore self-esteem to normal. The second is to work through the experience of jealousy. And the first and second points you can work through with the videos where I give you specific techniques, how to do it. I say this on behalf of a former and very raging jealous person. Next, a little more on anger and its importance in human reactions. As I said, anger gives you an influx of power, And the stronger the anger, rage, the more strength there is. And a person needs additional strength when there is something weak inside, wounded or humiliated once, not now. And so a defense mechanism in the form of anger appears. It's like there is, for example, a little boy or girl who was badly offended, and there is an older brother who is engaging in boxing, and he rushes to help. Anger has always been and is a compensation of imaginary weakness. Anger is always for protection, for extra reassurance. Once the weakness is removed, there is no point in using anger. There is nothing to protect. Everything is fine and under control. One more example for you. You yourself have observed it in transport or in the market or in the queue in the store. When someone suddenly starts yelling because of some trifle or starts fighting, the fact that he is angry is visible, but the fact that he feels anxiety at the same time, it's not visible, but it's there. And the person has problems, imaginary or real, it doesn't matter. But he feels them, and from this he feels anxiety. And further, because of this overstrain, he becomes agitated. And then there is a situation where you can release the tension and compensate for his fears. And if he also won there or in a fight there, cracking someone in the forehead, in the nose, or somewhere else, his self-esteem rises sharply, which additionally compensates for the previous decrease in self-esteem because of the worries about something of his own. And if person is in inadequate state and suddenly he is pushed or stepped on, will he yell or push back or fight? Of course not. And it's not that he is a good-hearted guy, that he can control his emotions. It's that he now feels confident. If you take away the weak parts of man for good, then whatever happens to him, he remains in himself, realizing that he is the master of his feelings. In this video, I want to share with you the standard common methods of getting rid of pain after a breakup. This is what you can find on the internet, in articles, in books, in magazines. Of course, this is not a complete list, which I found. We will consider only working, giving the desired effect, and not working, on which there is no point in wasting your time. The first method we take is to distract yourself. Switch your attention from worry to anything out of there. Exhibitions, movies, clubs, sports, travel. Not bad in principle. The second is to load yourself up with work. If in switching your attention you go into something bright, or in the contrary calm, then in work you go into labor, create tension but already in another sphere, receiving some benefit in the form of material growth. Businessmen, for example, diving into work, additionally receiving growth, expansion of business, its scaling, thus rising their self-esteem. But some people's anxiety prevents them from loading themselves with work, and there are other means for you. Just choose. My opinion is that becoming a workaholic is not necessary, because you still need to live in other areas. This is health, communication, family, friends. To live in a state of stress, only work stress, and not in the experience of separation, is like changing this for that. The third method is to fight fire with fire by finding a replacement for the ex-partner. If you realize that this method is for a while, then do it, but I recommend warning the new partner about it. Don't get your hopes up, don't ruin other people's plans and lives. If you think that with this method you will build a serious relationship, then I can immediately warn you, even predict, that if you have pain inside you and it is it that stimulates you to look for a person, only not to stay alone, then you may find a wrong person, not the one who really suits you by all criteria. I know people who have lived together for decades, exactly decades, just because one of the partner had a painful breakup with someone. Because of revenge or because of the fear of not being alone, they started this destructive relationship, which they later regretted a lot, because decades had passed. If you've been in a relationship like that, you know what I mean. When they started because of pain, and then, after a while, this relationship became burdensome. There was no love there. Of course, the relationship can grow into something more serious if there is a mutual desire, then yes. But if you have pain It's better to deal with the pain and not to put a band-aid on it. After all, to fight fire with fire is the replacement of one crutch on which you leaned on your life on another crutch. You are not a disabled person to look for support, but a full-fledged person. I will help you to feel your supports. It's all in the practice. Look further. The fourth method is alcohol or drugs. Drugs are definitely not. Soft helps someone, but I don't advise you to get involved. And the breakup, by the way, can be a reason for systematic use. And then it won't be hard to switch to heavy drugs, which will lead to complete disappearance of your life. Do you have to do this because of a relationship? To ruin your life because of another person, no matter how convenient a crutch for your life he might be? Forget drugs. As for alcohol, at first you can, to reduce anxiety, but it should be a normalized dose, exactly the norm, only to reduce anxiety, not to drink yourself into oblivion. Let me explain. When you overdose on alcohol, you can get the opposite effect, when there is a desire to return the relationship at all costs. The feeling that there is no life without this former partner. At the same time, the boundaries of your behavior are erased, which can lead to very life-threatening decisions. And I will not give you examples of what exactly can it lead to, because I hope you know what I mean. So alcohol is okay for a little bit, and so like the previous method, I recommend that you get rid of anxiety so that you don't have a reason to drink. Another thing I remembered about alcohol, there was a study, I would say the opinion of addiction specialists, that after about 60 days of systematic alcohol consumption, you can get depressed. So alcohol is just a method of getting rid of pain, but dangerous with addiction and consequence in overdoses, according to the claims of narcologists. Fifth, antidepressants, neuroleptics, sedatives. Sedatives in principle yes, but the rest only on the prescription of psychiatrists. I do not recommend to rely on this method when something changes your feeling and not you yourself affect your feeling. This is the same crutch that people get hooked on and some even addicted to it for years. As for relieving acute symptoms, lack of sleeping, lack of appetite, you can use them, but I find my methods more reliable. One more remark. When you will go into practice on my method, when for 8 hours before the lesson, do not consume anything. This will help you to feel the experiences as they are and get rid of them immediately. And various remedies only muffle your feelings, but do not solve anything. My method makes you stronger naturally. Let me remind you once again that everything you take from the outside is a crutch. All the above methods are crutches. It's all taken from the outside. It's all using something. Sixth, a method to get the relationship back. If the goal is to get rid of the pain, then don't. You will regret it for the rest of your life, and everything will come back as it was before the relationship broke. It is better to get rid of the pain and then already wonder whether you should return to the relationship or not. If in fact the relationship was mutually good and it's just an offense between you, it happens that people argued until the breakup. People can break up for a while to understand something about each other, about their lives, about their wants, needs. If this is your case and now you want to return, and there is such an opportunity, then why not? Resentment is not an obstacle. If you watched the previous video about resentment, then you already know that it's just a manipulation, a method of controlling other people, taken from childhood. Adults can handle issues in different way. If going back is not possible, then accept that fact. Yes, that's the way it is. Move on with your life. You have a life of your own. The world is not made up of this man. Believe me, there are plenty of people like your ex-partner. I know, it's a lot of work to look for. What if I don't find him or her? What if something happens? It's all fears of the past, discomfort, and fears of the future. Even if by your mistake a relationship broke up, accept it as an experience. All this has already happened. There is no going back in time to fix it. And your partner is not such a good person if he can't forgive your mistakes. Resentment is just a huge trouble. It's so much of it that they allocated a separate place for it in a relationship. And occasionally, or even constantly, they use it as a tool of relationship, spending on this time, energy, nerves, pulling in children, parents, relatives, friends. In general, you can return if the relationship was good and there is an opportunity to return. If there is no such an opportunity or the relationship was just terrible, then take it as an experience. Close the book. This is just a relationship and not your personal life. Seventh method: change yourself and your environment. Honestly, that's kind of a scary one. If you change your life going to the extreme changing, the completely changing the style of clothing, hair color, moving to another city, and so on. Of course, it has a right to be, and it helps, but in this way you are running away from yourself. You are changing the outside, expecting the inside will follow. Yeah, that can work, but temporary. It is more reliable to change the inner. Then you don't have to go with blue or red hair, paint like a freak, and use similar methods of external disguise. But if you also wanted to do this during the relationship, then I recommend you watch the video about self-esteem again. All external changes is hypercompensation for something broken inside of you. Roughly speaking, it is like you are wearing a fur coat. Can you imagine that? And you put on a nice suit or dress or tights on top of it. The fur coat is your state, what's really going on inside of you. And the outside is what you put on top of the coat. Can you imagine that? Does it look funny, beautiful? That's what people look like after a breakup. So if you change the outside first, change it moderately, but at the same time work on your inner state. By changing only the external, the inner is suppressed, pushed deeper, and remains as a trauma, as a painful experience, as a fear, and something similar. Do you need that baggage? I'm sure you don't. You don't need it. Let's continue to remove the fur coat in the practice. The last method on my list, number 8, is to wait for it to go away. It is called doctor time. That's when you rely on time as your trauma doctor. But in the case of bone fusion in trauma, yes, of course, it takes time. And in the case of your injury, it takes the right approach for treatment to get your brain to work to your advantage. Many people think and are used to the stereotype that mental injuries take longer to heal, and some never heal at all. This is not true, or rather, it is an ignorance of the method of treating such injuries. You don't have to wait for it to go away on its own. All the stages of your experiences after a breakup, which you may have even read about it on the internet, relate to doctor time. I'm not lying or making this up. Every day I see my clients jump through these stages to a state they never expected. They just wanted to calm down, but here they have the confidence and understanding that they are the center of their life, not a partner or a relationship. Many psychologists pull people through these stages for years, assuring them that this is how it should be. 1.5, 2, 3, 4 years after a breakup. It's okay, let's move on from it. It shouldn't be like this, it's just the way they're used to it. That's true. That's how most people work. That's also true. That's how the psychologist benefits. And it's also true because the psychologist is the same crutch you temporarily lean on. The only question is, how long does it take and how much does this crutch cost you? I have had clients who have been dealing with the end of previous relationships for years, and this trauma periodically opens up and nagging, twisting, aching. You tell me, is that beneficial to the person? You will say that you can't control the heart. It hurts. But the heart has nothing to do with it. Let it beat by itself. It's all about your mental processes, which you just don't know how to fix. And we will, if you want us, of course. Without desire and effort, everything will remain the same. So it will go away, sit back and wait. That's your choice. But if you are watching this video and you've seen this part of a video already, then I guess you are not in favor of waiting for time, wasting your life on worries. In this video, I would like to share with you working methods of getting out of pain. This is certainly not a panacea for everyone. It works for some people and some people don't. Again, This is not a complete list. You can add to it in the comments. I personally and many who watch this video will be grateful for your personal working methods. But just please do not advertise sites, psychologists, drugs, and similar. So, here we go. Methods for getting out of pain. I will note that I'm not about those methods when I take a pill, immediately felt better, and became wonderful for life. But exactly when you systematically, for several days, weeks, go out of the painful state in the state that you need. The most basic method, in my opinion, is to work through the source of pain. And all sources are inside you. It's all the experiences of your life. If you've watched my previous breakup videos, I always draw on the past experiences. It doesn't matter when it was, whether it was in the recent past or in the distant deep childhood, because there is the law of the brain. It can't think of anything, create a new feeling, if it's not in its experience. Can you feel weightlessness if you have never been in it? And for example, to feel a jump from a parachute, or a hot air balloon flight if you have never flown, and to feel a jump from a waterfall into the water from 20 meters. Have you ever jumped? No. Can you feel it? You can imagine it if you've seen a picture of it. Can you feel the horror of an accident if you have never been there? You can imagine, of course, but you can't emotionally feel what it feels like in reality. Your brain doesn't have that experience. The brain has experience and it relies on it when it encounters certain events in life. It's the same with your condition. It's only your past experiences that play a major role. Therefore, first of all, you need to work through the emotional experiences that gives impulses to your present, really now felt feelings. This is the method we are practicing with you. The second method is to remove reminders of your partner. Not to throw away, because some things will be useful for us in the end of working through this method, when we work through the emotional memory of your former partner. We are going to need a photograph and a video. There is a technique that I created for working through the memory using photos. You can also add a video. Then you will decide whether to delete them or keep them as a memory of your past. Sometimes you can even look at them, but without pain and deep grief to remember the past. So for now, put everything away in box, in folders, archived, anything, but don't delete it. It really works when you put away those items that remind you of your ex-partner. Things of a partner, accessories. If you're not sorry, you can give or throw away if the partner doesn't need it. Here it is up to you to decide, but get them out of your sight. Gifts I would not recommend to throw away or give. Keep them, but the most important and evoking memories in a box and in the closet. There are gifts that have material value, for example, gifts to women from wealthy men, husband, that are valued in hundreds or thousands or millions. Even if there is no value in this gift, but it's a pity to throw it away, it's better to hide it from yourself. Why throw it away if in a few weeks you will be able to use this thing without worry? So far it's all emotions and nothing more. Gifts, things, have nothing to do with it. Everything inside you. It's your reaction. And we will remove this reaction. The next method is to change your route so that you don't meet your ex-partner. You can change the scenario of the day, the time of visiting certain places where your ex-partner might be. If it works for you, then you don't have to meet him or her. If your ex-partner shows you ignorance, anger, and it hurts you, don't meet him. After a week or 3, working through these experiences in this method, you will be able even to check the changes in your feelings for this person. The same recommendation for fathers. I basically talk about it in one of the videos. For a while, reduce the intensity of meetings with children if you're intolerably hurt by these meetings, especially from seeing your kids and your ex-wife together. It's just for a while until you get back to normal. The fourth method is alcohol. I would still put it in the controversial method. Because of its prevalence, I have no right to ignore it, and it's also foolish to claim ineffectiveness. It would simply not be used. Alas, alcohol does help some people. If this applies to you, then don't overindulge. Pour as much as you need to relieve anxiety and pain. But don't drink yourself into a frenzy. It is dangerous to your life and not only to your health. Remember that alcohol is temporary cure, if it can even be called medicine. And I ask people, opponents of alcohol as such in general, do not organize polemics in the comments. I'm personally aware of its harm. Everybody knows. I put alcohol on the list of methods because it's used, and it's not as rare as you might think. Believe me, with my experience in the topics of breakups, I can see beyond any of your subjective opinions. I just want to recommend that if you use alcohol as a way to get rid of pain, make sure to use it in a moderation and not for long periods of time. If you can avoid resorting to this method, that's better, of course. Be patient for a while. As soon as you start practicing, it will get better and the need for alcohol will also decrease. Fifth method. This is time with friends or relatives. If there are such and they don't mind to share time and your pain with you, then of course use it. Some of them have been through the similar experiences, and their experience, if it's successful, you will need as a map to get out of your experiences. But don't be intrusive, don't constantly rehash your situation. Remember from the previous videos, what role do you need pity for? Let me remind you, the victim. And it's a weak role. There are benefits from it, but it destroys you as a person, always leads to dependence. That of your relationship with your partner, your friends, your family. Remember, you need an outlet for independent peace of mind, for your own confidence. Better have fun with friends, sports, outings, traveling, and things like that. Sixth method is to focus on yourself all the time. This is a good option, especially since I built my whole method on it, so that you feel that you have you. You are the main person in your life. Not the partner, not the children, not work, but you. Otherwise, again, dependence, disappointment, pain. Therefore, what you didn't allow yourself before, do it now. Within reason, of course. Gyms, spas, beauty salons, massages, cosmetics, proper nutrition, travel, hobbies, skydiving, swimming pool. In general, anything, as long as it was not because of the pain, but from the desire that you have wanted this for a long time. The seventh method is to change the furniture and make renovation. If there is such an opportunity, it's not a bad option. It works. But the repair will last longer than you get rid of worries with the help of my method. So if it's too hard for you and you have the opportunity, then start renovating or change the furniture. If it's difficult, then move quickly to practice, and time after time it will be easier and easier for you. And there you will decide to change the environment or leave it as it is. Everything except the first approach is temporary. Having worked through your experiences, you will not need to get rid of things, photos, videos, and any reminders of your former partner in the form of furniture, wallpapers, and others. There will be no need to hide and avoid meetings. Only memories will remain, which you can quietly erase when you want. This is also possible if you change the focus from the relationship to yourself, that this is your life and it's given to you and not to anyone. You are in charge of your life and your feelings, not some other person, and it doesn't even matter who it is. Everything that happens in you depends only on you. And the phrases like, I can't control it myself, this is just a habit, which you can get rid of if you want to live and not to float on the current of your feelings. Hi friends, with this video we are moving into the practice of my method, and now I want to tell you about the plan on which you will go and work through your feelings step by step. By the way, if you haven't watched the theoretical part, then a lot of things in the practical part will be incomprehensible for you. The link to the full course, where there is a theoretical and practical part together, in the description under this video. The plan of the next videos is as follows. In the next video, I will give you techniques for emergency rescue, for quick exit from the acute experience, grief, longing, anxiety, fear, hatred, apathy, and similar. The second is the techniques with the help of which you will separate from your unpleasant roles and unpleasant states and fall in with the favorable ones. If you don't understand what roles we are talking about, check out my previous videos on roles. Third, we will work through past experiences of hopelessness, and this is the most important step. Fourth, we are going to work through insecurity, rebuilding self-esteem. Fifth is working through anxiety. Sixth is working through sadness, despondency, apathy. Next, if you need to work through resentment, you can do it, and there will be a separate video about it. Next, if you feel guilt, you get rid of it in one of the videos. And the ninth is to work through your feelings for your ex-partner with the help of a photo. Next, we will work through pleasant memories together with a former partner. Remove emotional charges from them, so that when you remember any events, you are not affected by it at all. And we will use the same technique using photos. Next, if you are stuck on the memories of sex with your former partner, and you are attracted to him sexually, there will be a separate video to reduce the sharpness of these memories and the general attraction to the former partner. And the last thing will be a goodbye ritual. That's the outline of the workup. What else do you need to know to go further? It's an understanding of 3 laws of the psyche that we are going to rely on in practice. First, it doesn't matter when it happened, the brain leaves it as an experience. If it has happened, then it can happen again. Therefore, the brain stores everything in itself. Only the conscious mind has a concept of time. In practice, we will use the subconscious mind, which has no time. That's where your experience is. Your feelings also come from there. The second thing is that no matter with whom it happened, with you or with someone else, the brain uses everything as experience. So in some cases, it will be possible to use someone else's experience, someone else's episodes, someone else's feelings, and work through them, and thus influence your own experiences. I will try not to touch on the use of this law in your work on yourself, so you don't get confused. Just know that when you have no or very little experience of your own, you can take those situations that others have had and have the feelings you need to work through. For example, when working through humiliation, you can take the humiliation of other people, in what situation it manifested, and try to feel what they felt, so you can work through your own humiliation, your own self-esteem. The third law, it doesn't matter if it is an imaginary or real situation, the feeling is the same. Whoever has been jealous understands me. When you really see, you are jealous. When you imagine in imagination, you have the same real feeling of jealousy, sometimes even stronger than in reality. This is what we will use if you run out of situations that you remember and the overall emotional charge of the feeling being working through is still there. Example with the same humiliation. You can imagine or think of a moment where someone humiliates you strongly, experience the response to the feeling of humiliation, and work through it. This law of the psyche is what we need it for. What can I tell you about outside help in working through it? It will be better than doing it on your own. Why? Because most of the people who come to me are in the tunnel state, where there is a fixation on a breakup as the collapse of all life. And in this state, working through painful feelings on your own is very difficult. By outside help, I do not mean a psychologist in my person or another psychologist. It can be a friend whom you bring up to speed, give to watch a video where I give specifically what to do. It can be a relative, mom, dad, brother, sister, whom you can trust to help you. If you don't have any, or the topic of breakup is too personal for you, and you don't want to share it with anyone, then my help is at your service. Terms of working with me in the link below the video. Outside help is desirable as we work with pain, and not as common on the internet. Take control of yourself, love yourself, and similar self-support. We work with the pain and create additionally on the feelings freed from pain, the feeling that I am me, and that no matter what happens in my life, I am still myself. What else is needed? Is to use the state test. In one of the past videos you had to take this test, write down the results, and in the practical work After working through one of the experiences, you test your state again. For example, today you work with the hopelessness, and after working through it, you evaluate your state again on all points, putting a new score in brackets. In this way, you will see how your state changes, what exactly decreases, what to work on if something remains. You also need to remember that in practice you do everything step by step, as the videos are numbered. You don't need to think that if you raise your self-esteem and start with this step, you will be better off. I developed a sequence of steps from my experience working with hundreds of people just like you, facing the pain after a breakup. If you decide to do what you think is right, to work through this and not to work through that, that's up to you. Many people think that working through abandonment and hopelessness is nonsense. I don't feel like that now, so why should I work through it? But my experience proves that the one who carefully works through this feeling, using past experience, immersing himself in past experiences, that for 2 hours of working through reduces the intensity of his feelings about the breakup by 60-70%. Not temporarily, but permanently. How do you like that? For 2 hours, from 10 out of 10, to reduce the acuteness to 3-4. The main thing is not to raise self-esteem and erase memories, but to remove the pain. That's why you have to start with hopelessness, needlessness, and abandonment. You have to start with the pain. This video is about techniques that you can apply at any moment, day, any hour, even when you do not have acute feelings, but only to improve your emotional state. I advise you to make a list of this technique so that you don't have to remember which technique to apply when you are hit by these feelings. To do this, prepare a piece of paper, or you can write it on your phone, which is easiest because it's always with you. So put the name of the exercise on the list and a short note about this exercise so that you understand what it is about. Maybe you can add something of your own. The first technique I would call breathing in plus. What is its essence? When you suddenly feel anxiety, maybe at night while driving or at work, or maybe it's anger, resentment, loneliness, a feeling of complete failure in life, 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 or 20, with a negative, keenly felt feeling. So once you notice that you are at the bottom, try to identify what you are specifically feeling. Anger, offense, grief, or whatever. It is not necessarily this kind of feeling. Of course, you can just feel it all at once. And that's all. Like certain something. If you have determined what kind of feeling, good. If you feel it all at once, it means all at once. You need to feel it as strongly as possible, literally for 2-3 seconds. And at the peak of feeling it, take a deep breath and exhale without holding the air. It will let go a little after the first breath, or maybe not. But you need to feel it again as strongly as possible. But now, at the peak of sensation again, deep inhale and arcing your back, chest forward like a wheel, and exhale. Exhale, return to normal position. Once again, concentrate on the same feeling. And again, deep inhale with arcing your back. And during the inhalation, try to stretch, spreading your arms there, high up or putting them behind your back, 2-3 seconds and exhale. The feeling will become a little bit weaker. That's after that, then you stretch. But you need to feel that initial feeling again. Bring it to its peak for 2-3 seconds. And again, inhale with stretching and exhale. Do the same thing for 5 times. Feel anxiety, resentment, or anger. Deep breath, stretched at the same time as inhale and exhale. Hands down. The thing is, these two conditions are not compatible for the brain at all. Feeling negative and stretching. But that's what we need. It breaks the pattern so that the body shows the brain that it's not what you've been thinking it is. I'm exaggerating, of course, but when you do this exercise while at the peak of the experience, you will realize the effect it has. Basically, these 5 breaths are enough for your acuity to decrease. Either it's gone completely or it's gone down to about 2 or 3. But for reliability, you need to have already written down 5 of your positive qualities or feelings that you have ever felt. For example, the first one you can take, in general, you can just make a list. There is a confidence. First, you took it. Then calmness, determination, perseverance or persistence, healthy apathy. I would call it like that because I think it's clear to everybody. Bravery, courage, boldness, freedom, complete success, delight, kindness. You can add your feelings and qualities, but one condition. These feelings must not include the person you broke up with. That is, he should not be in those memories where these feelings manifested. You can take from childhood, adolescence, youth, somewhere there before. So you should already have a list of 5 such feelings, some specific moments where you have already felt them. After you have breathed through the negative feeling, you take the first positive feeling and remember where it was manifested. Or just create such a feeling if you can. And at the peak of that feeling, like you feel everything for 5, 6 or 7, maybe 10, that's ideal. Take a deep inhale and exhale. The second feeling, also deep inhale, exhale. Third, fourth, fifth. If you can't find 5, make it 4. Just as long as your brain is disconnected from those tunnel experiences to something positive. This technique will take you more than a minute, but with the practice you can do it in 30-40 seconds. This technique is also a good way to de-emphasize the experience. Yes, it will not last long, but it will help you to disconnect from the state of complete failure. This technique is not very suitable for sleeping because it switches from pain to strength to confidence. But during the day and in the evening, it's quite suitable. How long it lasts, I don't know, it depends on your features. For someone, it turns off acuity for an hour, for someone for a few hours, and for someone, this won't help at all. In this case, try other techniques. And if this technique helped, be sure to write down the algorithm so that you don't waste your time remembering it. The second technique is switching to objects through this. I already talked about it in the theoretical part of the course. Here I will just repeat once again that as soon as you feel that you're covered, and it doesn't matter whether it is at night or at any other moment, as soon as it starts, then list the object through the word this. To yourself, of course. Well, if you are alone, you can do it out loud. What it looks like when you're, for example, driving. This is a blue car. This is a license plate 646. This is 2 letters BB. This is a man in a hat. This is a dog. This is Toyota. This is Audi. This is oak tree. And so on. A sidewalk, a street light. Basically, what you see, you name it. And the word this helps to switch your consciousness from the inner, dark world, from these reflections, to the outer world, to the space around you, which leads to the exit from the tunnel state into this world. So you come back, and you come to yourself. This technique stops tears very, very well. If you are tired of crying already, you cannot cry anymore, or at the wrong time tears decided to come out, for example at work, in store, in shopping center. In general, everywhere is full of items to list them in your mind through this, and those avoid tears. Here you don't need preparation, just feel the pain and you can use this technique right away. In terms of time, everything is still individual, but most often from 20 seconds to a couple of minutes will be needed to go a few steps higher on the emotional scale, from complete failure to at least calmness or some mild experience. Third, this is not a technique, it's just advice. I am sharing with you the observations and research I have been acquiring on tears. In our tears from physical or emotional pain, there are opiates, i.e. a drug, which passing through the tear duct, through its walls, falls into the blood and further straight to the brain, where these opiates cause the release of endorphins into the bloodstream. Heroin basically has the same mechanism. Heroin causes endorphin release, and endorphin is our natural painkiller, which is why you get that numbness after you've had a good cry. It is possible not just to cry, but to burst into tears. But there are, of course, age or other physiological limitations on this, because the heart must work well. Because while crying, full of tears, the heart works more intensely than it does when running. Keep this in mind. I do not recommend abusing tears, lest you sink into the tearful role. When is person most likely to cry? At what age? As a child. That is up to 3, well up to 4 or up to 5 years. What is the purpose of tears in childhood, if it's not physical pain, of course? To be pitied, to be noticed. The brain memorizes this mechanism and runs it automatically, not even paying attention to the fact that there is no one around who can help. That's the thing. It just doesn't have another more profitable option to reduce the pain. The process is also subconsciously triggered. So have this method as a temporary solution, no more. At the same time, work through your experiences according to my method. That is, watch the following videos. One more remark about the practice. Tears interfere during working through because they dull feelings, act as a sedative, and we need genuine feelings, not suppressed by anything. That is why you need outside help, because with another person you will restrain yourself a little. Of course, if it's not the person you cried with as a child, I mean mom and dad. Therefore, in case you often cry, you better either try not to cry during working through using the help of a close person, or use the help of a friend. Some psychologists, on the contrary, allow you to cry at sessions, at consultations, and after them it seems to be better. Some conclusions are reached. And then we have to feel it again, to go to the psychologist again. But now you understand why. Tears are so helpful. In the next videos I will give you a technique for dealing with your state. It works very quickly, from 10 seconds. It depends on your practice. Another technique, quite common, you need to prepare a list of statements, arguments, answering these questions. First, what would you lose or have already lost if this person stayed with you? At least 5 or maximum as many arguments as you can find. So and so, right? I have lost or will lose, and as much as you can. Second, what you gained or will gain when your ex-partner left or you leave him. Also, 5 of your acquisitions. The more, the better. More positive emotions. Everything should be specific and here for you personally. Personally for you. Third, what was bad about your relationship? Write down everything you remember, everything you have. Write it all down on a piece of paper and put it in your pocket, bag or purse, or write it all down on your phone. So as soon as your feeling of loss, longing, fear for the future, just some anxiety strikes, pull out the list and read it. For someone, 1 run through the list will be enough. For someone, 2, 3, 4. If there is no negative in your relationship, and after the breakup there is only a feeling of loss, then this technique is not for you. Work through all the feelings in practice. They will be already in the next videos. Another technique. What could be worse than a breakup? It is simple, it's short. It can be cancer, heart attack, stroke, loss of children, relatives, and so on. List to shift the significance of the breakup to something more global, realizing that it's not the worst thing that could happen. If you are having trouble sleeping and you need to sleep, there are 2 techniques. One strange technique, but most will have it work, especially men. When you can't fall asleep, notice where your tongue is at the moment. Your tongue in your mouth. It will be stuck to your upper palate. And in your head at the same time, there is a stream of thoughts, dialogues with your partner, and things like that. In order to stop this flow, detach your tongue completely from your upper palate by pressing it against your lower jaw. You can try doing this technique right now. Think about something while pressing your tongue against your upper palate. Now, with your tongue down, holding it there, try thinking about the same thing. As you watch, you'll notice that the thoughts slow down, and for some people, they stop altogether. I mean, it's like they hang. Women have this ability to start thinking in images, so this technique will not work for all women. But this technique works well for most men. This technique is not for acute conditions, but for sluggish chewing of thoughts, when you're lying in bed and you realize that you need to sleep and you can't fall asleep. So this is what will improve your fall asleep. If in addition you imagine that your head is empty, i.e. there is no brain, and you will keep your attention on the emptiness until you fall asleep, you may fall asleep within 1 or 2 minutes. Another technique for falling asleep is the white wall. You transfer all the images that manifest in your head to the white wall that you are standing in front of. And the ex-partner, and the kids, and the job, and the apartment, and the dialogues, you put everything on the wall, and you erase everything. Words, whatever, some images, anything else comes up, put it on the wall, and you erase it until the image of a white wall is permanent. Something appears again, erase it. You can make the wall gray so that it's not so much bright white color, but a soft color that leads to sleep. Maybe not the first night, but you will succeed. Further, everything will be better and better. It is better to fall asleep like this for 20 minutes or 30 minutes than to fall asleep for 3 hours only, or even not to fall asleep at all for the whole night. For some people, the wall works well. For some, it's the tongue down. Some will combine both techniques. After a couple of days, you will realize what works best for you for falling asleep. You can try to incorporate meditation, where you gradually relax your body. Hello, dear friends. This video is about a technique that will help you to get out of any of your roles and stick to the state that you want. With this technique, you will become in control of your feelings instead of them controlling you. For example, after a breakup, there is often discouragement or anxiety, or both at the same time. But these feelings do not belong to your personal self, but to its roles. If it's not clear for you what this personal self is, or you have forgotten, then watch the video about roles. It's all about it in details there. Watch it and come back to this video. If you want to quickly get rid of suffering and move into a state of confidence, good mood and productive life, then memorize the concept of roles. Observe it everywhere and regularly try the techniques that I will give you in this video. I remind you, there is a central self in each of us. It is characterized by such states as calmness, indifference. Don't confuse this with apathy. It is exactly calmness with light joy, independence, relaxation, feeling of wholeness. This is the state of Buddha. In this state, you don't care at all about absolutely everything. It can be felt in nature, looking out to sea, fishing, in the mountains, lying on the grass, in the snow, on the sand, driving in a car, where there is absolute relaxation, nonchalance, and healthy apathy. But given your social life and the fact that you interact with other people, in a state of total carelessness, you are at the very least unlikely to be understood, and you will definitely not be accepted. In order to be understood and accepted by people, our central self, by necessity, puts on different roles since childhood. Sometimes you are a good friend, sometimes a husband, a wife, sometimes a hard worker, a lazy person, a father, a mother, a son or a daughter, a brother, a customer, a sad person, a rude person, a victim, and so on. And there are many such roles in man's life, almost for all cases of life. If you encounter something new, you learn new behavior in this role, remembering what you have already seen and heard about how to be in this role. Learning is always a discomforting experience. If this is the first breakup for you, here it is learning a new role. When I got dumped or when I broke up or other similar, it doesn't matter how it sounds. The important thing is that before you were in a relationship with someone, you were in a role, most likely a comfortable role. And now you're either in a new role or in a role you already know if you've broken up with someone before. In general, a role is a set of feelings, sensations, thoughts, goals, intentions, etc. Any role, unless consciously controlled, manifests automatically. For example, depression is just a role, a state your central self goes into. So you say to others when someone asks what's wrong with you, I'm depressed, I'm apathetic, I'm discouraged, I am in some state. And you don't even notice how you sink into this state. In my methods, I give you an algorithm to remain yourself, no matter what happens in your life. And if you have entered a state, a role, then learn to quickly fall out of it. That's exactly what you have to learn. You have not done this exactly consciously before. Definitely there were such attempts when you fell apart with some state, trying not to think, to distract yourself. This is the same thing, falling apart. What is the mistake? You tried to switch from a negative role to some positive role, to switch to a positive one. This is a mistake, and I will tell you why. Let me tell you now about the mechanism of sinking to the bottom of the state you encounter after a breakup. You need to know this because we will use the same mechanism to get into a good mood and confidence and productivity. That is, both diving into a negative state and diving into a positive state utilize the same mechanism. This mechanism can be clearly seen when you have a few days or even a few weeks after a breakup. And now everything seems to be fine. Your brain is getting used to the new state that you need to live somehow. And suddenly, at some point, you are hit by a wave of emotions, which seems impossible to cope with. And you either fall into apathy, tears, or into anxiety, or into rage, or into deep sadness, longing, into some state. This I call the emotional bottom, when it is worst. Everything is already there. You have fallen into the most painful state. You have not noticed, but there are thoughts that gradually sink you to the bottom. They can start with anything. You saw a silhouette that reminds you of a former partner, or him personally, or his photo, the number in your phone, in recent messages, someone you know will ask you about your partner, and so on. There are countless situations you can encounter. And then you start having thoughts like, I will never meet anyone else. There is no one else. Everyone is doing well, but I am doing badly. Why live if there is no relationship? No one loves me, no one needs me, and so on. So you don't notice, but these thoughts gradually thicken the colors of your condition. Another portion of thoughts, even worse. For some people, the process of sinking to the bottom takes seconds, for others minutes, but the result is the same. Everything is bad, nothing good is and will be. I can't live like this, I don't want to, there is no sense. This is tunnel thinking, which I told you about in very first videos of this course, in the theoretical part. I won't repeat it. If you haven't watched it, you should watch. So, in general, specific thoughts leads to a deep and acute experience of apathy, fear, sadness, despondency, and anxiety. These thoughts can and must be controlled, for they are all formed in your head, and everything that happens within the boundaries of your body is up to you. But I'm not talking about control now. We only need to understand the mechanism of diving to the bottom of experiences. Understanding the process is the first step to self-control, and many techniques are even based on it, that you have to understand the process itself. For example, OSHA. The next thing that will be interesting is the mechanism separation from a bottom point, from a maximum negative point, to the state I am me, where there is more or less calm and everything is under control. In principle, it is possible to fall apart with any experience, even when it's very weak, it just bothers you a little, itches somewhere, and that's all. You can fall apart with it. So how do you break with it? You need to identify several elements. We will take 3 elements that are present in any role and in any of your states. These are feelings, body sensations, and thoughts. For example, let's take the state of anxiety. There are thoughts like what to do, how to live on, how to return, how to calm down, how to forget, I can no longer, or that's it, I'm going to hell. At the same time with these thoughts, there is a feeling of anxiety that turns into fear. And there are body sensations, such as a pain in the chest, tightness in the shoulders, stiffness in the legs, drilling in the stomach, trembling in the hands, and other body manifestations. These are the elements that are always present in any state and act simultaneously. And we will rely on them in the mechanism of separation. What does the technique of separation look like? For this purpose, we will use your imagination. Look, there are concrete thoughts in your head. In order to control them, it's enough for you to take them out of your head. At the same time, you need to realize that these thoughts are not you. For example, there is the thought how to live on, and the thought what should I do now. You close your eyes and write it in the air. Write these thoughts in the air, for example on your left, and write them down. How to live on. What should I do now? In any color, black, white, red, blue, it doesn't matter. Once you have written out your thoughts outside your body, in the air, you need to say the following words, realizing it. These are my thoughts. I created them. But I am not these or any other thoughts. I am me. I am something more than some thoughts. Let us understand this because it's clear that it's not clear. Thoughts, on the other hand, were created by you, not by anyone else, but by you. So by accepting that you created them, you are the creator. You take responsibility for what is created in you, and not as usual, I can control it, I can do anything with myself, and so on. Second, I am not thoughts, I am me. I am more than thoughts. Of course you are not thoughts. Look at yourself. Are you made of thoughts? No. Do thoughts have arms or legs? No. Do thoughts have skin? No. They are just words that you also just create. And if you let them, you can create them quickly and a lot. Thoughts are a set of letters, words, and phrases. And you need to say, feeling this mantra, that you are from your toes to the top of your head. The main thing is to realize that thoughts are thoughts, and I am me, by separating them from yourself. The list of unpleasant thoughts in acute moments seems big, that's many they are. But more often it scrolls down to 5 thoughts, even less, probably 3 thoughts. Most often these thoughts are either a rhetorical question of some kind, like what to do, or deadpan statement, like what a fool I am, or what a is she or he. But thoughts are thoughts, and I am me. I create thoughts, so I am the creator of thoughts. The next element is feelings. For example, let's take the same anxiety. If we write out thoughts somewhere to the left of the head, then feelings are created in the area of solar plexus, in the chest. Well, take it from the middle of the stomach to the throat. And you need to imagine the feeling as balls, each of particular color. What size? Well, depending on how much pain you are in. Most often it's ball like a big tennis ball. We take the feeling of anxiety and make it into a ball, like a green color, for example. From the solar plexus outwards in front of you, set it in a meter away from you and in the air, and say the same mantra, but now only to the feelings. These are my feelings. I created them. But I am not these or any other feelings. I am me. I am something more than some feelings. Run from the toes to the top of your head. Feelings, on the other hand, have no feet, no hands, no head. There is an incomprehensible something called feelings. And I am me. I am not just a feeling. I can create those feelings. If you have one feeling, you have one. If you have two, you have 2 balls. If you have 3 balls, you have 3 feelings. Whether they are different colors or one color, it doesn't matter, as long as you are comfortable. So you have taken it out, said the mantra, felt that you are you, not a feeling, and then pay attention to body sensations. Somehow it manifests in the body when you feel anxious. Your hands may be shaking, intermittent breathing, pain in the chest, in the heart, a lump in the throat, something choking you, pressing, shooting, stabbing, cutting. You take everything that you feel in the body at the time when you feel some specific feelings, In our case, it's anxiety. And you imagine in your imagination as a certain ghost or as a dark silhouette, as a part of a silhouette, but with these sensations. For example, you can imagine it as a translucent something, some image in the form of maybe smoke of some color, coming out of your body to the right forwards at 45 degrees. Basically, there is no pattern to this something that will come out of you. As you see it, so it is. So set it up in the air, a meter away from you, and say the same mantra to yourself. It is simple. These are my body sensations. I created them. But I am not these or any other body sensations. I am me. I am something more than some sensations. And run from the toes to the top of your head, feeling your whole self. You don't feel anxiety with the little finger of your hand or foot or fingernail, for example, do you? So there are body sensations to your right, there are feelings in form of balls in front of you, there are thoughts to your left in the air. And now you say it with feeling. I created this, but I am me. And this thing in front of me is not me. I am more. You can add anger and feeling of antagonism here. I said this is my life. Why the hell do I have these feelings in me? Next, you take out of the window all the things you have brought out of yourself. Thoughts, feelings, and sensations. Take it 50 meters away from the building and blow it up in the form of something beautiful out there. Fireworks of light, of flowers, of snowflakes, of colored dust slowly falling down, so that there is a beautiful outcome. Not just pass over and that was it. Phew, thank you God, it's a little bit better now. But to finish it beautifully, that it's to switch quickly for a while to positive. Come back from this beautiful picture into yourself and ask, am I a me or is there something else? Now, at once, you may not get such an effect, which will be in a couple of hours, from the same exercise. Someone may have it in a couple of days, but with experience you will do it quickly. Like me, for example. When I feel that I'm stuck with some state, with my eyes open, I take this something out of myself. At the same time, I feel that I am me. And in front of me, there is only my state, with which I can stick and I can fall apart. And I'm falling apart now. And it goes off out of the window with fireworks and it takes 5-10 seconds for everything to go off. And that's it. I feel calm, relaxed, like Buddha. Let's get back to you. When you have done everything, return it to yourself. And when you ask if I am me and you find that there is something else, then again, in the same order, determine what thoughts, feelings, and body sensation you have. If any of the elements are not present, then bring out what is there. For example, if there are no body sensations, then bring out only thoughts and feelings. If there are only thoughts, then bring out only thoughts. But this is unlikely to happen because there are always thoughts and always feelings at the same time. As soon as you have come to the state I am me, more or less feel your whole body, become much calmer, then take a deep breath and stretch. Stretching your shoulders well, because the body has missed this state. This will help to loosen it up, remove any remaining clamps in the body, blocks and other tensions that have arisen because of these emotional experiences. For now, without thinking about anything, without tuning it to anything, just stay in the state you are in, the state of I am me. And with each time using this technique, you will notice progress and speed of achieving this state. And this state itself will be felt more clearly and for longer periods of time. You just need the skill of this state. After all, you used to be in this state maybe a couple times a month, and maybe even a couple times a year when flew somewhere on vacation. And now you can hardly even dream about it or remember when it happened. But after a few days of practice, you will learn to get rid of any experience within 10 seconds. I'm telling you this from my own practice. You only need to get rid of painful feeling without thoughts and body sensations, so that the state changes abruptly to calmness and confidence. By following this concept that there is a central self in you, which doesn't care, it's always calm and confident, and the fact that this self can change roles as it, or rather as you want, You will be able to control your any state and all your feelings, including feeling of love for your former partner. Next, you need to give your central self a new role, a new, effective, and beneficial behavior after the breakup. Under what role, with what thoughts, feelings, body sensation you would easily, calmly move into your autonomous life without this person. If you have such an experience in your life, create a list of thoughts in that role, in your phone. Remember yourself during the period when your autonomy was manifested and write down all the thoughts you had there. Add something new. For example, I know everything is gonna be okay. I don't need anyone to live my life. I feel good when I'm left to myself. I can do whatever I want, and so on. If you don't have this experience personally, find someone you know who has experienced this state of not needing anyone to lead their life. Relatives, friends, co-workers, acquaintances. If there are no such acquaintances, try to remember a stranger with this condition. If you can't remember anything, think of the same state for yourself, answering the question. Most likely, what thoughts does a person have or will I have when he or she belongs to himself or herself? When a person is self-confident and feels integrity and autonomy in their life. Not loneliness and detachment from the world, but the realization that he is in his life and he is the main, that everyone has their own life and he too. And between people is just a relationship, but they are not the main, but the man himself. Have you created such an image? What are the thoughts of such a person? Write them out in a list with 5 thoughts. The more the better. Let's give you a couple more examples of thoughts. I accept everything as it is, whatever it is. Everything I do for me and for my life. It is good that I have time for my life. I was born for me, but not for anyone else. Whatever I want to do, I do what I want to do with my life. You can type in affirmations for confidence or for good moods into a search engine and choose from a huge list of affirmations the ones that will suit you best for your new role. You will need them not just for recitation, but exactly for technique, for merging with a new state. From neutral, not the way affirmations do it usually, from negative to positive. And the mistake of affirmation is that you put the tool above your state. The tool of affirmations, I mean. It should be like this. When you have become separated from a negative state with the help of this technique and entered the state of I am me, that is the state of a master in your life, master of all your feelings, all your emotions, then you choose that I am merging with another state, with the help of the same affirmations. Then the effect will be higher, longer, and more reliable. It is simply you are using it as a new experience. But when you just apply affirmation to yourself, but at the same time you are at the bottom, first of all, they may not work. And secondly, they may worsen even worse. Because in negativity, you realize that you don't have what you're talking about. And when you are in a separate state, when you are in a state of I am me, then affirmations do their job, creating a new state. So, write out the thoughts and below write down a few feelings of that person. Will these thoughts make you feel confident in yourself? Yes. And confident in your future? Also yes. Will there be a good mood? Well, most likely yes. Will you feel productive in your life? I think so. Will there be calm, concentration? Yes. And body sensations, in principle, you don't have to write it out. They will just pull themselves up. Next, you have a list of thoughts and feelings. A new effective role after the breakup. You have separated from the old suffering role with the help of this technique and entered the state of I am me. And then you stick to the new role, using only the list of thoughts. You don't have to cheer yourself up, slap your cheeks, beat your chest, pinch yourself, tell yourself that I'm going to be fine, just through the new role thoughts list. I told you before that then there are thoughts, there are feelings and body sensations at the same time. So the feelings and the body sensations, they will be just attached automatically. And then You scroll through the thoughts from the list, at first reading them, but with experience just by memory, thinking them in and trying to feel them. You don't have to do it for a long time. Read, feel, the next. Read, feel, the next thought. The list is over, do it again if you feel that you're still not stuck with the new role. And after a dozen seconds, or a few dozen seconds, or a couple minutes maybe, you will stick with the new role, where there is a confidence, good mood, and productivity in life. This technique works for absolutely all people, because the mechanism of changing roles at the central self is there for anyone. It depends on you whether or not you accept the concept of the central self and roles, and also whether you will do this technique of stick and unstick at least for 5 times in your life. I mean, for example, today and tomorrow, so that your brain will create a new skill of control over any emotional state. How long before you may be hit with a flurry of emotions again? At first, it can be even in a minute. For some, it can be in a few hours. But gradually, doing this technique, you will notice that you are longer in a new role, and you do not go as deep to the bottom as before. And you will notice that you are less and less likely to get hit. You don't need weeks or months to see this dynamic, just a few days. 3-4 days and you can compare what you will have and how you are doing now. How not to forget about this technique when you get really overwhelmed. For today through tomorrow, set an alarm or a reminder every 2 hours. As soon as the reminder goes off, rate your state from -10 to +10, where -10 is a very bad state and +10 is the ultimate happiness. Well, I think you will have from -6 to -10. Next, determine what are the thoughts, feelings, and body sensation you have now, with the help of the algorithm. Accept everything. Let go of all these elements from yourself by blowing them up nicely. Come back, check if you are still out of it, then again. When you come to a state of I am me, you pull out the list of thoughts, read them, feel them, and continue your activity further. Study, work, whatever. After 2 hours, another state check. If everything is okay, then you continue your work. If not okay, then you should work this through once again. And so until bedtime. By the end of the day, most people will feel difference in their condition. And the next day you can do the same. You can put more often, every hour, or less often, at your judgment. If the feeling came on before the alarm clock and you were able to remember the technique, do everything as described. If you didn't remember, you should have a different list with different names of techniques that I gave you for emergency rescue in the last video. If you didn't watch it and write out the list. What I would add is that when it's really bad and you're already at the bottom and you have a solid -10 or even -20, there is a defense mechanism in the brain called denial. It works automatically, but in your condition it may not work. But you can use it consciously, relying on the concept of the central self and its roles, with which it knows how to stick. So when you're at -10, you need to remember, just as your name, that it is just sticking with some role. It is not you. It's just that you are used to being stuck to this state, and you think that this is you. And here you are being told in a new concept that it's not you. It's just a state that you can go into. Why do you enter this? I have explained this in a theoretical part of the video. And you have to understand this concept and understand that you are something more. That is, you are the master of all feelings. And remembering and understanding this, you deny by any means the negative state that you have. You can use the phrase that this is not me. I'm not like this. This is not mine. I am different. You can do it with anger, with antagonism, using swearing. For example, this is a bull. It's not me. It's some stupid role, some stupid condition. Deny it until it clears up a little. And then get the feelings out. There may be no thoughts at the moment. Feelings out, body sensations out, and accept that you have created them and detached from them. Accept that you are not just feelings and sensations, that you are something more, that I am me. And you send all this out of the window, blow them up nicely there. Come back to yourself, check if everything is alright, and so on. Hi friends, this video is about working through your experiences. Those painful experiences you have accumulated over the years that are now creating pain in you, even if you are against it. This is the most important step in your work on your subconscious. The most important step. If you feel pain after a breakup, especially if there is abandonment or despair, hopelessness, needlessness, powerlessness, get ready to work on this point perfectly. The greatest weight in experience after a breakup comes from this area. Women have these feelings more often, but men try to suppress these painful feelings. Now, on the contrary, you have to release as much pain as possible to get rid of it. Release it to get rid of it, not to kill yourself at all. I rely on my experience in working with people. I give you a complete algorithm and stages of working with people. Because I can't work through this with a lot of patience, and there are a lot of people who really need help. So I give you this as it is. I remind you that these feelings come from childhood. They come from situations when you were deceived, left alone, and this experience you should have written out in the list of situations. If you didn't, pause the video and make a list. If you haven't watched the video where I talk about these feelings in detail, then watch it for sure to see what it's all about. The link is below this video. That's also where I talk about the list. So back to the list. The last ones to work through should be the recent breakup situations with this partner. So we will work through it from the first to the last situation, from the first to the sixth. It is clear that the last ones that you have, they are the most urgent, and now the brain is completely in this experience with your ex-partner. But believe me, it is better not to start with these situations. Let me explain. The recent situation where you felt abandonment and hopelessness is now strongly emotionally charged. And if you have weak or already exhausted psyche, you can stick with the recent experiences and sink to the bottom of your pain, which is very painful. While these are two strong experiences, you have to start with the weaker ones, from childhood. The pain is not so strong there, but everything is suitable for working through these feelings. Whatever situation we take, we are still working on the same feeling. Look at your open palm right now. Tense the whole hand. The fingers are the situations where you felt pain. And the palm of your hand is the feeling of abandonment and hopelessness that you feel, that you will be working with. Whatever situation, the feelings are always the same. Whichever finger you take, they all come from the palm of your hand. Once you work through 5-7 situations, so to speak, your palm will relax. And so will you. I remind you of the importance of outside help in this step. It will be very helpful as you will be working directly with pain. If you don't have anyone to turn to, you can use the link below the video. So, you should already have a list of 5-6 situations where you have experienced abandonment, needlessness, despair, and hopelessness. I hope you have done that. Next, you need to remember 3 situations where you felt complete peace of mind, but these situations should not be related to your ex-partner. Not excitement and extreme, but calm, easiness, freedom, carefree. It could be the beach, fishing, relaxing on a lake, in the mountains, in the woods, by a campfire, in a field, or horse riding, waking up on vacation, sightseeing, anything. Choose 3 moments and write out their names. For example, in the forest by the fire, I'm lying on the beach. Rome, fountains. Woke up in my grandmother's village, looking at the Alps, and such. 3 situations, but without your ex-partner, from childhood to the present moment. You can pause the video and recall the 3 situations. Record it, look further. The algorithm of working through this step is as follows. We take the first situation to work through. For example, I will take the first day of kindergarten. Mom leaves. So, you need to close your eyes first. In this situation, you need to find the peak moment when mom leaves without turning around. You feel abandonment, hopelessness at the moment. You feel it on 6, 7, 8, 10 maybe for someone. And at the peak of a feeling, you take a deep breath and immediately exhale. That's very important. It should take up to 15 seconds. You feel it, deep breath in, deep breath out. Second point, eyes still closed. Immediately recall the first positive situation where there is calmness. For example, I will take the situation of sitting by the fire. You try to remember who was next to you, what they were wearing, what you were wearing, what were your body sensations in this moment. You feel the peace itself, feel relaxation in the whole body, and take a light inhalation and exhalation. Exactly light, not deep. If you make a deep one, the situation will be erased. So take light breaths and exhalations, because we still need to use these moments in all 6 episodes. Eyes remain closed. You go back to the first unpleasant episode, first day of kindergarten, mom leaves. You feel the pain as much as possible, took the deepest possible breath, and at this point you need to stretch your whole body for 2-3 seconds and exhale. Inhale, stretch, hold for 2-3 seconds and exhale. Eyes still closed. Remember the second pleasant calm episode, for example in the mountains. Feel calmness, freedom, relaxation. Take a light inhalation exhalation. Also literally for 10-15 seconds. Eyes also closed. Once again return to the kindergarten. Again feel pain. At the peak of sensation, you take a deep breath, stretch and exhale. Sixth point. You open your eyes, look at some calm object and say a phrase to yourself or aloud. You can write it down. I am me, and no matter what happens to me in my life, I remain myself. Because this is my life, and my life was given to me and for me, not for anyone else. Not for my parents, not for him or her, about the ex. Not for my kids or anyone else, but for me personally. This is my life. It may be hard at first to feel this autonomy and dependence, but you need to try, and each time you will feel more and more this stronger, healthy sense of egoism. So, you have spoken, you have felt it, you have taken a deep breath and exhaled. This is where you need to take the deep inhale and exhale, because we are charging this situation. So, you close your eyes, go back to the kindergarten, and once again try to feel the pain there of abandonment and hopelessness. And here you will notice that the pain itself has decreased. Some people will find it difficult to feel it. For example, the pain on the first step was on 9-10 and now it's on 5-6. But you still need to try to feel the pain as much as you can. Try to enhance it. As soon as you feel it, immediately take a deep breath, stretch and exhale. Eyes should still be closed. Recall again the third pleasant, calm episode. Feel there the peace in the soul and in the whole body. 5-10 seconds and lightly inhale and exhale. Eyes also remain closed. Go back to the kindergarten, feel the pain, inhale, stretch and exhale. And in this way you work through the first situation to a complete, honest, zero feeling, when the pain is simply no longer possible to feel, no matter how hard you try to do it. Even if it's very difficult for you to keep the feeling of pain, keep doing it anyway. Don't worry, this process is not endless. The first situation may take 10 minutes, or it may take 40 minutes, but the remaining situations will go away much faster. But remember to honestly do everything, because you are doing it for yourself. I have done this technique with abandonment and hopelessness hundreds of times, literally hundreds of times. And I will continue to do it because I know the result of it. Be patient with this process and you will definitely feel the changes afterwards. Let's go back to working through. Once you get to the point where you can feel the pain on the situation, it is zero. In my example, it's kindergarten. You create a new emotional experience in that situation by using your imagination. In a kindergarten, this episode would look like this. Mom leaves without turning around, and I have a sly smile on my face, and the thought, oh, I'm going to make a noisy here. Get ready, kids and teachers. Yes, maybe this was not in your behavior, and it's not typical of you in general, it doesn't matter. The main thing in that traumatic situation, zeroed already, is to instill the experience of independence, freedom, the experience of calmness, relaxation, the feeling that I am me, no matter what. As soon as you can feel it, take a deep breath and exhale, and move on to the next unpleasant situation. The next on the list, I mean 6 of them. No luck? Try again. Try again brightly as possible to visualize the new experience of your independence in that zeroed situation. Feel it, take a deep inhale and exhale. Try to feel a 6 or 7 on a scale of 0 to 10. You don't have to get to a 10. You feel 6, that's okay. Inhale and exhale. Can't do it yet, it's okay also. The main thing is that you have reduced the pain in that traumatic situations, where you felt abandonment and hopelessness, and you reduce it to 0 or maximum to 2. You can leave 2, you can continue if it doesn't go further. But it's desirable to instill this new experience in each of the 6 situations. For all 6 episodes, you will have 1.5, maybe 2 hours of your time, but the effect will remain for life. Namely, a calmer perception of the breakup, no matter when it happened. Absence, in case of honest and full working through, an absence of feeling of abandonment and needlessness, reduction in 3-5 times the feeling of hopelessness, despair, powerlessness. The feeling of guilt, resentment, anxiety, and sadness also will be reduced. How much it will decrease them, I don't know, everything is individual. There will be an increase in self-esteem, even if it's insignificant, but in the next steps you will be raising it. Do the technique honestly, and in 1.5 hours or in 2 hours, you will feel everything yourself. Don't do it, it's your choice, it's your life. You are in charge of it. Perhaps the technique itself seems complicated to you because I'm explaining too much. In brief, the first thing is to remember a negative episode, and at the peak of a feeling, a deep breath, exhale. Second, immediately remembered a calm episode, felt the peace there, took a light inhalation exhalation. Third, returned to the negative experience, felt it again and inhaled with stretch. Fourth, immediately went to the second calm episode, felt peace, made a light inhalation exhalation. The fifth point is the same as the third point. Further, do everything already with stretches. The first time you remember, you feel the pain and just take a breath in and out. And then do it with stretches. Inhale, stretch, exhale. That's actually what I did in the beginning. So 1, 2, 1, 2 to a complete 0. But with experience, I realized that it's necessary to inculcate in parallel a healthy sense of egoism, saying that I am me, this is my life. And it's also necessary to implement the beneficial experience of autonomy on the 0 situation. As the saying goes, no place is empty. If you don't give your brain a new experience in worked out situation, it will put something there by itself. Well, that's just my assumptions and my observations. Studies on this topic are sadly lacking. Once again, I remind you about outside help. The effectiveness and the work itself will be better if someone will switch you, kick you, so to speak, from an unpleasant episode to a pleasant one, and vice versa. In other words, it is easier when there is a guide in the tunnel. So after trying it on your own and facing severe pain and inability to switch, ask someone you know to switch you. Because when you move to the step of reducing feelings to the former partner, you will need power. With each step, there will be more and more power, but this is the most important first step. Hi friends, this video is designed to work on your self-confidence. In my opinion, the right approach to working through insecurity should not be to raise your self-esteem, but to restore its natural level. To do this, you need to dig through your past experiences, where you have been in humiliating situations and felt inferiority. Imagine a multi-layered pie, where the layers are situations and the pie is your lowered self-esteem. The mistake many self-esteem work methods make, and you may have made it too, is deciding to raise your lowered self-esteem. In doing so, the pie goes nowhere. That's why working with pie itself is important. It needs to be eaten and brought out recycled. Of course, this is just my images, but this approach has been proven hundreds of times. Hundreds. Let me remind you that insecurity comes from childhood and adolescence, when you cared about the evaluation of others, parents, classmates, friends, teachers, and similar people. Many people don't have good impression of school left, and that contributes to the state you have now. Even though the situations are completely different, the most important thing is the feeling. The feeling you had then and have now. It is the same. The feeling of inferiority, insecurity, something like that. I remind you about the lists. If you have not made them yet, then write down, right now, all these situations where you felt humiliation in your life, where someone openly humiliated you. And it doesn't matter who it is, close relatives or high school students or stranger at all. The main thing is that in those situations you must have felt humiliation. The second list is with inferiority, when you compared yourself with someone and felt inferior. Each list should have at least 10 episodes from the past. At least. You write down only the name of situation, 1-2 words. You don't need to describe anything in detail. If you still don't have the lists, pause the video and it's time to make them. If you cannot remember at least 10 situations, and in life you are generally a confident person, but self-esteem at the same time has decreased after the breakup, then remember at least 5 pieces, as many as they are. I remind you about outside help. It is very useful, especially if you had a life full of humiliation, and the feeling of insecurity you have almost the most basic. Most people, however, can handle this step on their own, to go from a negative evaluation of their confidence to a positive one. If you are working with someone, that is, someone has agreed to help you, then you need to use the technique called deep scanning. And in this technique, you will need to recall all the situations where you felt humiliation, from the very first recalled episode of your life to the present moment. The algorithm for this technique is very simple. And so, if everything works out, you will remember situations that you have not remembered for years or decades. And they were stored in your memory and did their job in your self-esteem, lowering it. All episodes you need to name in 1-2 words. The main thing is that you can remember this episode itself in 30 minutes, if you are told its name again. The person helping you should write down all these names in order, at least in a column or in a line. You will need these notes in the second part of this technique. It would be possible to write down yourself, but it's not a deep scanning, and you will remember many times just less, many times. From my last experience, there was a woman who made up her own list first and just remembered 5 episodes and says, I can't remember anymore. But when we worked with her with the deep scanning, she remembered 25 episodes. So, everything is done with your eyes closed. You start with the very first situation you remember. Naturally, it's child situation. You remember the situation, feel humiliation there as strongly as possible for 5-10 seconds, and take a deep breath in and out. After that, you remember the next situation, exactly the next one in chronological order, i.e. in childhood. Do not hurry, your time is not limited. You found an episode, felt humiliation in it, again deep breath, exhalation. And so for all episodes of your life up to the present moment. This is the first version of the technique. The second, improved variant, if you succeed of course, it is the same from the very first episode. The only difference from the first variation is that during the inhalation you stretch. Raise your arms up, arching your back, while continuing to feel the humiliation. You are pulling up, sitting in the same place where you are now, and also in your imagination, you are also pulling up in the very situation of humiliation, feeling this very feeling. It is tricky, but it works effectively. You will notice that the feeling of humiliation and the stretches themselves are very difficult to combine, and the stretches abruptly cut off the feeling of humiliation. Anyway, I won't go into the details, just try it. If you succeed, then better do this variant. In each recalled situation, take a deep breath, stretch, and in both situations, real and imaginary, do exhale. Take up to 20 seconds per situation. For example, you're walking down the corridor of the school, and suddenly from around the corner, a bucket of dirty water is poured on your head. Some high school student did this. Everyone, and this is the whole class, including your classmates, laugh at you. You feel humiliated, and in this very moment, you take a deep breath, stretch, trying to hold the very feeling of humiliation, and you exhale. The next situation. And so on until the present moment. I remind you that it doesn't matter when this situation happened and whether this situation is real or imaginary. The main thing is that you should be able to launch the feeling of humiliation in this situation itself. When you have worked through all the experiences with the feeling of humiliation in this way, you return to the very first situation, the one in your distant childhood. There, you only have to change your reaction, and the situation remains the same. You change your reaction to integrity, confidence, steadfastness, courage, independence, carelessness, whatever it is that holds your confidence together. For example, the same dirty bucket of water is poured on you by a high school student. Everyone laughs, pointing their fingers at you, and you either laugh too, or smirk slightly, or have zero reaction, inside or outside. You don't care about it. You like Buddha. Only you are the master of your emotions, and only you trigger them from within, not someone like high school student or other laughing kids. When you feel your wholeness, take a deep breath in and out, and move to the second situation on the list, where you do the same thing. The situation is still the same, but your reaction is different. Not pride, but steadfastness. The body is relaxed, there is a peace inside. No matter what happens in the outside world, you remain yourself. At the same time, you don't have to fight back, humiliate in return, without anger or revenge. Your task in the technique is to remove the feeling of humiliation in past episodes, while returning to yourself, your integral self. In this way, you work through all the situations on the list. After this work through, your self-esteem and self-value may increase dramatically, and there will be inner peace and relaxation in the body. This technique is useful if someone is writing down your situations and helping you not to immerse in thinking about the past. The person who helps you should say after each of your deep breaths, find the next episode that there is humiliation. You found, give the name, he wrote down, and you breathe in and out. The helper says again, find the next episode that there is humiliation, and so on until today. I remind you that it's better to remember episodes from childhood to the present moment. If you cannot work through this on yourself or there is no one to help you, there is another technique, cleaning. You have already gone through it on the first step, so I will repeat its algorithm but without details. You need a list with the most humiliating episodes for you, where you felt humiliation for 10 or at least 8 out of 10. You will also need 3 positive situations where you felt confident or elated, for example, but without your ex-partner involved. The algorithm is as follows. First, take the first situation with humiliation. You feel it, take a deep inhale, exhale, and immediately go to the first positive situation. Feel confident, take a light inhale, exhale. And the third point. You return to the first situation with humiliation. You felt humiliation, inhale, stretched, and exhale. Fourth point. Go to the second positive situation and do everything as in the second point. And so on. In general, you do the same algorithm as you work through abandonment, if you work through it at all. But not 6 episodes as in abandonment, but 8 or 10. After zeroing your feelings in each situation you work through, when you can no longer feel humiliation, you change your reaction in that situation to I am me and I don't care about what's going on. Feeling relaxed, calm, and confident, independent on the evaluation of others. The new reaction may seem illogical within that situation, But this technique is all about calmness and only calmness. If your self-esteem has increased but it's not enough for you, then work through a list of situations with inferiority. In the same way, it will be easier and faster. Of course, the efficiency is better in deep scanning. There are more episodes to work through because they are not only on the 8 or on 10, but also on 5, 6 and 7. Well, it's also faster because in 40 minutes you can dig through the whole experience with all your humiliations. But for this you need an assistant, and the result in principle will be the same as after the cleaning technique. Choose your option according to your capabilities and do it. Hello dear friends. In this video we are going to talk about anxiety again. The goal is to reduce it significantly. At this point, after working through the previous steps, it should be much easier for you. And now your anxiety should also decrease. Here of course everything is individual. Someone can reduce it by 10% and someone completely disappeared. This happens quite often in my practice. I recommend this point to work through even if your anxiety is reduced. And if you have a chronically high level of anxiety, then this step is mandatory for you. I remind you that anxiety comes from childhood. I am talking about the anxiety you feel, not the feeling when you need to cross a river teeming with crocodiles. If you watched my videos about anxiety, I divided this feeling into two subtypes: biological, as in the case of the river with crocodiles, and social, which you may have been feeling right now. Let's get back to the practical work. Let me remind you about outside help. If you have a strong feeling of anxiety, it's better not to plunge into working through this state on your own. Use the help of a close person. Well, if you decide to work through it on your own, you will become even stronger and more confident. If you work with someone, you will use the technique of deep scanning. Its essence is that you work through all the episodes where you felt anxiety, from childhood to the present moment. Let me remind you of deep scanning algorithm. The list of anxiety episodes for this situation, if you need one, is just in case you forget about some situation in your life. So you close your eyes, remember the earliest recalled situation where you felt anxiety. Tell the name of the situation to the person helping you to write it down, 1 or 2 words. And this is necessary for you to be able to remember the whole situation by this name. Next, you feel the anxiety, remembering the episode as much as possible, as strong as possible, and take a deep inhale, exhale. Done. When you did this, you recall the next episode, chronologically. Found it, gave a title, the assistant wrote it down. At this time you should try as hard as possible to feel the anxiety there. You felt it, took a deep breath in and out, and so until the present moment. The more episodes you remember, the more qualitative working through the anxiety will be. The less it will have an impact on your life. When you have reached the present moment, you have breathed in and out, and your assistant calls you the very first situation on the list. In it, you change only your reaction, but the situation itself remains the same. For example, childhood, night, you are lying in bed, and outside the window blows a strong wind, causing terrible pictures in your imagination. That is when there was anxiety. And you change this feeling, for example, to interest and curiosity. At the same time, you are completely relaxed and calm. You imagined, felt, took a deep breath in and out, and go to the second situation on the list. It is best to replace the anxiety with I am me state. If you watched my previous videos, you understand the state that I'm talking about. You will really enjoy this procedure. It gives a great boost of confidence, calmness, and even a good mood. With each altered reaction in situations where there was anxiety, you train your brain to react differently in similar situations. Therefore, there should be as many anxiety episodes as possible. You need to give experience, new experience to your brain, and give it as much as possible. If you work on your own, you can use the same deep scanning, but the effect will be worse than when you work through it with someone, and it's certainly not called deep scanning. You have to interrupt the flow of a feeling of anxiety by opening your eyes to write down the name of the situation. So you take a list of situations where you felt anxiety and closing your eyes, recall the episode, bringing up again that feeling of anxiety. And you take a deep breath in and out. If you don't have a list, make one as you work through it. The algorithm is exactly the same as if another person were helping you, from the earliest recalled situation to the present moment. For example, up tonight when you woke up feeling anxious. You can try to stretch when you inhale at the peak of a feeling of anxiety, as in previous workouts. I won't dwell on explaining why you need to stretch, it's all in the previous videos. You can also work through anxiety on your own by taking the most anxious moments in your life and breathing through each of them until the feelings in the situation itself are completely nullified. You need 6-8 pre-written anxious episodes for your overall anxiety to decrease several times over. And each episode should be charged with 8, 10, from 0 to 10. You will also need to remember 3 completely calm moments in your life, where there was relaxation, indifference, calmness, healthy apathy, and in these situations, it's very important, should not be your ex-partner. Look, starting from childhood, adolescence, early youth, where your partner was not presented. The algorithm of working through is as follows. Take the first situation from the list. Close your eyes. Remember how anxious it was then. Feel the anxiety as strongly as possible, but not long, even 2 seconds is enough. And at the peak of a sensation, take a deep inhalation, exhalation. Immediately remember the first calm moment. Feel relaxed there, peace, make a light inhalation, exhalation. Again, you return to the first anxious moment, eyes closed all the time. Feel anxiety there again. At the peak of a sensation, deep inhalation, exhalation. Immediately recall the second calm moment. You feel peace, serenity there. Take a light inhalation, exhalation. Back to the first situation with anxiety. Same thing. Feel, and at the peak of a sensation, deep inhalation and exhalation. Recall the third calm situation. Feel calm, take a light inhale and exhale. And back into the first disturbing episode. You will notice that it will become weaker. For some people, it may disappear altogether. No sense of anxiety in that moment. Some will have a slight decrease. You work through it in this way until the feelings of anxiety in that situation are completely nullified. Once you have, move on to the next episode where you once felt intense anxiety. After working through all the high anxiety situations, you will feel that your overall state of unreasonable or maybe casual anxiety will decrease. And that will be the goal of all our entire work. If you are a very anxious person and after working on all episodes you will still feel anxious, it is better to get help from outside and work through the deep scanning again. You don't necessarily need my help. Any person, naturally someone you know, will do. The best effect, of course, from deep scanning, for the simple reason that in your life you had quite a lot of situations which are slightly charged, and they lie on the memory stores in your subconscious. And whether you want it or not, but the influence of these situations is there all the time. It is especially felt if something happens to you that you were not ready for. For example, breaking up with your loved one. Choose your approach to working through the anxiety and get rid of anxiety qualitatively and permanently. Hello dear friends. In this video we will work through sadness and despondency, as well as your apathy, which is basically the same state. I will remind you from the theoretical part about sadness and discouragement that these feelings are placed in childhood. A person is not born with them. The purpose of this feeling is to manipulate others. But this is best seen in children. If you have your own, here is a prime example. Think of what a child wants by showing that they are sad and discouraged. Pity, attention, help, and the like. The adult brain, if you could put it that way, has the same goals. Often such moves are used in relationships. But when there is no one around you and you have these feelings, it is an automatic work of your subconscious mind, because it just doesn't know how to get out of a difficult situation. Therefore, out of habit, it triggers the state that once brought benefits. Now it's out of time and out of place. The first step to get rid of such automatic state as sadness and despondency is to realize that these feelings from childhood, and they are directed to someone to help you to cope with a difficult life task. And they appear automatically at the wrong time and in the wrong place. And that is just a role, not you as a whole. You remember, hopefully, that there are roles and there is your central self that uses one role or another depending on the situation. If you are not aware of this, check out this video about roles. By realizing all this, you can already switch from a painful and unproductive role to something more successful with a good attitude. I remind you of the lists where you felt sadness and discouragement. They need to be ready. And I remind you about outside help. If you have a long-standing deep depression, it is unlikely to work through this condition on your own. The brain goes into negative trend over time. That is, when long-term well, the brain is in a life-approving situation that all is well, everything is fine. Thus, the human brain is in a positive trend. The same mechanism operates in a negative state. Prolonging being in sadness and despondency drags one into a quagmire, when the whole world is grey, everyone has everything good, I have it bad, everything is against me, it will be like this forever, and the like. In this case, you should use the help of close person and work through the sadness and discouragement. If you don't have such a person or don't want to bother your loved ones, use the link below this video. You will need outside help if you are in a very depressed state. Although, if you have worked through all the previous steps, you should feel much better. Basically, you decide if you need someone to help you or if you can handle it on your own, which, by the way, will only make you stronger. So, if you work with someone, you use all the same deep scanning technique as you used in the previous steps. I will not introduce anything new for you, so as not to confuse you and not to make your life even more complicated than it is now. The essence of the technique is that you go through your life, through episodes where you felt sadness and despondency, from a most previously remembered situation to the present moment. And you are working through the emotional charge of these feelings in each situation. The goal is to reduce or nullify these feelings completely, so that even if you want to feel sadness, you will find it very difficult. I remind you of the algorithm of the technique. You remember the situation where you felt sadness and despondency. Try to feel these feelings again as they were there and then. Literally feel it for a couple of seconds. And at the peak of feeling, take a deep breath in and stretch your arms up or to the sides. Stretch now and in your imagination stretch there, in that very situation, no matter how absurd it may look, while trying to continue to feel the sadness. It will become more difficult, but you are trying. Explaining what you need to stretch to. The brain and body are one system. What's on the top is on the bottom. What's on the bottom is on the top. Stretching is only possible in calm and safe state. Despondency and sadness don't fall into those categories. And it breaks the pattern of the brain and discharges the emotional charge in the memory of that very situation. So, you remember, feel it, inhale. Stretch here plus in imagination there and then, and exhale. Recall the next situation. You feel sadness, despondency, inhale. Stretch here plus simultaneously stretch in imagination there and then, and exhale. Next situation. And so on until the present moment. The person helping you writes down the name of each situation. Column or line, it doesn't matter. If you get stuck at some point and start thinking, your helper pulls you out of it with the words, find the next episodes where there is sadness and despondency. And you find the next one. And so on until the present moment. After breathing through all the remembered moments, you go back to the very first situation. That's why you wrote down those names. And in that situation, you change your state to I am me. And no matter what happens in my life, I am still myself. And independent, autonomous, whole person. Calm and confident. That is, the situation itself remains the same. For example, you are sitting in the 7th grade, looking out the window, feeling bad, tedious, sad, dreary. That was initially. After you have breathed through all the situations, including this one, you come back to the same situation and everything external remains the same, except for your state. You change it to I am me, integrity, independence, autonomy, confidence, relaxed, and state with a slight smile. If during the walkthrough you take the same situation that you have already worked through in the previous steps, on previous feelings, don't be embarrassed, it's all normal. Almost every situation involves multiple roles, one changing into the other, and this in a split second. In the same episode, you can work through the victim role, resentment, sadness, and anxiety. You have had plenty of such situations. As long as you really felt it all, remembering the past, and worked through it, significantly reducing emotional charges. The number of situations, as in the previous steps, should be as many as possible. The more reliable. And as a result, the very feeling of sadness will significantly go away. If you are a person, as they say, depressive, then it will be required much more situations to work through this state. If you have written out 8-10 pieces, it's very little, at least 15-20. And if you remembered everything, believe me, you would find several hundreds of these sad moments to work through it. So be honest with yourself. Your condition, the quality of your life, and life itself depends on it. I remind you about the benefits of this state. Perhaps you don't have it now, but remember, once this state brought benefits. For example, attentions from your relatives, they will pity you, protect you, help you. If you have it now, then you understand why this state is triggered. And in childhood, there is no special understanding there, but there is a benefit or disadvantage. Now you are an adult, and crutches in the form of outside help are not necessary for you. Everything depends only on you. Not on the case, from a partner, relatives, but only on you. You create this state yourself. Yes, unconsciously. Yes, without desire, automatically. But it's born in you. Here are tools for you to solve everything with this state. If you're working through it yourself, take situations where you felt sadness in your life the most. From 6 to 10, depending on how much sadness you are feeling right now. Find the peak moments there and work through them as in the previous steps. You will also need 2-3 joyful moments in your life, but attention, without your partner. That is, before him or after him, or during the relationship, but without him. The algorithm is as follows. Take the situation. Feel sadness, despondency in it. Take the deepest breath and exhale. You can do it with stretch for a better effect. And immediately you remembered a cheerful situation. Felt joy, laughter, took a light inhalation-exhalation. And then you come back to the same sad situation. You felt it, took a deep inhalation-exhalation, and immediately went to the second joyful situation. Feel there the joy, the fun, the laughter, just a little bit, and take a light inhale and exhale. Again return to the same sad situation, and so on until complete or almost complete nullification of feelings in this and every subsequent situation. And this nullification will come, you don't even doubt. As soon as it's not possible to feel sadness and despondency in a situation, then replace your state there and then on I am me, with relaxation and comfort. Feel it and do a deep inhale and exhale. And go to the second, then to the third, and so to the last situation. As you work through it, you will notice that your general state of mind changes to a calm one. That is, if before it was sad and calm, now it becomes more neutral, even. With careful and honest working through, after all the sad episodes, you will experience a good and stable calm, confidence and relaxation. Perhaps there will be a slight emotional dullness, which will pass within a day, and everything will be fine. Of course, it is more effective to work through a deep scanning. There are more episodes, it goes faster, and it's easier when someone pushes you. If after all the honest working through the depression state remains the same, then there is another approach to solve this problem. But you cannot do it yourself. For this, you definitely need a person leading you. Literally, leading you from the state of depression to calmness and easy confidence at least. In my experience, 1 or 2 sessions is enough for this. It's not my fantasy, not advertising. I take only my experience of working with such people. Depression is just a state into which your central self has entered. It can also come out of it. If you have forgotten or you're hearing it for the first time, watch the video in the theoretical part about Sence's despondency and the central self and its roles. This is an approach I can't give freely available. If you use this technique on its own, you can wander much deeper than you are now. But if you have done the previous steps, then after this workup, the discouragement and sadness should decrease significantly, and this should already help. But if you still need help there, write it in the comments. One more thing regarding the emotional trend of your brain. If you are in despondency for a long time, then after working through the past experience, you should start watching or listening to humorous programs for hours, just for hours on end. Stand-up, TV shows, comedy series, radio shows, jokes, funny YouTube videos, in general where there are jokes and laughter. At first, your brain may abruptly reject all jokes and this idea in general, if you are deeply stuck. Then let the background sounds, and you just do not go into it. And after a few days you will notice that some jokes begin to react, and you will notice that the general despondency is even less. Although after working through it, it should go away altogether. Then the program will help you to get into good health faster, meaning you'll go into a good mood. If you easily watch such programs and movies, then watch as much as you can. Be completely there. And don't dismiss this recommendation. I know what I'm talking about. It works on autopilot, and the result feels real. Hi friends. This video is about working through resentment as feeling itself, not specifically towards your ex-partner. Don't be misled into thinking that resentment is the norm, that it is feeling that all people have. No, resentment is a complex of feelings, a combined feeling so to speak, where there is fear, anger, jealousy, as well as other complex feelings. Let me remind you from the video about the theory of resentment that it is manipulation, born from childhood. It is there that resentment almost always has a benefit, and the younger the child, the more benefit, as long as it brings some kind of pleasing to the parents. In this way, the human brain fixes the mechanism of reaction if something turns out contrary to expectations. You wanted candy, they didn't give it to you. Bicycle, not bought. More pocket money, not given. More attention from your partner, not enough. Being together all the time, didn't work out. Get it? The expectation in your head didn't come true. It's real. Your reaction here is either resentment or acceptance. Anger, if you remember, is also resentment, or rather its manifestation. Someone cries, someone ignores, and someone gets angry. It's all an external manifestation of inner worry and resentment. All this is no longer important if you are interested in how to stop being angry at your former partner. How to stop being offended, that's the main thing. And even deeper, how to learn to accept that the world does not revolve around the expectations of one person, but specifically you. Just don't take offense at me for being blunt. You can be talked into not take offense for a long time, making arguments that this breakup was right and beneficial, or that your partner is a rare scoundrel and traitor or something similar. This may help to temporarily comfort your illusion that it's just that this person is a creep who doesn't do what you have built into your life plans. Another person might be better, but this one is just a bastard. I am generalizing, of course. You probably have a different opinion about your ex-partner, but I hope you understand the point. You are the center of your life, of course, but the ex-partner is also the center of his life, with his own plans, opinions, evaluations, goals, and everything can be the same as your set. So the first step in getting rid of resentment is to realize that resentment is a feeling for gain. It's a feeling that comes from childhood, and it should have stayed there, having evolved into accepting that more than a half of your expectations don't match the actual events. Because there are other people out there with their own expectations, and they have the nerve to want their expectations met, and even against your wishes and expectations. That's why adults accept things as they are. But it's good to say, accept it and move on. And what if it appears by itself? What to do? And this is where you need to begin step 2, to practice working on your feelings, specifically on resentment. To change the automatic response of resentment to conscious choice. You either apply resentment in the form of manipulation to get your own, or you accept reality as it is at the moment. And then you are trying to change this reality if something depends on you or on the other person. If not, then you have accepted and let it go. This is our goal, to calmly accept and let go. And not only this person, but everyone in the past, in the present, and even in the future that may appear. So, if you are working with someone, you use the already familiar technique of deep scanning. I remind you of the algorithm. The person helping you writes down all the short names of your situations during the whole working through. You take the most previous remembered situation, where you strongly resented someone. You feel this offense as strongly as possible, take a deep breath in and stretch. Also, in the imagination, you imagine that you stretch, there and then. All the while trying to take offense, trying to hold that offense. And you exhale. You remember the next situation, and do the same thing with it. So until the present moment, including offensive situation with your former partner. After breathing through all the episodes, you return to the very first one, described by your assistant. The situation remains the same, but now you accept it as it is, being relaxed there and then and calm, confident. You can even smile with a slight smile, with a mock calmness. Feel the situation, take a deep breath and exhale. It is not necessary to sit over the situation for a long time, without reasoning and development of the scenario in your favor. Only the feeling of acceptance and your calm state, literally up to 10 seconds. The purpose of the whole technique is to change your present state to one of calmness and acceptance, and to teach your brain to react more calmly when something doesn't work out in its favor, or to the detriment of your usual life conditions. Personally, in my experience, I rarely work through an offense with someone, because all the previous steps, correctly and consciously performed, already lead to acceptance. But there have been times when I have worked through resentment separately, with those who have very rich in quotation marks, life experience of using resentment. Naturally, this is beneficial. If you work through on your own, try to prepare a large list of offenses, at least 15 situations. Start with the strongest offenses. Naturally, this will most likely be the situation with your ex-partner. And finishing the list with 5-6 point offenses on a scale of 0 to 10. You can erase the resentment not to the point of complete 0, to 2-3 points, that's enough. It's not an acute feeling. And you replace this with acceptance, relaxation, and mock calm, or just a confident calm. You will also need 2-3 situations where you felt complete peace, but without your ex-partner. You can take from your childhood. There are mountains, rivers, forests, lakes, fields, flowers, and the like. As in the previous steps, you need to alternate between feeling of resentment in the situation, deep inhale, exhale, and feeling calm and relaxed. Again into the same situation with a feeling of resentment. Inhale, exhale, and again into a second calm situation. Then back into resentment. Calm. Resentment, calm. Until the feeling of resentment is completely or partially nullified in the recalled situation, in one so far. It takes about 3 to 10-15 minutes per situation. Everyone is different, so don't be alarmed if it takes you longer. Zero it out, replaced with the desired, and acceptance. And the next thing. The feeling of injustice is precisely that of someone expecting something, not receiving it, and try not to accept it, but to insist on their own, to suppress it, to push it through in their favor. Acceptance doesn't mean passivity, absolutely not. Don't be such an all-accepting wimp. Accept that all people have their own world, their own life, their own desires. Everyone wants something different, not always coinciding with your expectations. And further, after acceptance, you either have to say what you would like or do as it's convenient for you. Or, applying flexibility, not humiliation but flexibility, let the other get what is expected. And later on, get your own. The benefit of acceptance is that you become a healthy egoist, understanding what you want, getting it quietly without pushing through resentment, and thus not destroying the relationship, not suppressing the will and expectations of the other. Here they are, love and harmony. And in the game of who is right, both sides lose. The one that won and got its own, suppressing the partner with whom you still need to interact, rely on him, lean on him, make plans, and so on. And the side that lost, it will in any case have a bad feelings about this partner. Time after time, case after case, these feelings turned into estrangement, concealment, alienation, cheating, and so on. But this is another topic. So, start working through. The algorithm is the same as in the other videos. Hi friends! If you have watched and performed the techniques in my previous breakup videos, your state of mind should be much closer to calm now. Also, you should have already reduced or lost the feeling of guilt. If it remains, you should work through it with the help of already known algorithm for transforming negative feelings into the state of I am me. Guilt is similar to shame, with one exception. Shame is accompanied by a stronger sense of inferiority and humiliation. You should remember from the theoretical part my comparison of education based on guilt with the corridor, where one wall means you are a good boy or girl, you get a candy, and the opposite wall of this corridor means you are not good, you will not get anything, and we also will take away what you have. And that's how the guilt was formed. Going along this corridor is not beneficial for your life at all. As in the previous workings, everything is done in two stages. First, realization that it shouldn't be like this, that this feeling is from childhood, that someone was controlling you using this feeling. And the second stage is subconscious work, so that there is no automatic triggering of guilt. Hopefully, after watching theoretical parts about guilt, you already have the realization. Now it's a matter of putting this new realization into practice, that you don't owe anyone anything through guilt. If it concerns past experiences, well, it was. Then and there were reasons for it. If the guilt is present, it still draws on past episodes where you did something wrong. Again, we turn to acceptance. You have to learn to accept the world, situations as they were and are. And it's much easier to change situation and life in general from the position of acceptance. So let's work through it. Prepare a list with 10 situations where you felt a strong sense of guilt and shame too. This is if you will work through the guilt on your own, without help. You will need 2-3 opposite situations where you felt the fullest confidence in yourself, but without your partner. I remind you of the algorithm. Recall the first situations where there is a feeling of guilt or shame. Feel it, take the deepest breath in, exhalation, and immediately switch to the situation with confidence. A slight breath in, exhalation. Again in the same situation with guilt. Inhalation, exhalation. And again in confidence, but already in the second situation. Then again guilt. Into confidence, guilt. Confidence, guilt. Until the guilt in the recalled situation is completely or partially nullified. It takes about 3 to 15 minutes per situation. Some may take longer. If that's the case, that's okay, just as long as you work through it. Nullified, then change the reaction there to healthy apathy. No matter how embarrassed you were in the beginning of the workout, change the reaction to a sense of calm and confidence. Like, okay, I did something, or I didn't do something. Well, it was. I made conclusions for the future, and that's it. I live on. Thus, having worked through all the situations on the list, the feeling of guilt will automatically decrease. Your general feeling. If you work through them well and honestly, this feeling will be reduced forever. Guilt is an acquired feeling. We are not born with it. If you are working through it with someone close to you, use the deep scanning technique. I also remind you of the algorithm. In past videos, you should have already learned it. You should already be reminding me of the algorithm. The person helping you writes down all the short names of your situations during the whole working through. You take the earliest recalled situation where you felt guilt or shame. As strongly as you can, you feel it, take a deep breath and stretch. Out here, in reality, sitting where you're sitting now, and in your imagination, there and then. Trying to be guilty in general to the fullest. And exhale. So it's literally 2 or 3 seconds. Stretch here, in imagination there and then, trying to be guilty at all, and exhale. And you remember the next situation. Do the same thing with it. So, up to the present moment, all the episodes, as many as comes out. Capture even the guilt that you have now. Well, I mean, there was yesterday maybe, or the day before yesterday, you probably had some realization that you were guilty of this or that. And after breathing through all the episodes, you return to the very first one, described by your assistant. The situation remains the same, only you accept it as it is. In doing so, you are relaxed there in situation and calm, confident. You can even have a slight smile, a mocking calmness. Feel this reaction and take a deep breath. You don't need to concentrate on this situation for a long time. No need for any reasoning and development of the scenario in your favor. Just a feeling of acceptance and calmness. The purpose of the whole technique is to change your present state, if you have guilt, to calmness and acceptance of your past. What happened is what happened. And also to teach your brain to react more calmly when someone tries to input guilt to you. Because actually guilt benefits someone else, not you. Hi friends! This video is about a rather important mechanism of attachment to a former partner. This video is about the fear of losing him or her forever. I didn't keep specific statistics in my work, but some people have no such a fear after breakup. Maybe you are one of them. And some people feel the fear of losing their ex-partner forever. Most often it's formed and solidified when you have already broken up several times during this relationship. And during each short or long breakup, you were strongly or slightly worried that you wouldn't see your ex-partner again. Sometimes the fear of loss is not formed in this relationship, but in previous relationships. In short, fear of loss is a separate fear, like fear of spiders, heights, and any other fears. There are situations where there seems to be nothing to lose. The partner is not so good actually. But for some reason, the fear itself is present. It is his presence strengthens and escalates the feeling of love, even to such an unnecessary partner. If you remember the moment before parting with the partner and take the moment when parted already, you can see the difference in the feeling of love. Most likely it has sharpened. For someone, it has become much more than it was. And for someone, the feeling of love in general appears only after the breakup. And before it, it was not even a hint. I have often met cases then the partner is not needed at all. Well, they don't fit each other. But as soon as they break up, then immediately or sometimes after, the feeling of fear of loss increased the feeling of love, and the person returns such a partner. Can we say that fear of loss is love? It can be said, but having analyzed in detail the formation of the mechanism of fear of loss, I personally didn't see love in it. Except for that strange feeling that attracts to the partner because of this fear, and many people call this feeling love. So, let's work through the both, the fear of loss and escalated sense of love. So, you will need a list of situations where you were afraid of losing that partner. And additionally, a list of situations, if you have any, when you were afraid of losing previous partners. Let's assume that you will have a list of at least 5 episodes where you are sitting or lying or standing indoors or outdoors and for some time experience the feeling of fear of losing your partner and the feeling of love for him at the same time. Let me remind you from previous videos that no matter what situations you are working with, whether it's with this partner or previous partners, you are still working with the same feeling of fear and feelings of love escalated by loss. In order to remove the emotional charges from the situations you've written out, you will also need to either recall 2-3 calm moments in your life or find a calm video. I will take the video for example. So, everything is done with your eyes closed. Remember the first situation from your list, with the fear of loss. Feel it as strongly as possible. The feeling of fear, panic, you also need to feel the sharpness of love. And at the peak of the feeling, you take the deepest possible breath. You also stretch here and now, raising your arms up or to the side and arcing your back. And your exhale. And immediately switch to the clip, where you try to feel calm and fully immerse yourself in a place on the screen. Having relaxed your body and feeling the peace, you take a breath in and out. And immediately you switch to the first situation with the fear of loss, where you once again bring up the same combination of feelings. And at the peak of a feeling, you take a sharp deep breath. At the same time, you stretch here and now, and also in your imagination, you stretch there and then, in that very situation with the fear of loss. And try to hold that feeling while stretching. You do it and you exhale. You open your eyes and watch the clip with calmness, feeling the very peace and carelessness that is shown in it. The body is necessarily relaxed. You feel relaxed and take a breath in and out. Immediately close your eyes. Go into the memories of the same situation where there was fear of loss. Also feel it there and again deep breath with stretching here and now. And in your imagination, you stretch there and then, and that situation. And again, the video with calmness. And so on until the fear of loss in the first situation is completely nullified. The very fear of loss from the situation will go to the zero if you estimate from 0 to 10. The feeling of sharpness of love can also go to zero, but it can remain in the sensations after the zeroing of the fear of loss. In that case, don't worry. It will decrease as you work through the rest of situations on the list. As I said in the video about love in the theoretical part of this course, love based on fear of loss is not exactly the kind of love that poets and philosophers write about. In this mechanism, the fear of loss is more primary than the feeling of love, although you can't really say that in the experience itself. You will understand everything when you work through this complex of feelings with my algorithm. If after working through the fear of loss, your feeling of love decreases, then your feeling of love was based on fear. If it doesn't decrease at all or partially, then either you didn't seriously work through these feelings, or your feeling of love was without the fear of loss. Either way, I recommend this step if you have episodes in your memory where you were afraid of losing someone. It will increase your self-worth and independence. Not only that, but when working with couples, I recommend that each partner work through the fear of losing the other partner, in order to feel that pure feeling of love, if there is such a thing, of course. I confess that about 3 years ago, when I had a good relationship with my wife, I made an experiment and removed this fear from my feelings. And at the same time, she was convinced that if you love, you must be afraid of losing. Now imagine her reaction to my news, when I told her that I wasn't afraid of losing her if something happened. The right thing to do at that point, of course, would have been to tell her first about my concept, and about fear of loss and feeling love, and then about my experience with that fear. Anyway, I recommend getting rid of the fear of losing your ex-partner with the technique I outlined in this video. If your fear of loss is stronger than you are, then use outside help to work through this feeling. The other person will forcefully switch you from a moment where there was fear to a calm moment, without getting stuck on the fear and unnecessary thinking. The fear of losing a partner is just a drop in the ocean of human fears. Hello friends! With this video we start working through your feelings for your ex-partner. This and subsequent videos on this course will help you to fall out of love and, so to speak, will help you to forget your ex-partner. Forget not physically, but emotionally. I will not go into the theory. If you watch this video and no other videos from this course have been seen, I recommend that you first look at the theory and then practice everything, and then come back to this video. If you're not ready to watch any other videos from this course, and you only want to work on your feelings for your ex-partner, then just do everything as I say in this video. If you're ready to spend some more time to take advantage of the situation, for example, to become stronger, then use the link below the video. Once again, I want to warn you, if you didn't do anything from the previous videos, didn't even watch them at all, then further work through will not be given easily. It may be even painful. You will have to be patient. So probably you will need outside help in this technique if you are overwhelmed by feelings at the beginning and you just give in to these feelings and stop performing the technique. If you are a little patient, the result will amaze you. Your feelings will decrease significantly, no matter how strong they may seem to you now. The main thing is to cross that very turning point which you will have. Of course, feelings will be so strong that it will seem impossible to get rid of them. You may even think that, why the hell am I doing this? Why am I torturing myself so much? But there will come a moment when the severity of feelings will begin to decrease. It may happen after 10 minutes or it may happen after 2 hours. I don't know you, and in principle, you don't know yourself either. Just be patient and do it, and your feelings will subside. For some people, this very working through is a salvation, and before then I used it, it was also salvation. I have such stories when, after working through the photos, people were ashamed in front of themselves, in front of me, ashamed that they cried, and some of them made rash, unsuccessful, thanks God, attempts. I have many such stories. I've seen a lot of things, but you have your own story. It's closer to you. So observe everything yourself. Let's get back to the technique. You will need a couple dozen photos of your former partner. If everyone advises, and basically in the beginning I also advise to remove all the photos and videos, then now we will use them. So in my practice, most often I ask to go to the page of the former loved one, open the photos and browse through them. It is very important and necessary to find exactly the photo on which you have everything inside you explodes. If it happens on the first one, then start with it. Someone may have just saved photos in memory in the phone or in the laptop. You can take them. The other thing we are going to need is a cartoon. Cartoon like Tom and Jerry or similar cartoons where there is a constant change of plot and constant dynamics, and it should be funny. As an example, let's take that you open a page with a former partner in a social network. And ideally, if you work on a laptop, computer or tablet, in one tab you open page with photos. And in another tab, you should already have pre-selected cartoon, like Tom and Jerry. It should be running, the credits should have already passed, and some kind of plot should be going on. And it should be paused on this moment. So let me tell you about the algorithm. First, you look at the picture of your former partner. You experience some warm feelings that you have, such as love, longing, affection, or sadness, loss, literally 1 or 2 seconds. When you feel that this is already the peak of a feeling, you take a deep breath in and you exhale by switching to the tab with cartoon, immediately taking it off the pause. You watch this cartoon and with all your strength you try to be only in it. Just get into the plot. Who is running after whom, what they are wearing, mark some details, put a barrier between the photo you're watching and the cartoon. That is, there's nothing but this video. If tears take up, then do not wait for them to break through, but take a deep breath and stretch at this point, arcing your back. But do not break away from the story in the cartoon. That is, do not go into sobbing, stay in the cartoon. Once you were able to shift your attention to the cartoon and get into the plot, take a relieving inhale-exhale and immediately switch to the tab of your ex-partner's picture. Exactly that picture. And try to bring up all the same feelings that you felt the first time. If an avalanche of feeling is flowing, then do not analyze, just feel, 1-2 seconds. Do not force yourself. You don't need to sit for 10 seconds, 20 seconds. When you feel it, just immediately switch the tab to a cartoon. Take it off the pause. Again, get into the story. Try to get into it so that you find something funny in it. It may not appear now, but try to find something that will switch you. Once you've managed to shift the feeling, take another relieving breath in and out. Press pause and go back to the picture of your former partner. Once you feel the same feeling again for a few seconds, and you feel that you have already peaked, then immediately take a deep breath in. And here you can add stretching. Just stretch by spreading your arms or simply raising them up and behind your back, just like they do it every morning. You can stretch with one hand and your whole body, and with the other hand you can switch the tap on the cartoon. Remove from the pose and look further. Do not get stuck on the cartoon. Your task is to switch attention. If you switched in 2 seconds, then immediately open the photo and do everything as in the previous step with stretching. That is, felt, stretch, again cartoon. If you switched in 20 seconds, in 30 seconds, pause, and again on the photo of your former partner. Naturally, you will be torn apart from the inside. You will have a strong desire to close the photo or to hang on the cartoon, or you will want to look at the photo longer. No, feel and go on. We work only with feelings. Don't get distracted, no one is leading you. Of course, if someone is leading you, then you should take help. You have to be pulled out of there by an assistant. So, for someone after a few minutes, for someone within an hour, but the feelings for this picture will become very dulled. If this is observed, then look for another photo that brings up the feeling. For now, work only with pleasant feelings. When they're over, then after the 4, 5, 10 photos, you need to analyze if there are still any feelings left. If there is hate, then work with that feeling. If there are warm feelings left, then I recommend that the remaining warm feelings should be completely removed by breathing through them. Basically, this is the whole technique. To be honest, for 6 years of in-depth work in the topic of separation, I don't know any other technique that erases all the feelings of the former partner so quickly. I mean everything, both love and hate. And believe me, whether you have real love or sexual attraction, by working with photos, all the pain of these feelings and the feelings themselves are reduced to zero. Not reduce themselves, but you reduce them by making these transitions. You are the master of your feelings. Check everything in practice. After zeroing your feelings, flip through the photos, catch your feelings. As soon as something tickles, immediately take a deep breath, exhale, and go to the cartoon. Then back to the photo and feel the feeling again. If it's there, then again inhale and look at the cartoon. If not, then scroll further. You can replace the cartoon with the photo or use memories of nature, forest, field, mountains, ocean, as you will be more comfortable. The algorithm is exactly the same. You either switch to calmness or, as with cartoons, to some kind of dynamics. The speed of achieving the desired calmness, carelessness when you look at a photo of a former partner is different for everyone. Someone for 30 minutes erases all feelings. Someone needs 2 approaches, 2 hours each. But if using such a technique your feelings are even slightly reduced, then you will get your desired result for sure. Just be patient. You have suffered much longer than you will work through. Even if it's 2 times 2 hours, 3 times 3 hours, it's not months or years of suffering. I'm giving you proven techniques. By the way, this technique I developed about 4 years ago when I was working with the guy who was in love with the girl's appearance. This, by the way, a very common type of, so to speak, love. We took her photos and he worked through it just like you, but under my control. During the session, I do not give the opportunity to cry or to disconnect somehow. So we worked through 10 photos and the attraction to this girl is gone. You can also watch your joint video with the former partner and work through only feelings. I mean, separate from the memories. If memories come up for you, then go to the next video and we will erase them. Hi friends! If you haven't watched the previous videos, you should definitely watch them. There is a link below the video, so follow it and do the technique of erasing feelings for your ex-partner. Why is that? Because you will be using this same technique in this video. At first I thought I would give you another technique, the touche technique, so that you erase each memory one by one. I've been using it in my work since 2009. But if you reduced feelings for your ex-partner in past video using the photo technique, then let's use it to erase your specific memories also. It's not improvisation. I've used it dozens of times, specifically to erase memories in my clients. So, once again, if you haven't watched the previous video, the link is in the description under the video, and at the end of this video there will be an option to go back. That is, click on previous video and see the technique that was there. Well, if you're watching the full version of my course, here we go. You need all the same or different pictures. If possible, you can take the video as well. Let's start with the photos. There are two ways to work through any memories. The first is when you pre-write a list of these memories. Well, of course, first the pleasant ones. 10, 20, 30, as many as they are. Very briefly, 1 or 2 words, just to name that pleasant moment. And the second option, you trust the process, and during the working through, you work with that will comes up. Using this option, after all the memory seems to be over, you can try to make a list and work through each memory from the list already. The algorithm is very similar to the way you erased feelings for your ex-partner in the last video, except that instead of cartoon, you pick up pictures opposite to your feelings in the memories. Here everything is simple. You need to prepare two kinds of videos or photos, where on some there is excitement, extreme, and on others there is complete peace and quiet. For example, like on these videos, or on these photos. All your feelings in your memories have either explosion of feelings, like passion, orgasm, excitement, love, or calmness, when everything is just good, just calm and native. Unity, understanding, and similar feelings. Select for yourself clips or photos with excitement and with complete peace. So, you take a photo of your former loved one, look at this photo, and look for the most pleasant moments in your memory, or from the list you made. While thinking back, you feel the feeling that overwhelmed you then. You take a deep and sharp breath in that very moment, and when you exhale, you go to a page or tab with the video or photo with the opposite feeling. And you try to feel those feelings that are conveyed in the video or photo, as brightly as possible and as strongly as possible. As deeply as possible, you just try to be there. You feel it, take a relieving breath, and then go back to the photos of your former partner. Again, in the same memory, feel the same feeling, inhaled and exhaled in a clip or photo with the opposite feeling. For example, you remember, feel excitement, some kind of excitement, it doesn't matter what it was. You take a deep breath and exhale in a clip or photo of a calm sea or quiet forest or mountains. There should be silence. You feel peace looking at this picture, make a relieving inhalation, exhalation, and again on a photo with a former partner. And all the same. You work with the same memory. Once you have worked through to zero the feelings that you had then in the memory, then move on to the next pleasant memory. I don't know how long it will take you. I can only share my observations from my experience of working through it with other people. Someone has already full zero after the past working through the feelings of the partner. Someone else has not yet full, but the feelings have doubt themselves. This is after the last step, after the last video. If you have the same, then you will not have to work through all the memories. The feelings in them will decrease very quickly, and even those memories that you have not even touched yet. If you decided to skip the last step, and you did nothing from my course, and you want to start exactly here, all from this, and meanwhile you have strong feelings for the former partner, then I sympathize with you. The effect will certainly be, but the beginning will be hard for you to give, if only you can endure. The most important thing is to cross that turning point, which will come for you. When you feel the very moment when the decrease of feeling will go, then you will be willing to work through everything to the very end. If you don't have enough patience or feelings do not decrease, then spend your time on the whole course and work through all the reasons for your attachment. And then the memories may not even need to be worked through anymore. Everything will settle down before this step. If you don't want or don't have the strength to work through it yourself, then use the link below the video. When you work through all the feelings and the pleasant memories, You can zero in on the unpleasant ones too, if you have such a need at all. The algorithm of working through is exactly the same as with the pleasant memories. As you do everything, watch the following video. Just do it, and don't put it off. On its own, it will take a long time to dissolve. If you just watch the video, it won't do much good either. Hello friends! In this video we are going to be working through your memories of sex with an ex-partner. And if you don't need that in your life, you can just watch it and do nothing. Well, if you are stuck on just such memories, then just do everything as I say in this video and you will be fine. Be warned, if you got to this video and you haven't watched my full course before, the link to it is in the description below the video. Why do I recommend taking this entire course? I don't know you, how much love or attraction you have for your ex-partner, what reasons you are attracted to him or her. If you know for sure it's sex, then this video is for you. If you have a bunch of feelings and you don't understand at all what's going on with you, then go to the links and watch the full course in its entirety. This video is also there. If you're watching the full course, let's get started. The fixation on sexual memories has to do with emotions that you had before, during and after sex. And if you break sex down in detail, you can identify peak moments, whether it was passion, arousal, attraction, orgasms. It happened in specific places, positions, movements, and with specific caresses. It is in these moments that you need to erase the sensations in your memories. Yes, of course, this is a radical measure. But if you want to carry this memory around with you for years of your life, and compare how it was then with this partner and how it is with a new partner, if you want to use it for self-satisfaction and thus spoil your life, then I cannot prevent you and discourage you. It is your life and you can spoil it as you want. What I'm giving you is a method for freedom from past experiences and independence in your life and in your relationships too. I really hope that you are already on the same page with me and understand what kind of freedom we are talking about. So I will continue. Once again, in order to free yourself from sexual memories and attraction to your ex-partner on this topic, you need to work through the following parts. These are postures, places, caresses, movements, passion, attraction, arousal, and orgasms. For this, we will use all the same technique with photos as in the previous steps. You take any picture of your ex-partner. You can take as sexy as possible. Looking at it, you remember the positions during sex with your partner that you remember. Find one moment like that, feel the feelings that were there, and take a sharp deep inhale, exhale. You can do it right away with stretching. Raise your arms up or to the sides at the very moment when you take a sharp deep breath and stretch, trying to keep your attention on that very feeling of passion or excitement. Keep it for 2-3 seconds and exhale. Next, you remove that photo from your view by minimizing it or switching to another browser tab. And you need to shift your attention to a clip or photo that shows complete peace, calm, apathy, and indifference. And you get completely into what is depicted in that clip or photo. Relax your body as much as possible, and at that moment take a relieving inhale, exhale. Relieving is not a deep or easy breath, a little more than usual. The main thing is with the feeling of relaxation. Immediately after exhaling, switch back to the picture of your ex-partner. And you remember the pose again, that feeling. You feel it and immediately inhale sharply. Stretch for 2-3 seconds and exhale. During the exhalation or immediately after it, you can switch to a clip or photo which depicts complete peace. You feel peace, relaxation, take a breath, exhale, and switch again to the photo with your partner. And so on until the full zeroing of the feeling that was exactly at that posture, during exactly that sex. Time for this may take from 1 minute to 20, everyone is different, but the feeling will decrease. In someone to 0, in someone to 2 to 3 out of 10. Once you notice that it happened, that it has decreased, then move on to the next pose. Pose exactly, pictures can be the same. Once you finish the poses, start working through the places where you had sex. Also, took one place, such as a bed. Remember the most memorable moment, the most peak. Feel the feelings that was there, and sharp deep breath. Stretch 2-3 seconds and exhale. And immediately switch to a clip or picture with the complete calm, total calm. The algorithm of erasing feelings is exactly the same as in working through the poses. Look, the sequence should be exactly the same. Positions, places, caresses, movements, passion, attraction, excitement, orgasms. Even though you remember poses and places, but you still work with feelings, with passion, attraction, and arousal. Having worked through all the positions, places, caresses, and movements, your feelings will already be significantly reduced in relation to sex with this partner. The feelings in this list are placed at the end just to finish them off. To finish them off when you move on to working through them and look for exact situations where they were manifested. If you get the feeling that there are too many situations to work through the sex, don't worry. You are only working through a few feelings, 2 or 3. Look at your palm with your fingers spread out. And the palms themselves are the feelings that you had during, before, or after sex. And the pictures or poses and places and the movements are the fingers. Whatever situations you are working with, you are still working through one or other feeling. From my experience of working with people who had only attraction to a former partner, I can say that after 5-10 situations of working on the same feeling, it's very much reduced. The feeling decreases. If initially it was 10 out of 10, then after working through 5 to 10 situations, for example 2 to 3 poses, the same number of places and more movements, so after that, on average, the feeling decreases by 2 times. Some of them disappeared altogether, and some of them slightly decreased. In any case, you need to work through everything you feel. You need to rely only on your feelings, not on your memory. You will not have to work through all the situations on the list. Your feelings will disappear much sooner than your list with the memories of the sex with this partner will be over. It will take about 2 hours to work through everything, but everything is individual. Try to only work through the attraction to your ex-partner. I don't recommend erasing attraction to everyone you've had. There is no telling how it may affect your overall attraction. If your attraction to an ex-partner is built on love, you need to work through the feelings for your ex-partner first. Love and all that. And only then proceed with attraction. Write all the questions in the comments. If you are not able to work through it yourself, then use the link below the video. If your situation is more than just an attraction, then watch the whole course. Hi friends! This video is the last one of the Breakup Recovery course. I will give you the technique of saying goodbye to a partner. In it, you will additionally work through those feelings that have been hidden from you while working on them throughout the course. If you are new to this video and haven't watched any of my videos or the entire course before, use the link below the video. If you are watching the full course, then we'll continue on. So this is a technique that I use whenever I'm working through a feeling with a client at the very end of a session. I'm working through anything that's been hidden from consciousness. So I remind you that you have a central self and that it has roles. This you should have learned from the theoretical part of this course. Let me remind you briefly. Each of your roles is responsible for specific behavior in a specific situation or with specific person. When you communicate with your best friends, your feelings and body sensations and behavior are different from those you have when you communicate with your enemy, with your mother, father, employees, girlfriend, man, and so on. And for everything listed, there are their own roles, their own behavior, and they are never confused, and they are different from each other. If you forgot or didn't understand what I just said, then watch the video about roles from the theoretical part of this course. Everything is explained in detail there. So you have a role. It's not you, but only a role that was responsible for the relationship with the former loved one. This role took something from your partner, gave him something, needed something, and it suffered after the breakup of the relationship. And you, with your central self, stuck or merged with that role. I warn you, if you haven't done anything from the course, this technique may help you, but I can't predict the effect. It may work for a while, it may let you go for good, or it may not work at all. If you have done all or part of something of this course, then continue. So, a short instruction. Everything is conducted with your eyes closed, but first just listen to the instruction. You imagine that you are sitting or standing, as it will be more convenient for you. So you're standing in the emptiness, that is, you're in the center and there is nothing around you. Everything is empty. The emptiness can be any color you like, white, gray or black, it doesn't matter. By being in the emptiness, you bring out the role that was responsible for the relationship with your former partner. And not far from that role, you put an image of your ex-partner. And later, we will identify what feelings are hurt in your role because of the breakup. And you will give it everything your role lacks to be more confident, stronger, autonomous, independent, and free. And then we will imagine the ex-partner removing himself from your view, with your role needing to remain consistently free and confident. That's okay. You just let the partner get out. So, sit comfortably. Don't lie down. Stay in a sitting or standing position. Before you close your eyes, put your hand on the mouse or the spacebar button to pause the video in the process without opening your eyes. I will guide you at a medium pace, and you are already adjusting. In a session, I adjust to the person's pace. Now you adjust to my pace. Close your eyes and imagine that you are in the emptiness. You are the central self. You are the observer. You are the master of your roles, but they do not own you. You need to take out of your body your role that was responsible for your relationship with your former loved one. You stay in a place as a central self, as an observer, and the role comes out of you. This role most likely looks like you, like your twin, but maybe younger or older. As it will be, so it is. Trust the process. This role has either strongly or weakly expressed feelings typical of a person after a breakup. There may be sadness, anxiety, anger, or calmness. What are the feelings? Consider what the role is wearing, where it's turned. Is it looking at you or away? Did you see it? And now imagine next to your role, in 3-4 meters from her, image of your former partner. Let him just stand there for now. And let your role realize that her ex-partner will soon leave her forever, for good. How does your role feel now? Determine for yourself how she feels. Does your role have pain, longing, anxiety, or anger, love? Basically, we don't care what she has so far. You need to give your role the qualities and traits she lacks to break up forever and let go easily of her ex-partner. I've picked out for you what is most often lacking in people. It is peace of mind, first and foremost, confidence, freedom, and joy. I hope this coincided with your preference. If partially, do it together with me, and then, if you decide, you can give what you see fit yourself. So let's start with calm. Find a moment in your life when you felt calm. This moment should be without your ex-partner. Look before him as a child, maybe as a teenager. If you don't have one, think of a calm person and find that moment in their life. Search. Did you find it? Now be there in that moment. Try to feel that calmness as it is. Did you feel it? Rate from 0 to 10 how calm you feel there. Did you feel it? What color do you associate that calmness with? Choose any color you feel comfortable with. Hued, multicolored, monochromatic? Have you identified the color? Now come back to yourself, not the role, but to the central self. Identify the point in the center of your belly, inside. Center your belly. And now, around that point, create the same color as in the moment with calmness. A ball, the size of a bowling ball. Like a volleyball inside your belly. Only it's filled with all that color, completely. And now, direct the beam, the flow, the jet, from this ball into your role that is in front of you. And fill it with this color up to the feeling of enough. Not to overfill and not to underfill, but just enough to be normal. Feel it through the skin, let the role absorb it through the mouth, eyes, ears, other places. To accelerate feeling, increase the flow from this ball. The ball is bottomless. This color is constantly staying in it. Filled? Now remove the beam. Let all the color that is on top of your roll be absorbed into it, so that outwardly it would be ordinary skin. Absorbed? Now examine your roll. What has changed? How is she standing now? How does she feel? Considered? Now move the image of your ex-partner 5-7 meters away from your role, to the site of removal, and let her, your role, know that she or he is about to leave altogether. Your ex-partner. How does your role feel right now? Determine. And we continue on from there. Recall a moment in your life where you felt confident, but without your partner present. Did you find one? If you don't have such a moment in your life, find such a moment in another person. Did you find it? How much confidence do you feel there? Rate it from 0 to 10. Did you find it? What color do you associate that confidence with in that situation? Whatever color you feel comfortable with. Determine the color. Now come back to yourself, not the role, but to the central self. Determine a point in the center of your belly, inside, and around that point, create the same color as in the moment with confidence. A ball the size of a bowling ball, like a volleyball, only it is all filled with this color, completely. And now direct the ray, the stream, the jet from this ball into your role, which is in front of you, and fill it with this color to the feeling of enough. Not to overfill, not to underfill, but to be just right, to the norm. Feel through the skin, let it absorb through the mouth, eyes, ears. To accelerate feeling, you can increase the flow from this ball. Filled? Now remove the beam and let all the color that tops your roll be absorbed into it, so that outwardly there is a normal skin. Absorbed? And now examine your roll. What changes in sensation? What changes externally have occurred? How does it feel now? What does your role feel now when your ex-partner is standing 10 meters away from her? Now move the image of your ex-partner another 10 meters away, and now he is 20 meters away from your role. How does your role feel right now? You got it? Let's continue. Recall a moment in your life where you felt freedom, but without the presence of your ex-partner. Did you find it? If there is no such a moment in your life, find such a moment in another person. You found it? How much freedom do you feel there? Give it a score between 0 and 10. Did you find it? What color do you associate that sense of freedom with? Whatever color you feel comfortable with. You got the color? And now go back to yourself. To yourself, not your role, but to your central self. And define a point in the center of your belly, inside your belly. And around this point, create a ball of the same color as in the moment with freedom. A ball the size of a bowling ball, like a volleyball, only it is filled with this color completely, inside and outside. And now direct the ray, the flow, the jet from this ball into your role that is in front of you. And fill it with this color until you feel enough, so that you do not overfill and underfill, but just make a norm. Feel it through your skin, through your mouth, your eyes, your ears, through everything you can. To speed up feeling, increase the flow from the ball. Filled? Now remove the beam. Let all the color that is on top of your roll absorb into it, so that the appearance was normal skin. Absorbed? Now examine your roll. What changes in sensation? What outwardly has changed? How does it feel now that your ex-partner is standing 20 meters away from her? Now move the image of your ex-partner another 30 meters away, and now he is 50 meters away from your role. Pull it away. How does your role feel now? Determined and moving on. Recall a moment in your life where you felt joy, but without the presence of your ex-partner. Look for a moment with joy, from childhood to the present moment. Did you find it? If you don't have such a moment in your life, look for another person's moment of joy. Did you find it? How much joy is there? Rate it from 0 to 10. Score? What color do you associate that feeling of joy with? Whatever color you feel more comfortable with. Determine the color. Now come back to yourself, to the self, not the role, but the central self. Determine a point in the center of your belly, inside. And now create a ball around that point, the same color as in the moment with joy. A ball the size of bowling ball, like a volleyball, only it's filled with all that color, completely. And now direct the ray, the flow, the jet from this ball into your role that is in front of you. And fill it with this color to the feeling of enough, not to overfill, not to underfill, but to be just right, to the norm. Feel it through the skin, through the mouth, eyes, ears. For acceleration of feeling, you can increase the flow from this ball. Filled? Now remove the beam. Let all the color that is on top of your roll to be absorbed into it, so that outwardly there was a normal skin. Filled? Examine your roll now. What changes in sensation? What outwardly has changed? How does it feel now? How does your roll feel now when her ex-partner is standing 50 meters away from her? If everything is normal, then escort the image of your ex-partner out of sight altogether. Or leave it, if you wish, wherever you see fit, but no closer than 50 meters. If there are any negative feelings in your roll after that, then determine what else she needs to give to make things okay for her. For example, self-sufficiency. Pause this video and give her that. Follow the same algorithm as the previous feelings. Pause it and do the same thing. If you are happy with your role as you see it now, then bring it back. Bring her close to you, face to face. And imagine that between your belly button and the belly button of your role, a connection in the form of umbilical cord is formed. Is it formed? Now bring her back into you, or put her next to you, however you and she feel comfortable. Have you done it? And now, with your eyes closed, feel that you are in this room where you are now. Remember what is around you, and open your eyes. Evaluate your condition and feelings towards your ex-partner. If everything is fine with you, then go have tea or coffee. If not, do this technique again. You can do it yourself if you have memorized how. Or start this video from where the technique began. Share your feelings in the comments and subscribe to make life easier. There is a lot more to come, and this course is over. There may be more additions or answers to your questions. Look for them on my YouTube channel. And share this video if you watch the full course. So many people suffer after a breakup. Thank you and goodbye.